kids can't get their phones in hand. What this man is talking about with the Neuralink, and you talk about this technology, I'm just saying that we are already there with all this OnlyFans proliferation. It's so popular because people are connecting like they're looking at people on screens. All I'm saying, I'm not going to down this hill. I'm just saying if y'all don't get it, it's fine. Or if y'all don't think what I'm saying is true, that's fine.
I'm not saying that it's not true. I'm just saying that, this is something that we should not even be celebrating, encouraging, none of that. I mean, it's, to me, just because I can do something or I have access to something doesn't mean I should be partaking in it. I have access to fentanyl. That don't mean I'm up here shooting up at work. I have access to every drug that they make.
You know what?
Every drug.
Lisa, earlier, you said, y'all got nowhere to go, so I want you to go ahead and sit back and drink, smoke, and just.
Because I know that's what people do.
I was like, what the heck?
But Gemini, I mean, you'd be surprised. Like, the first thing I ask people when I'm ready to pre-op them, I go and I say, are you taking any medication? And then they tell me, and I said, are you taking any drugs? And I mean street drugs. And I start naming shit. And you'd be surprised what people are telling me. Some people won't tell me, but I can tell the way they're reacting to the anesthesia. But more than not, people do tell me, what they're taking because they're concerned that all of it mixed together, they might die and some shit like that, right? But that's why I know people are drinking. There's a high thing of alcoholism. People are abusing drugs. People are abusing prescription drugs. We are an addictive society. And when I hear you guys start talking about, well, you're going to get AI pussy now. You're going to get, it's just, everything is a fucking addiction. You take everything to the fucking extreme in this country with your food, with your sex, with your fucking anger. I mean, everything, your guns. It's just, to me, I've traveled not probably as much as you guys have. But when you go to these quote-unquote third world countries, they're not as addictive and have these addictive personalities and these psychological manifestations of just shit. I heard in a room, and it really shook me up, and I didn't even know this, and I didn't know why I didn't know it, and Amanda didn't know it. This black man had a room, and he was talking about how young black men, the new rate of, wait a minute, okay, let me say this correctly. Young black men have the highest suicide rate. Young black men, I'm not talking about you old heads in here talking about all this other bullshit. They have the highest suicide rate? And I'm like, what? Why?
Well, there's a lot of factors into that.
Of course there is. Okay.
But they are not, you got to realize, there are a lot, so young people are more like, how would I say, like more emotionally intelligent now. These kids know, like a lot of these black kids
males,
know.
Black males.
Yeah,
black males.
Yes, black males. A lot of these kids know and totally understand that, their parents don't like them. And that starts, a downward spiral. That's usually how those type of things start. People are not, so when you see these young kids that are committing suicide, they're not doing this because they're in this so-called loving family, this loving environment. They understand that they have no love, they have no care, they are more emotionally intelligent now. Now, do I believe they're stupider? Yeah, but when it comes to like them knowing, hey man, my mom don't like me, my dad don't, they're way more emotionally intelligent, way more. And most of these young black men, they don't have anyone who cares about them. They know their mother doesn't like them. They know their father's probably most likely not there. And it's just a lot to deal with.
We do.
It's just a lot to deal with.
So your mother don't like you, and I don't think that's it, sir. I don't really think that the young people are committing suicide because they know their mother don't like them.
Oh, so they're committing suicide because they're in a very great living situation, and they're getting showered with love. they're just rebelling against.
There's some people who
life.
get showered with love who commit suicide, sir. I mean, that would be crazy to think that everybody who commits suicide, there's something else going, chemically imbalances that are going on that probably has nothing to do with their family dynamic. It could be a lot. It's kids who, there are kids at school who have very loving parents, and they're getting bullied, and they're getting treated. You know what I'm saying? And the parents are doing what they feel is right to intervene, but there's so much peer pressure on these kids to be perfect, to be cute, to be fly, to be this, to be that. I think that has more to do with it than what mama not doing. Y'all always trying to blame the black woman. Fuck, shut the fuck up. You done piss me off now. Because everything falls back on the black woman.
No.
No, so this is the thing, right?
Black
And
women
also-
love their kids. Otherwise, they wouldn't be dealing with you broke ass niggas who'd be leaving them with them by themselves. They love their kids. They absolutely, and they raise them, and they raise them the best that they can alone. So I don't know where you coming from with that twist. Because there's so many black women out here raising black men alone. You should talk about maybe they're upset that their motherfucking daddy ain't there, and they see how mommy's struggling, trying to put food on the table, trying to pay the bills, trying to take care of them, trying to love on them, trying to make sure that they're emotionally equipped to deal with women when they get in this world where they ain't like daddy. Maybe it's a lot on her. It's a lot on her to try to do that, to try to raise a man to be a man and still, I don't understand that. I don't get it. I swear to God, I don't get it. And I don't come from a dysfunctional family. I come from a 2-parent family, right? And I have brothers. I have 5 fucking brothers, and I'm the only girl. So I know. I spend a lot of time around men. And it's just incredible that you would round that corner and bring it back to it's because their mama don't love them.
So
That's crazy.
So like when you're in a proper environment, you're really getting love, right? As a child, you really can't be bullied in school. Like there's that makes like
I'm just go on mute and listen to you.
you can't be bullied in school. What I mean by I can't tell you how many young men that I've met in high school that are working jobs, that are basically being the man of the house when that really shouldn't be their call. They shouldn't have to work to bring food into a house. I don't care if they got a single mother, single father. I don't care what it is. When you are a young man, young black man, and you're in high school, you shouldn't be working. You should be planning out what it is you're going to do. What are the next steps you're going to take? You need to be studying, okay, well, I'm going to get...
So you think someone needs to wait till after high school to get their first job?
Studying this, studying that. Because what happens is...
Oh my gosh, yo. So you think someone should wait till they graduate high school to get their first job?
Absolutely.
That's crazy.
So there's no reason...
at 12 years old, bro.
Okay, that was your story.
In 12th grade, I went to night school and worked throughout the morning like a regular fucking adult did.
Okay, so, but that's not ideal, right? You wouldn't say that that's an ideal way of life, right? You wouldn't say that, right? So let me give you a prime example. Let me give you a prime example.
Go ahead, Dr. Phil.
Okay, in my union, right? In my union, all the young kids that have fathers, uncles in the union, they understand you don't have to get a job yet. At 18 years old, you'll come into this union at probably about 150,000 at that point.
What union you want to?
So I build elevators. I'm part of IUEC.
I know you, man. Yeah.
So what I'm trying to tell you is this: that is a very poor mentality. When you have to, and that's what our young black men are facing.
You know why? You know
they
why
are.
it's not? Hold on. You know why it's not, right? Because you have a lot of people that are young, right, coming out into the workforce right now, who have 0 soft skills. They might have the fucking degree, but they're brain dead. They can't even communicate with people. They have nothing. They like soft skills are lacking.
Yeah.
So to say, hold on. So to say that somebody should come out of high school
just go straight to college and never even have held a job? You have to eat shit. You have to eat. Oh, bro, can I fucking speak?
I never said college. You said college.
Whatever you want to say. But you gotta eat shit before you eat steak. So to me, as a young child growing up, you need to have some fucking responsibilities to have a job. I'm not saying that money that you have coming in is to pay bills, but that's how you start teaching your children how to budget their money. My daughter's got her first job at 14. She had a bank account. You know what I'm saying? So that makes no sense. And she did even finish her master's. So don't tell me that, because that happened, there's no love in the house. No, it's cold now, letting your kids be little fucking lazy fuck and sit at home on the couch.
No, what I'm saying is, that's not, bro, so I understand, like in our community that we have, we really have some harsh, we got a harsh way of living. We really do. But let me tell you, there's communities where those young men are not under that pressure. They don't have to go to that pressure. I mean, I'm working with a dude, man.
What pressure are you talking about, though? I didn't have
pressure of going out at 16 years old, having to work a job and help mom pay bills.
I was doing that at 12 because I wanted money, and I wanted to be independent. I have one of my brothers who didn't.
Because your family didn't have money.
It's my family.
That's why.
No. Family having money or not doesn't mean it's my money. You need to earn your own shit. So it's a different mentality that you and I probably had then.
So do you believe that you were raised from a position of survival, or you were raised from a position of power? All right, there's a difference.
Love and power.
All right. Well, if you believe that, bro, I'll be honest. Like I know that we are not being raised in certain ways.
Do you have children?
Absolutely.
Okay, so none of them work?
Well, they work now, but they didn't work in high school. Absolutely not. Why would you?
I'm assuming that doctors are always not right.
No. Fuck no. Fuck no.
My bad. They're elevator mechanics. I got it.
No, they're not in that union, but they're in another union.
Okay.
That, like, the whole thing is, I'm not gonna force anybody to do anything, but I'm not just to tell a kid. I'm not even gonna tell a kid to go to college and get a degree in something that he's really not or she's not passionate about.
That's a whole different topic.
That's a different topic.
That's a different topic.
Find something that you're passionate about.
That's a different topic, though, bro.
But you don't have to go to work.
But you know what? I agree with you on the part about working to. Okay, there's a difference between a child in high school in primary education who's going to work because they want to make a little change for themselves, they want to feel like they're independent, they want to do their little thing. I agree with. But having a child be under the type of pressure to, okay, I need you to go to work to help you you pay the utilities and stuff like that. I think that is, it can be harmful. But if they want to go and work and have, be their little selves, their person, that they want their little money, they want to be independent, they don't want to ask you for nothing, they got their little box under the bed, and like that. And the job is not something that's taking them away from their studies. Like they might go after school for a few hours, like a 4-hour job, maybe 2 or 3 times a week, and it's something like maybe at the library or at Frosty Freeze and shit like that. Because I used to work, you remember those lemon stands? I ain't gonna say too much. They used to be in the mall, and we had to make the lemonade. Like we wear the tight shorts, and we get up there and we make the lemonade. We press and make the lemonade fresh. I used to work there. I loved that fucking job. I loved it because I was giggling with my friends. It was all girls. You know what? This is only girls working at that lemonade place, right? We giggling and talking about boys and watching boys go by, watching grown men eyeballing you all fucking day, like, yeah, you wish, and all this kind of stuff. I loved my job. I could not wait to get to, to the job. But my parents made sure that school was first. You get all your shit? Yeah. Let me see your grades. Let me see this. Everything else that comes before that. I wasn't doing it to help my mother pay the fucking mortgage. And if she asked me But if there had ever been a need, and my mother said, well, you know what, I would have gladly, for all the things that she's done to sacrifice for me, I would have gladly given her the box underneath my bed for whatever reason. But yeah, I get you when you say that there's a young men should not be the man of a house. I would never tell my sons that they have to be the man of the house. And that's what other races do to our boys already. They cannot be children. They shoot them in the park when they're 12 years old because they look threatening. You know what I'm saying? The world is already doing that. I'm not going to do it in the house. I'm not going to do it in the home. They're going to be children. And people used to ride me. And even I used to talk about my kids all the time on this app. And then people would come in and talk about, you're too soft on your boys. They should be doing this and that. I want them to be children. Even at 18, they're still a child to me. They have nothing to do with what's going on in a grown person's world, but they need to start learning how to be self-sufficient, learning how to not, be dependent upon their parents. They should be learning that. They should not already be there doing stuff like that. That's way too much.
Even when I was working, like I said, started 12 years old. I didn't pay bills in my parents' house.
But that's what he's saying. He's talking about helping with the house bills and stuff.
So what I'm saying is, after ninth grade, my parents did not buy shit for me because I was independent enough to buy my
right,
food.
Of course,
yeah, you got your on my days. So, by the time I was in 12th grade, I was making the same amount of money that grown adults were making. Not saying that adults that had great jobs, but labor jobs. So it is what it is.
And you were making making as much as an adult was in high school?
Yeah, because I was working full time. I was going to night school.
You've been my boyfriend.
That's why I was getting college girls too. Bro, hey, but let me tell you though. I was messing with a chick.
You bring it home money like daddy.
I was messing with a chick when I was in 12th grade, right? But she was a senior in college. But she thought I was going to community college because I was working there today.
What? You were in high school and she was a senior in college?
Yep. She's a nurse practitioner now.
Mm-hmm.
She around here. She got her own clinic open.
I ain't mad. I'm not hating. I'm just
Don't declare
exactly. I'm just asking questions over here.
Lisa, why are you listening to the king's opinion on kids when they all gonna be replaced by AI?
Hey, King is everywhere. He's all over the place with this shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
If you think that a lot of us is not going to be replaced by AI, I mean, it's already happening, right? So, look.
Wait, before you job, what are you saying? What do you mean it's already happening? I don't think job. If you say AI is going to replace people, period, meaning they're going to kill off people. Right, give me an example.
So it's already happening. It's already happening.
King first.
All of the dudes who do the big renovations on homes and stuff like that.
They already killed them off.
They go up in these homes. They take their pictures of the homes. They have AI do all the renovations.
No, we missed you.
I got the jobs thing. No. I know about AI replacing jobs. We all know that. But you said AI is replacing people, period. Meaning they're killing off people, like literally killing people and replacing them with AI. That's what you said last.
Well, the government's gonna kill you with biochemical. The government's gonna do that part.
Right. So is it because that's gonna happen? Should kids even waste their time going to college and they just enjoy the little life they have left?
No.
Because you're gonna get universal income.
What I said is this. I just don't think that kids should be worried about work when you're in school. That to me is not a. You shouldn't be going to high school, then going to work and talking about I gotta help mama with the light bill.
No, but you know what I'm saying though? Like, if they're gonna die and be replaced by AI, should they even be worried about anything?
Well,
YOLO.
Well, I really don't know. You know what I mean? I really don't know. I know I'm okay. I know that I know what's going on. I don't know. I don't think a lot of people are prepared for the new world that we're about to actually walk into. So hey, when we get there, we're gonna cross that bridge. But I'm just saying, as far as I'm concerned, I don't think kids should be, working to pay bills in the household. I just don't see that.
Hey, should people stop having kids, in your opinion, at this point?
Well, some people, I mean, if we're honest, I mean, there's a part of me that believes that probably some people shouldn't have kids, but then at the same time, like God is the best knower. So how would we know what these two crazy human beings could absolutely create a genius?
Well, no, but the reason I asked that is because I think last time you said it's only going to be, so out of what is it, 7 billion people or 8 billion people on the planet, you said they're only going to keep about 1 billion.
No, not 1 billion, about 4. So the number of our population will increase over 10 billion. But once it gets to about 10 billion,
then they're going to kill about 6 billion.
It'll go down to about 4. Yeah.
Whoa, how are we gonna kill off that many people?
Yeah, so why you gonna have kids when they can be part of that 6 billion that's killing off?
So in America, they're killing you already. Just watch these documentaries. Watch Forks Over Knives. Well, just watch the document. They're killing you already. They're killing you when you go eat. They're killing you dead already.
You know what's fucking
They're killing you.
Listen to what he's saying. Look at what they put in McDonald's food. What's in your cereal? What's in your drinks?
Why are you on McDonald's though?
I'm not saying
Not us, but I'm saying a lot of people are. There are a lot of people that eat like over 2 billion served or whatever. A lot of people eat that crap.
But Michael, here's my pushback. All right, go ahead.
Some of the things he's saying, I agree with to a certain extent. But he kind of like stretches it to a whole other fucking level. That's what makes you come on kind of like on some bullshit kick.
Yeah, but Mike, the thing is, what's the life expectancy?
I mean, hey,
I'm still 76 years old.
Yeah, but life expectancy is reducing though.
Yeah, it is reducing, but you know what I mean? Like, but my thing is when you eat foods like, McDonald's, yeah, it does kill you earlier. But it's not to the point where it's killing off 6 billion.
Oh, yeah.
6 billion people.
Yeah, I'm not with his Thanos thing, but I do think that they're trying to play with stuff. I do think that the government does play with stuff. Even like the fact that like nuclear families and this thing where they don't want, like they're trying to, it's almost like they're trying to stop population, like people, it's a whole thing. But I don't have like water in here for my backup, so I ain't gonna go too far with that. But I just say some of the stuff that King Prince is talking about, it does make sense to me.
And just okay, for instance, going to the big beautiful bill. In so many words, the government just said, "Fuck elderly." They're gonna die off. Like they just murdered them. Like I'm talking about they just murdered them right in the Senate in the House. Like right in your face. So
Are you a Trump supporter though?
Yeah, absolutely.
So like you really making these comments and you voted for the motherfucker?
Well, this is the thing. You have to understand. You have to understand. Most people that really voted for Trump, they didn't really vote for Trump. They voted against the Democratic establishment.
That's not true.
That's what
Trump. You can get out of here with that mind fucking. You voted for Trump. You didn't vote against the Democratic establishment. That's not how that works.
Now let him finish though, because I'm about to go against that point. But go ahead, because I disagree with what you said.
Do I? So ultimately, do I like Trump? Yeah, I do. I don't think he's a programmable individual. I don't think that he's an individual that you can sit and make him go on script. I think that he's a person that he's such he's such apex mindset that he will go against the current just to do it, just to be the one who went against them, and that alone, to me, it means a lot because what it means is he will not be controlled. And the fact that
even if he kills off the elderly, as long as
even if he kills, well, they were gonna die anyway.
Can I ask you something? Can I ask you something real quick? Can I ask you a question? So how does he have an apex mindset? I'm trying to figure that part out. Because I feel like just because you talk out your ass and like just say any old thing doesn't mean you have an apex mindset. You could possibly just be talking out his ass. But I want to know what you think is an apex mindset.
His apex mindset was demonstrated when he launched bombs without any approval. He showed you, motherfucker, I will do it. And I don't care.
Bro, just let you know, he doesn't need him. Just let you know, that doesn't make him an apex, bro. As a president, you're basically the chief of command, so you don't need approval. So he was allowed to do that, technically. So that's not an apex mindset. That's actually just a law. Where
Why would this thing shit as well? Like, I don't understand what you're saying, bro.
so I don't understand how that's an apex mindset, bro.
Obama had an apex mindset too.
Oh, okay.
So I'm trying to figure out how Trump has an apex mindset. You just said, you mentioned bombs. It's not an apex mindset. That's just a law.
No, he is. If you think that Trump doesn't think that he's better than, doesn't think that he has the ability to destroy people, if you think that he doesn't feel that way, you crazy, bro.
No, he does. But you do realize you can have an apex mindset and still be like stupid, right? Just because you have an apex mindset don't mean you're smart and know what you're doing, bro. So I'm trying to figure out, like, why do you think?
I never said you think. I never said.
So why you? So you don't. So my question is, if that's the case, then why do you think he was a good choice? You said you don't think he's smart.
I already said he can't be controlled.
So you voted for somebody.
He will
Now
not
I'm asking you a
follow
question.
script.
So I'm asking you a question. So you voted for him because you think that he's not smart and he can't be controlled. That's why you voted.
I didn't say I thought he was not smart. He's obviously smart. He became a billionaire.
You just told me you don't think he's smart.
I said that dude, you're mixing words. So listen, this is the thing. All because you reach a certain place, you don't have to be the smartest person to reach a certain place. You're not smart when you realize, for instance, in a world of football, you're not smart when you understand, I'm just going to go get the best head coach. And I'm going to have him get the best offensive coach, defensive coach, and I should be good. It doesn't really take a smart person to do that, right? And I think that that's what Trump understands. He understands how to put certain people in the right place and make them work. And I'm pretty certain, I'm pretty certain he's mastered there in his field. Like, this dude was convicted of felonies, and he beat the Democrats and the establishment in their own game, and he kicked their ass while he did it. And it's so bad that if his policy, if his big beautiful bill produces the numbers that they think it might produce,
It did the opposite.
the Democratic Party is dead. They're dead. If America flourishes in these next few years, the next election cycle, the Democratic Party is dead. They need to sabotage him soon. Because if they don't sabotage him soon, their party could be eliminated.
I got a question. What good? Like, I don't think. Do you think the economy is looking good right now based off of politics? I know people losing jobs right now. Like, the trucking industry is cooked. You can't. I don't know if you know much about the trucking industry, but it's cooked. There's people that work for colleges where the jobs are under grants. They're cooked. So it's like, I don't like. Where do you see the progress in this bill, in this series of bills? Because there's obviously there's multiple bills in this big beautiful bill. So where do you see progress being made? Like what policies do you see progress being made?
I said if everything remains.
No, I know. You're saying
I can't go well. Well, I think what you really have to realize is his big market point is going to be his trade. If he can secure better trade deals for America, and if he can continuously ruffle the feathers of these other countries and make people realize that, well, hey, the only way you're going to get a fair shake is you're probably going to have to come back to the U.S. If he continues that and continues the mindset of, we're America, we're the top, if you don't play the way that we want you to play, I'll take my ball home and we won't play. I think it's going to render some results.
Bro, that has nothing to do with the big beautiful. I'm not gonna lie, I'm sorry to cut you up, but what you're saying right now has absolutely nothing to do with the big beautiful bill. With the big beautiful bill, there is a series of policies and bills that are being passed that are affecting people's jobs, income, for example, like the disabled. That has nothing to do with these tariffs. We're gonna talk about the big beautiful bill. That's something that you mentioned. How do you see our country progressing with that bill? Forget the tariffs, because that's something completely different. How do you see this country progressing based off the big beautiful bill?
Every bill you have to wait. You can't do that. You can't just think it's gonna work. You have to wait. You have to see. They gotta iron it out. We have to figure out what's really gonna come up. I just can't go off half-cocked. Oh, well, this gonna happen. This gonna happen.
Well, things are already happening, bro.
Oh, okay. To the people that he's gonna fire, right?
He's gonna fire.
To a lot of those government workers who he basically cut the funding and they gotta go home. Let me tell you something, bro. Anytime I've ever went to any government building and needed help or needed them to do something, they were never fucking good at their job anyway. So if you ask me, they should have fucking probably been fired in 1990, right? So it's long overdue. They sat on their fucking wallets and never did anything, and now he's fucking sending them home and everybody's crying. But what did they do? Tell them to come on TV and actually explain their job, what they did in their job. Trump fired their ass because he understands what I know.
You know what they did, but you know
So King Franklin fucking English. So you mean to tell me that the only people getting by the government and the bullshit Trump is the one being necessary?
Yeah, 99% of them.
You're a fucking idiot, bro.
Yo, dog.
99% of those government workers aren't.
Here's what you're misinformed.
You sound like a fucking hater.
Here's where you're misinformed, bro. People, it's not just government jobs, bro. It's people that work for colleges. I mean, when you say government jobs, what exactly are you referring to? That's another thing. Because you have people that are working for colleges that are doing what they're supposed to do. Like,
What are the colleges doing? What are they doing? They don't even know their job, bro.
The only person knows their job in the world is the king guy that knows that big fucking elevator. Gotcha.
Wait, off topic, hold on one second, I'm sorry. But here's my thing.
Trump know how to do his job. Trump don't even know how to draw the fucking
For real, if I can get stuck in the elevator, I'll look.
Hold on, here, one second. So here's the thing, right? You're saying government jobs, bro. You do realize that, like, these college jobs, for example, my girlfriend's an example. She just lost her job. She basically manages the supply chain class and helps the students figure out, okay, what class do I need? How do I find a job in this field? A, B, C, D, right? She lost her job because her job was funded under a grant, right? They had to make cuts. A few people got cut in her school, and then it goes on and goes on and on through different schools, right? Now, are we really going to call that a government job? And on top of that, look at it like this, right? If he's cutting grants, how are people that can't afford to go to college, how are they going to be able to go to school? Things like that. So it's more to it than just government jobs. Like, I get what you're saying. Some government jobs, like Doge, it just doesn't make sense, right? But then you have people that are actually a part of the working class that are losing their jobs. How does that help the economy? And this is not something we have to wait for. It's shit that's going on right now. So you're talking about if, but how is it if it's happening right now? People losing their jobs, that does not help the economy, bro. And guess what? When he's making these cuts, you know what he's doing? He's putting that money towards something else. Where do you think that money is going?
It's going where he wants it. It's going where
It's going where?
going wherever he wants.
How many
That doesn't even
aircraft?
make sense. No,
Wait
you
a minute,
can't tell me where
wait
it's
a
going.
second. Hold on. How many air traffic controllers do you think are sitting on their hands, not doing their fucking job?
April,
How many of them?
April, you told us 99%.
He don't even know the government. He don't even know the different parts of the government. He thinks it's all fucking representatives and senators.
So
All the people that make this shit go every goddamn day. Did you get your taxes back? Maybe you don't get taxes back. I don't know. Maybe you don't make enough money to even file. The people that make sure our food supply is safe, that our water, that our air is safe, that we're safe when we're flying, that we're safe on the ground, that we're, all these things that happen around this country on a daily basis that you don't even know about, that you think is okay. 99% of these people weren't doing shit. This is amazing. It's absolutely amazing. It's fucking unreal.
April, look at Philadelphia right now. With what, like a month of sanitation workers on strike? With shit piled up to the fucking blocks right now?
Ain't nobody doing shit but him, Haitian. Nobody doing shit but him.
Yeah, and Kate, next question. You said that, kids are coming out of high school getting union jobs at 18. What percentage of that would you say happens?
A great percentage.
Bullshit, bro. That's bullshit.
What happens is
That's bullshit.
you have a lot of communities. Our community, so in our community, we didn't push it.
You're talking to somebody who was doing as well. Keep going.
We don't, in our community, we didn't push, we pushed college. You know, I thank God. I thank God that I grew up. I thank God that I grew up.
But being someone who grew up in New York, a lot of people fall into unions.
And
So
it's
what's the other concept you talk about? You describe where you live, on your side of the country, so to say that we're not pushing unions to get our community is bullshit. You got the electricity union, you got the Ironman union, you got the sanitation unions. So it's endless. So you don't have this like bright fucking genius idea or something. Everybody's dumb and you're just like the smartest fucking person. And to say that they come out of high school to get a union job is bullshit unless it's a bullshit union. Because typically those jobs are fucking waiting lists. So keep bullshitting you.
It depends on the state that you're in too, Haitian. It depends on the state that you're in, where you are in that waiting list.
So that's
How many people they have available to even do them.
So that's not how. That's so in America. You basically have when it comes to elevators, right? It's one unit.
Why is he talking about fucking
One
elevators
unit.
for?
So this is what because I'm going to try to give you. It's one
I
unit.
needed you so bad. I was in Jamaica stuck in the elevator, bro. I needed you so bad. What were you?
Haitian, you so dumb. But no, federal workers are in every state. They're almost in every job there is. The reason that a lot of black Americans were upwardly mobile is because they became government workers. The salaries that they're paid, the things that they're guaranteed, the job security that they're guaranteed, and it ain't like you say, oh, they've been there so long they never get thrown out. You get performance reviews. People get performance reviews, and it affects whether you get promoted or not. People lie about this shit. It's amazing how the gullible public, the government, the Republicans always throw off on federal workers, and they are the biggest fat caddest government workers sitting around not doing a goddamn thing they're supposed to be doing. But you listen to them tell you what people who are really working are doing. That's wild to me. That's so wild to me.
He's in the union.
Hey, can I just say this real quick? So I know you said, when I asked you the question, I said, King, do you know where this money's going? So like I said, people are losing these jobs, doing these cuts, people are losing their jobs, right? I asked you, do you know where this money's going? You said where he wants it to go. That wasn't a clear answer. So just to let you know where that money is going, these people are losing their jobs just for more money to be put into the wall. Deportation, ICE. Is that really worth a lot of people losing their job over some? Is that really worth it? Is it really worth it? Would you rather the money be put into the economy flowing with people working or fucking ICE, bro? So that's the answer, because clearly you didn't know the answer. That's your answer, bro. That's where this money is going, from these government cuts.
So I think what you need to realize about me is, bro, I don't care. So I understand this. If I lost, no. What I'm saying is this. If I lost,
Let me finish, speaking.
if I lost my job,
You good? What's
right?
the How you doing?
If I lost my job,
Hey, how you doing?
I'm gonna go get another skill and get another job.
You need to get some knee pads, right?
Period, point
You
blank.
need to get some knee
I'm
pads.
going to go get another
You need to
skill
work on that throw.
and I'm going to go get another job.
But listen, you're okay. I understand because I'm gonna be honest with you. I care, but I'm the same way. Obviously, we're gonna try to get a new job if we lose our job. Everybody's gonna do that. But at the same time, that defeats. That literally goes against everything that you're saying, bro. Because you gotta look at it like this, right? If our job, if as a country, right, if we want our economy to grow and do better, and we want the better candidate that's gonna make that happen, the guy that you voted for goes against everything that you're saying right now. Because with what he's doing, it does the complete opposite. So yeah, he would get up and get a new job. He would try to get one. But at the end of the day, he's still hurting the economy, bro. We're still gonna be crying about things are too expensive and it's hard to find a job. So no matter what you do, at the end of the day, we're still getting fucked over, bro.
Yeah,
So it goes against everything that you're saying.
You have to understand that was the position that we're in. We're the little guy. We're supposed to get fucked, and we're going to get fucked. When throughout history has the little guy not got fucked?
So you vote for the person that's gonna. So wait. So you vote for the person that's gonna fuck you?
Bro, either one of them is going to fuck us. Don't kid.
That's not. It literally, bro. If you look at these policies,
if you think that the Democratic hogwash of a system was going to help us, you're crazy.
let's not look at it like a Democrat and Republican thing.
Let me tell you.
I'm gonna let you finish.
There ain't no time when a Democrat was in power that your ass was ever worried about getting jaked up off the street by somebody in a fucking mask that you didn't know if they was law enforcement or not. These people ain't out here grabbing on
Ma'am,
those criminals that Trump
I've
talks
never
about.
worried about ICE.
I'm glad you ain't worried about it, because other people are.
I've never worried about ICE.
That's
Well,
okay,
that's
cool.
their
Don't
problem.
worry about us. Don't worry.
That's
You don't worry about
that's their
nothing. You
problem.
voted for the right person. You voted for the right person because you don't give a fuck about shit.
So, okay, now, and moreover, right, look, I'm sorry, that,
Don't be sorry,
look,
because we ain't sorry that you voted for him.
Well,
I hope you
I'm
get
sorry.
everything coming to you that you voted for.
so let me
Tenfold.
give it
I hope it falls on your
let me
head
give it to
exactly
you
what
straight.
you voted for.
let me give it to you straight, right, so you
You
understand,
can give it to me sideways or
okay, so this is what it is, in America, right, what's happening is, the Spanish community didn't fall for the bait like the black community. They didn't get their money and throw it back into America. They got their money, they invested. They took drugs, they didn't destroy their communities. They started buying up more and more and more and more. They continued to flourish. They continued to flourish. So since the Hispanic community continued to flourish in America, the only way that they can dethrone them is through these policies. They have to destabilize the Spanish families. Anybody who doesn't see, if anybody who doesn't realize that this is what America's about to do, it's the same way they destabilize the black family. They have to do it by force. Hey, I understand the game, bro. I understand the game. So they understand that through ICE and immigration, they're going to destroy these families. They're going to lock people up. They won't be able to pay these mortgages. They're going to be able to recoup and retake over these laundromats.
Hold on. So the people that are being deported, you're saying the majority of them have businesses and it's not even deporting them?
Yo, bro, I was saying
What I'm saying is this.
This is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. You know what's wrong.
If you don't think that
So like Pablo has a legal, has a laundromat, and Jean Marie has a fucking Haitian restaurant.
They open a laundromat.
Yo, Kings, I got a question for you. Wait, Kings, I got just got one question.
Deborah, he's gonna get himself a laundromat.
So here's the situation, right? Here's what the problem is, bro. I think you're falling for a bait. I honestly think that the whole immigration thing, and don't get me wrong, like I do obviously think that there has to be certain rules for immigration because we can't just go to any other country. But I do think that immigration, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro, one of the least of our problems. I feel like it's a scapegoat for, and it's an excuse for us to put our money into bullshit. Because, like I said, here's the key thing, bro. We have a lot of job cuts right now, a lot of job funding cuts, right? People are losing their jobs, and that money is being put into immigration. Think about how stupid that is, bro. Think about how stupid that is. And that's why I asked you, where is this money going? Bro, Pablo and Jean-Baptiste are not running a lot of businesses, bro. I can't name, bro, my girlfriend is Haitian, bro. I'm from the city. I'm from, bro, I don't see so many immigrant families thriving, bro. That's not a thing. Like, that's not a common thing, bro. They're not doing this. I don't know where you're getting this from. I don't even think Trump would say that shit, bro.
Americans disapprove of this right now.
Yo, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro.
Disapprove of this shit that he's doing.
I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. I think if Donald Trump was sitting right in front of your face right now and heard you say that, he would have been like, yo, bro, these niggas is not thriving, bro. I don't know where you got that from. But I'm gonna let you finish, bro.
If you think that they're not like thriving, I think you're kidding.
Where are you from?
King, why you're being a hypocrite? Like I said, last time you were in here, you said the government was going to kill everyone else anyway. So now, why are we worried about them thriving? You can't, man. You gotta stay on your P's and Q's, man. You keep changing shit around. So
You just changed something.
No, last time you were here, you said the government was going to kill them all.
King, before you even say something, right? You know, like you say Democrats and this and saying, I'm not a Democrat either, so I'm independent. But then there's no one with a fucking two brains that function that can say the Republicans have people's fucking best interests in mind. So let's just look at one thing, right? You know, like they love to say they're the pro-patriotic fucking party, right? So the program VASP that was under the Biden administration that allowed veterans who had their VA loan that were going to fucking default on it, refinance to 2.5 interest rate. Guess who got rid of it as of May 1st? You want to take a guess? Okay, but you guess it. But they guess it. There you go. The same asshole that you voted for, and you come away trying to preach to us like you have a fucking sense.
And to speak on,
You're right.
to speak on, because I'm not Haitian, I'm Black American. My girl's Haitian, so I see how this shit goes, and I actually read how this shit works. So, with the Haitians, right? Specifically the Haitians that came under the Biden program. First of all, I don't want to hear shit about the thriving, because and somebody said they all have homes. That's not true. In fact, specifically the Haitians, when they come here under the Biden program, the rule is they have to have somebody who lives with America already. So they don't own shit. They don't own shit. They don't get any government assistance. In fact, I've actually been around a lot. They don't even file taxes. So think about it. They're working legally in America, right? They're working legally in America. They're paying taxes. Money is coming out of their checks, and they're not getting any returns. So where do you think that money is going? Back to Uncle Sam. So I'm trying to figure out, how are they thriving? We're starting off with the Haitians. How are they thriving? Haitian immigrants.
When I said that people were thriving, I was talking about
I'm dead. How can they even get dogs now?
I said strategy.
You did say that. I'll give you that. So tell me how they're thriving, because they're not, bro. They're not fucking thriving, bro.
King is incorrect, but immigration population, as far as businesses go, they are having upward mobility, but I think he's overstretched.
No, like this. I know more Spanish people, right?
You know what?
I know more Spanish people. So every city I go to, right, where we hit the ground and we're ready to do the job, right? Even in Utah, I hit that city and we built after tower. When we started doing that, you want to know what demographic in that building had the highest population of workers? Spanish. I don't know the cleaning construction side. I don't care where it's at. I don't care if it's Miami, New York. You're going to
Some
see
tells me he got laid
Spanish
off,
people.
and the only people working are the people he don't like.
can finish, bro.
Only thing I'm saying is this. They run every construction site. Framing, drywalling, painting, they got that shit. Laborers, the women that clean up the construction, they got it sewed up, bro. All
So
of that.
that's not.
And if you think,
That's
and
not
if
an
you
American
think that
company.
these companies,
That's not an
if you
American
think,
company hiring them. Hold on, that's not an American company hiring them though.
no.
Alright, let me tell you, King.
Hold on. So you mean to tell me that illegal immigrants coming here, they get in the fucking contract, right? That's what you're saying?
Yo, this guy's crazy.
King.
No, what I'm saying is this.
Let him speak.
What I'm saying is this.
So are you saying that illegal immigrants are coming here getting contracts?
Spanish people band
Answer my
together.
question, bro. Answer my question.
Spanish
I don't care
people
if it's
band
not.
together.
Answer my question.
And you will see
Answer my
Spanish
question, bro.
people working for Spanish people.
Alright. I gotta tell you something, bro. You're talking to the right person. So, I'm a social media and marketing manager for a roofing and solar company. Alright? First of all, that shit with them thriving with these roofs and working in construction is bullshit, bro.
Yeah.
The person that's setting up the contract, and the person that's generating the lead is making the real money. The people that are building the roofs and installing the solar panels and the construction, bro, they're not making shit. They're literally, if you look at, bro, with the solar panel installation, I kid you not, you can make $30K right now. How much do you think that those Spanish people are getting to build that shit, bro? And I know how much, because I'm the one filming. I'm the one filming them. I'm the one that helps generate the lead through social media. They're not making shit. They don't own these companies. These roofing construction, they're not working for a Mexican guy, bro. They're working for an American. The American just knows. Listen, here, I'm gonna tell you what it is. I know because I've heard my client tell me this straight up. They work for dog shit, bro. They work for dog shit. So to say that they're thriving, and you see a lot of them, the reason why you see a lot of them is because they work for cheap. They work for cheap. They work for nothing. Bro, this is common sense.
Yeah.
I don't know where you are.
And
The
also-
solar companies have laid off people and stopped contracts because their money's been cut
Because the big beautiful bill. This was exactly.
So they're losing shit right and left. So if anybody's left doing any work, it's like he says, the people who will take the least amount of pay. And it ain't no white guy who has his own LLC company.
Really?
Hold on. Even him saying that you see these companies in Spanish, own these companies. So, yeah, if that person is illegal citizen, that's fine. What the fuck's the problem? Not only that, sometimes you might see a minority have a contract, and that contract is a subcontract from a larger company. So, what the fuck are you really talking about, man?
Yeah, he probably don't know about subcontracts. Going too deep.
King, do you really think that these Spanish people are working for other Spanish people with these contracts? That's the part that mind boggles. I've never seen that.
I just installed some elevators and what was that, an autonomous hotel. That job was ran by Raphael Construction, I believe. And I believe Raphael is a Mexican.
Is he an illegal immigrant?
Was he a U.S. citizen?
No.
Oh, he can't be a U.S. citizen with Raphael.
There's no way.
Is he Mexican or not?
No, but he's still a citizen. But he's a citizen, bro.
Is he born here or not? You can't even answer the question if he's born here or not.
Just answer. Hold on. Just answer the question. Is Raphael an American citizen or an illegal immigrant?
What would it matter, bro?
It doesn't matter.
With ground American citizens. See, so you gotta get shit around here.
Yo, hold on a second. Yo, just by saying that, you just told on yourself, bro. Like, just answer the question. Is he an illegal immigrant?
I told you that Spanish people work for Spanish people, bro.
Okay.
But you're saying, no.
Hold on, you just said the Spanish person just hired you, bro.
Hold on, let
You
me just
said he hired you to bring in the thing, bro.
Let me say this.
Do you think he's trying to tell us he's illegal?
So listen.
Hold on. Let me remind you what you said. You said that these immigrants are thriving, bro. You said the immigrants.
They are
That's the
thriving.
difference. You said that they're thriving.
They
We're
are
talking about
thriving.
So you think that all these
Which
people
one
are
of
these
them took your
construction
job,
sites
King? Which one
are
took your job?
do you think that they're all legal? Do you think they're all legal?
No, you're talking. You know, bro. You said that they're working.
And
Bro.
close the door on the way out. And wait, just ask him this. Wait, just ask him this. How much do those people at construction sites making? How much are they getting paid?
Oh, depends on what they do. I'm pretty sure.
Just give me a ballpark, because you said they're thriving. So what's that thriving rate of pay?
You know, a lot of times in the public, right? So you can actually go and look.
I would say they're making. I would say they're
go see the proper yellow.
Haitian, let him talk, because he would say he don't know what to tell you, but he's going to.
What's the number? Just say the number.
I'm pretty certain when it comes to like drywallers, your painters, the people who are doing your slabs. I'm pretty certain that all of them are making somewhere around $80,000 a year.
Yo, you're crazy as hell. I'm sorry, bro. Yo, bro, for roofing and solar installation, bro, in like a day, after like, I would say like 9-10 hours of work, and then it depends on how many installations
Wait,
you
but
get work from.
80,000 a year is thriving?
No, but listen, bro, don't even listen to that bullshit. Listen, I'm gonna tell you, and I'm not gonna lie, 80K a year is pretty fucking cool, but I'm gonna just, in America at least, if you're making 80K, you're doing better than the average American. But these niggas is making nowhere near 80K, bro. Bro, for one installation, solar or roofing, after a long day of work, they're probably getting like $200, and it depends on how many installations you have per month. It's not that many, bro. They have multiple gigs.
So
They're not making.
So Jason, what you're saying for a 10-hour day, they're getting paid $20 an hour. Is that what you think?
Yeah, but with 3 installations a month, they're probably making, bro, off of that alone, they're probably making like $800 a month and have to have another job. That's what it is, bro. So for you to say 80K, it's out of line. That's
I'm not talking about solar installs. I'm talking
Bro,
about
solar makes more than
professionals who
bro.
come in, and I'm talking about professionals who come in and do the drywall. Who do the framing.
Professionals. So illegals are not professionals now?
They are professionals. They're doing the work.
Like I'm
Yo, I honestly,
I can tell you right now, you talking about these people like they out here running businesses.
They're doing the work.
Exactly.
I guarantee
I got
guarantee
4
you
people in
better
Texas
people
that I
own more
know.
businesses
I
than
got
you think.
4 people in Texas that I know. And the people that come and do the work on their house are people who are off the books and ain't working for nobody.
They're
This
not.
is wild. And taking little pickup jobs where they can get them. It's crazy. This
bro,
is crazy.
I kid you not, I don't know what it's like where you at, but in New York and Jersey, bro, you could go to Home Depot right now and find like 3 Spanish people that will fix your bed and do your wall, bro. And they will do it for little to
It's
nothing.
been like that for the last 25 years.
Oh, there. So find out what they're charging. Find out what they're charging. But I can guarantee that
They're charging nothing. They're charging nothing. Pennies on the fucking dollar.
Do you know those people that are actually getting picked up at Home Depot? They come back complaining that like people are ripping them off because they didn't even get paid. There's a whole bro. You don't know what you're
He
talking
thinks they're thriving and they're going back.
You don't know what you
stand out in front of the Home Depot.
How do I don't know what I'm talking about? And I guarantee you that I'm at more construction sites. I'm at
Even the fucking day workers at Home Depot and a place like that, they get hired by regular fucking people. Some lady wants a fucking garden done for the day. She goes over there and drops it. So what are you talking about, bro?
so
They ain't
you
getting no
took it.
80K a
You
year.
took it to Home Depot. I told you about construction sites where they're building big buildings. All right. I don't go to no little job, bro. If I go to a job, it's a big job. And the majority of the people that I'm going
you really are. That's the
are
problem.
going to be Spanish.
I think you understand that job and
Okay, well, hey,
King,
I
it
can
doesn't matter how big the job is. These guys, these Spanish dudes are not making shit, bro.
Thank you.
Compared
yeah.
but the whole issue,
This is the problem. This is the problem. Those big ass trucks they're driving, it just.
Oh, not you mad for that truck? You mad at that? They got doing you shit?
No. Why would I be mad at their trucks, bro? I'm in the highest paid trade there is out. When I walk through a door of a construction site, I walk in swinging the biggest dick. Who do you like? I walk in with my hat on, and they're like, he's the guy. I'm the guy. So do you think that I think that they're like they know when I walk through the door, they don't make what I make. Like, stop, bro.
I think
I
King, I get.
Real quick. What is your title in the union as an elevator mechanic?
You just said. That's what your title is.
Elevator mechanic.
That's what you are.
I'm asking you, is that what the title is?
Yeah.
The official title.
Yes.
In your union.
Yes. Everybody's title is that. Yes, that's everybody's title.
Right, so the elevator mechanic is the biggest.
So you have the biggest stick swinging because you're elevator.
That sounds the same.
So listen, let me explain something to you. Any building that can occupy
You must have a whole fucking lot swinging in your own restaurants.
so any building that has over 2 stories can occupy over I think 30 people where you have to have an elevator. You are allowed, right, to get a temporary permit to occupy that building under the name of an elevator mechanic. He's going to sign off. One of these companies are going to sign off. In the world that we live in, right, any big building, basically an elevator mechanic can shut it down. He can deem it unsafe, pull the card, and the building has to shut the fuck down. It's open.
A food inspector can close a restaurant down. Does that mean they're fucking powerful?
Food inspector and the elevator mechanic are totally different.
No, I'm talking about what you just said as far.
Yeah, you said you think you have the biggest dick because you can shut a building.
You definitely have the biggest dick if you're the elevator mechanic or the heavy crane operator. You definitely have the biggest
Part of the
dick.
fattest pussy, I don't know, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Bro, it's not even close, bro. And the crazy part is, anybody you talk to would tell you that.
Yeah, okay.
They would never,
I do believe that elevator mechanics. I'm not denying that part, by the way. I do believe that, that because it makes sense. But that's not my problem. My problem is the fact that you're making it seem like these illegal immigrants are working for some big time illegal immigrants, and these illegal immigrants are just all. That was my only issue.
no, what I'm saying is this, bro. Mexicans put their money together more than you think, bro. And they're not struggling. They're not struggling like that. I've watched them for years, bro. I've seen them, bro. They eat together. They ride together. They'll pick each other up. Bro, they're not struggling like people are making it seem.
Bro, so 10 people in a 2-apartment bedroom, in a 2-bedroom apartment is not struggling. 10 people in a 2-apartment bedroom is not struggling.
That's not struggling, bro. That's a big struggle. That's a big fail, bro.
Yo, you know what's funny? So Haitians, I'm not gonna say all Haitians.
Yeah. It's very fucking simple. But my name, since you have your hat on for your local union, anyone can Google that union and see what they actually pay. So it's very fucking dumb of you to come on there with that, what you PTR having the hat on it. Now just Google the pay scale for your fucking local union. So don't act like you're some fucking millionaire, bro. But
You Google what we make. What local am I in?
bro, it's right on your fucking hat.
Shit. What does it say?
And I've been fucking on gummies and that's the your fucking hat.
What does it say? What does it say?
You're local union 18.
So what does local union 18 make? You tell me.
So okay, let's see. Let's go. Mechanic in charge. Hold on, let me get 18. This one is actually 135. Let me pull up 18. It's pulling the one next to me. So let me actually pull 18. Alright? And you mean to tell me you get out of high school is getting a fucking apprenticeship in the union right away, right? You're so full of shit, man. Like, let's have an honest conversation. You could have your opinion, your views. But to come in here and try to act like you fucking dumb, bro.
Bro, next
So
week I'll take a picture.
So wait. So mechanic in charge means they're in charge, right? They're making $64.50 an hour, which is good, cool. A journeyman is making $57.40 an hour, okay? An assistant mechanic after 4 years is making 80% of the apprentice. Wait. 45.92. I'm thinking.
Bro. Bro, you are reading something so old. What contract are you reading?
You not even speaking? So again, this is right here. This is all your fucking.
What year is that? 20? What are you reading? What? 2012?
When is your last contract?
Is that 20? You're reading from the 2012 contract?
When was your last contract?
That you have to be
last contract?
from a pretty old contract.
When was the last contract, bro? This is a simple question.
You tell me the contract you're reading. This should show you the date.
This information is as of May 25.
May 25 of what?
What?
May
What year?
2025, bro.
That's a fucking lie, bro. That's a fucking lie, bro. That's not. You're fucking spewing wrong information.
So when was your last union then? If I'm reading all the information correctly, in terms of the last contract you guys signed in the union.
Post that contract in the chat. No, just post that contract in the chat, bro. Can you just post that contract in the chat? Can you just please post that in the chat? Can you please just post it in the chat, bro? Can you please just post it in the chat?
I'm not.
Exactly.
Until you tell me what your fucking contract was, and anybody can look at your anybody.
Oh, you read a contract from like 2010, bro.
So I don't need to fucking say.
You read a contract from like 2012, 2010. Like,
When was
you
your last
said
contract?
50, you $56. Bro, that contract probably was from 2008, bro.
Okay. So again, I asked you a simple fucking question. When was the last contract you guys signed under your union? And what do you guys do for your next contract under arbitration? It's that fucking simple.
I mean, if you're looking at the page, it should tell you right there, bro.
No, but you're the source, right? You're the fucking tower.
I don't have to be the source if you're reading it, bro. You got it right in your
Yeah,
hand.
you're full of shit, bro. Yeah.
You got it right in your hand.
The guy with the biggest stick is stuck on his dick. That's the funny thing.
Basically, what you're saying is he can't ask somebody that lived through civil rights what segregation was like, just really the textbook. That's basically what you're saying. If you're the source, then, I mean, shit. But that's minus the point. As far as the immigrants and not struggling, I'm sorry, the Spaniards not struggling, 10 people in one room, gang, they're struggling. And I can even speak for my girls' family. They're immigrants from Haiti. And when they came, bro, they moved to some part, one of the worst parts of Jersey, most dangerous parts of Jersey. There was like 12 of them, I kid you not, 12 of them, one room, bro. One room. Now, of course, they're going to spend money together, share their money, spread it towards how they were struggling, bro. And if you don't think that's struggling, you said that's not struggling. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know where you be at. I know I'm from, that's struggling, bro. Just leave it at that.
You know, and it's sad the way that he thinks and stuff like that. I mean, it cannot be to have an attitude and saying that you don't care and then you care, whatever. People aren't trying to hear that. Here in Texas, we call that dumb bucket of truck bull crap. That's stupid. And at the end of the day, people are not making it, like that guy said. And you voted for a president that would rather see people not have summer meals, have budgets closed or shuttered, like Meals on Wheels came on TV talking about they were fearful of the cuts that Donald Trump is doing, right, at AARP, which fights for the rights for people to keep their benefits and stuff like that. They kind of have some quarterly meetings and other stuff, and even they talked about that in a meeting that I had went to, and so it's a big deal. People aren't thriving. People stood up and said that they are struggling. You know what I mean? Retirees, and they had a question and answer session, and I was just listening to some of the older people in there. Dude, it's not like what you're saying. You know what I mean? It's not, whether you're doing construction, whatever you talk about. People in America, they are hurting. And the prices that, was said, Donald Trump does not have us at low prices. Donald Trump has us in a crisis. Donald Trump has us in a war, has America in a war.
or could have us in these things. So he didn't start off with peace. And the promises that the Republicans were given that I looked into, sorry, y'all got sold a bill of goods, and some of you folks want your vote back. Not everybody, but there was a lot of folks online also wanting their vote back. I wonder why. Because their lives are also financially going to be affected, or be affected in other ways. So this is not good. Like April said, 73% of folks in America do not approve of this, and that's really bad. And I looked up some of that. Some of that stuff was uttered on Fox, which is generally a Republican station, sounding the alarm. Brother, I hope all this stuff blows up in your face. I think earlier y'all talked about what Donald Trump, the Epstein list and stuff like that. I hope all this stuff blows up in your face, and that Donald Trump gets impeached, if they take control of the House and Senate or whatever they need to take control of, and get him up out of here and stop everything that he's doing. And that's why I'm going to work as hard as I can, because people like you can get out here and put my feet to the pavement and make sure that people know, get out here and go vote and get this dude up out of office come the primaries. Because the stuff you're saying, dude, you cannot have this attitude on this app and sit here and have no soul. It's like, do you have family? Do you have a grandmother? Do you have people who are on programs or benefits or whatever you want to call it? If you do, you better sit back and understand. You better rethink the way you're talking. Because that ain't cool, brother. You know what I'm saying? I'm the kind of person, I don't know if I was sitting next to you, I don't know what I don't know what I'll do. I don't know if I can say that on here, but brother, it's not okay. And you better find the soul. You better understand that you need to go get that. And you need to find humanity within yourself and not treat people like that. The good book says, treat people how you would like to be treated. Doesn't cost you nothing but common sense. Doesn't cost you no money. Doesn't cost you much time. You need to treat people the way you would like to be treated. And right now, that has not been, uttered in here, that you care about people and things like that. I'm in a Republican. It's embarrassing, brother. You
know what though?
Yes.
Like it's cool. You have a good job. I'm happy for you. And I'm not even being sarcastic about that, right? Any brother doing well, I'm happy for you. But it's disgusting that the way you come off and thinking like you're someone special. You don't know what anybody else in this room is doing. But instead of you trying to be like proactive and give knowledge to the young.
I never said I'm special. I work. Let me tell you something. I'm willing to bet.
You literally said you literally said when you walk in the building, you're the one swinging the biggest dick.
Yeah, I'm swinging the biggest dick because of the position that I adhere to. But what you have to understand also is who's doing the hardest work in the building. Me. All right. I'm probably risking myself. I'm probably risking my body.
This don't even sound right, Haitian. I'm probably the hardest worker. I have the biggest dick. I can shut the shit down. What is going on right now?
So you're accepting what?
Anybody who is all the things he
You're
says,
working
never has to tell you that.
If you do the job that I do, if you do the job that I do, right? Okay, let me give you a prime example, right?
Okay.
Let me give you a prime example.
What are you risking? What are you risking?
Yeah. Go ahead, let me hear this.
So let me give you a prime example. You got what's called rails, right? Rails are what? Rails are, you know what? I'm not even doing hard. I'm not doing hard. I'm really a pussy.
No one question if you're doing hard work. But now you're taking it to your job is like a safety issue and you're risking your life every day. Who gives a fuck, bro? I just done playing for 20 fucking years. Like there's people doing crazy shit every day, bro. Who gives a fuck?
Well, I would like to jump out of a plane because honestly,
it's a lot easier, right? It doesn't fuck up your body.
Yeah, it's not gonna fuck my body.
Hey,
It's not
you
like.
want to do it for 20 years?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do it.
Go ahead.
I mean,
But
you gotta
he
think.
signed up
So
for it
listen,
yet.
I got
He ain't signed up.
an older brother. That's what he did. He was a paratrooper. I got an older brother. He was a
Oh, you got an
paratrooper.
older brother who's a paratrooper now.
All of his fucking kids are paratroopers. They did that shit.
Hey, this
They
man
run that
playing.
gambit.
He is on this
So
stage
at the end of
playing.
the day, bro,
Jamie,
if you think,
I know
I
you.
do not believe that they work harder than us. I don't. I think
This
they.
is
I think
wild.
they
This
do.
girl just don't work harder than the elevator man. He's playing. This man is playing at this time of night. He must be bored. Where's your woman at, King? Don't you have a woman you can take care of tonight?
You got AI. You wouldn't hear about that. You talking about people who start fucking AI.
They're gonna start fucking AI. What?
But no. It's funny you say that, right? Because having a 3 a.m. fucking jump, right? And you're on the plane from like 1 o'clock, and you pretty much fucking just flying until your number comes up to jump out. It's fun.
Well, I'm pretty certain that
He's
you got
pretty
rush
sure.
out of
He's
it.
pretty sure.
And,
Look at how
Don't forget the anytime
This man's
rub on your back while you
It was. I'm pretty
Don't
sure
forget
that
the weapon on your back jumping.
I can't
it was exhilarating. I mean, you had to have fun doing it.
Can I say one thing real quick?
You didn't want to do it. You didn't want to jump out the window with your shit.
Hey,
You didn't enjoy it.
so
You don't want to shut them buildings down, Mr. Elevator Man? You don't enjoy that?
Hey,
would you like to answer your question?
Swinging your dick and toss the elevator door.
Hey,
I
hey,
can't.
hey, King, look, King, here's the problem. I'm not gonna deny, cause I don't know how your job works. There's a good chance that you are putting your life on the line and this shit is hard. But the thing is, you gotta look at it like this, right? Yeah, you work hard in your job, but from what you're saying, your reward is pretty fucking high. These Spanish people that you're talking about, these illegal immigrants, bro, their job is hard as fuck too, but they ain't making shit. So and so that's the issue. That's the issue.
So
And you're making it seem like because you're not. This is how you sound. I'm just letting you know to other people. You're making it seem like they're not struggling, bro. Just because you're not struggling, doesn't mean that they're not struggling. Because you just told me you work hard, right?
So,
What
right,
makes
they
you think
come
that they
to
don't
the
work
country
hard too?
illegally, and they struggle over here while they're here illegally. What sense is what you're saying make? People make choices. There's consequences for your choices.
Can you repeat that again? I'm sorry.
I said, these people, they come to the country illegally, right? They don't follow our immigration laws.
No, that's not
They
accurate.
break. I'm sorry.
What's good? That's not accurate though, bro, because the people on TPS status did not come here illegally.
Okay, so I'm talking about the people that are here illegally.
Yeah, hold on.
That's what I'm talking
about. You were sleeping, right? So I don't think you were hearing what this dude was saying. This dude was basically saying that illegal immigrants are coming here making $80K a year and they're owning companies and money.
And they're working for each other.
Listen, Evan, let me say that one time. This brother literally said illegal immigrants are coming here making $80K a year and they're owning businesses and they're getting contracts over American companies.
And they're working for other illegal immigrants.
what I said
And he's
is
working for him too.
Spanish. What I said is Spanish people work for each other, bro. They work together.
But you said they're making $80K a year, dude. They do it.
They pull their resources together. They
I'm
pull their resources
I'm gonna fall back because I was sleeping.
But they pull their resources
You know,
together.
Andy, that was
If you don't think that these Hispanics are having ownership of these companies, you don't think criminal.
Why should they swing their dick so up fucking in the Hispanic ass, bro? Are you mad at Hispanic people that some pussy? Like, really, what the fuck is it, bro?
Dude, I don't know. I think you just
You not in California, you can't even back Hispanic shit?
you lost, bro. You just lost me. Like
I
I
don't
don't
know
know.
a long time ago. You lost yourself a long time ago, my nigga.
I don't even know where I don't know where you're going with this. All because of
I'm pretty straightforward.
these
I
people.
don't really sugarcoat. I don't say shit metaphors.
So,
I'm pretty fucking direct with you.
Bro, Spanish people, they put their money together.
Okay?
Are some of them illegal? Yeah, some of them are
Is
illegal.
there something?
But
Is there something wrong? Is there something wrong with putting your money together? Is there something wrong with putting money together?
I never
Nah,
said
he didn't say that. He didn't say that. He's just saying, that that's his reasoning for them thriving. But I honestly think they're putting their money together because they have no choice. So they're not thriving.
It sounds like a racial problem rather than a unique problem. It sounds like
It
sound like you cut
it's-
racist
it's-
Spanish.
exactly.
I ain't gonna lie.
Not all Hispanics live like this, but if we're gonna just talk about illegal, go ahead.
So what I'm saying is this: they're not having
You're not saying nothing. That's the problem.
the hard time that people are trying to make it seem like the Spanish are having. They're not, bro. Look, listen. They have all the laborers. They have the drywallers, the painters. Then even at lunchtime, you know what happens?
They got the dope houses now too, right?
Pulls
They got
up.
the dope houses too now, right?
That truck that pulls up, it has the women. It has the women. Yeah, the food truck that pulls up. Those Spanish women. They're getting the money from the food truck. They're feeding them. You know what I'm saying? Then when it comes time for the laborers to clean it up, those are usually Spanish women, and they come clean up.
They're not driving, bro.
So they have a entire
working together as a community, right? Especially if you're coming here from another country, sticking with that community to help each other uplift each other is now a fucking problem.
What did I say was a problem?
He didn't say it was. Now he didn't say it was a problem.
You're not speaking. Because what is the problem? You're going to keep focusing on that shit. So what is the problem there?
You think it's bothering you? You think that's bothering?
So clearly, you do have an issue because for like an hour now, you're speaking about the fucking Hispanic community.
You think that I have a problem?
You haven't spoken about any other nationality of immigrants who are here.
Well, those are the only immigrants that America's really.
That's not true. It's not true. Not true. They're complaining about the Asians, bro, and the Asians didn't do shit.
This is why you have more people over
No
there.
way you said that, bro.
So we ain't worried about them already.
They literally said Asians are eating cats and dogs, bro. So clearly they have a problem.
Listen, the number of Haitian immigrants versus the number of actual Spanish immigrants are two totally different things.
No, but you just said that they only have problems with the Spanish
And they only, like, that is the main focus.
Are you talking legal or illegal? Are you speaking legal or illegal?
The only problem that you can have with immigration is the illegal immigration.
No, shit. Hold on.
Yeah,
You said earlier you can't do an illegal or citizen. You had an issue with them owning the company.
You did say that, bro.
I said I had an issue with them owning. I never said I had an issue with them.
Nah, gang, I'm not gonna lie. I don't even think you remember what you said.
I said I have an issue with them owning the company. You guys are under
Not only did you say that, bro.
Why would I care about that?
Bro, not only did you say that, bro, you also said that they're paying other Spanish people, but also mentioned that they paid you for your jobs. We're all kind of sitting here from confused of what you're really complaining
I
about.
said that I have a problem with Spanish people, and I have a problem with them owning.
Then you did not care. When we said you was an issue.
You sound.
He did say he didn't care if it was illegal or not. He didn't care what they were.
So I don't need to fucking lie. That's one thing. I just say things how they are to me. And I give a fuck if someone likes it or doesn't like it. There's no reason for me to fucking lie. Now, if you're fucking retarded and you're saying shit and not remembering what you're saying, that's an issue for you. I can give you a good doctor that help you out there. Some neurofeedback helps out that shit.
Man,
so again,
you fucking saying, bro.
the context was you saying that the illegals are owning these companies, and we said that the illegals are not owning fucking companies. I said they
pool their money.
You said they're owning the companies too.
Then it was that well, they're citizens who own the companies. You said you didn't care if they were citizens or illegal.
You said that too.
I said it doesn't matter. I said it doesn't matter.
That's the same thing.
I didn't care. I said it doesn't matter if they're citizens or they're not. What would it matter? I said there's Spanish people that are owning the company.
It's the same.
Like you take words and twist it, and you don't know how to have it.
Sir, you use words that you don't want to say. Everything you said is, I think, or maybe this, and I feel like, and listen, you can keep going all night if you want to.
I'm not gonna lie, you just told me.
It ain't making no sense.
You just said you don't care if they're illegal or you said
I said it doesn't matter. I said what does it matter if they're what does it matter if the illegal guy owns it or non-illegal owns it?
Okay, let me answer your question.
What is the?
I'm gonna answer your question. Hold on, let me answer your question. Answer your question. You know why it matters? You know why it matters? Because if a legal Spanish person is owning it, it clearly sounds like you just have a problem with Spanish people owning it. I don't think you understand the word.
He just doesn't like. It just sounds like he just doesn't like Spanish people.
That's what it sounds like, bro.
You know what I'm saying? You gotta
It sounds
stop
like
it.
you hating,
So
bro.
I don't like Spanish people because I said they own a company.
Nigga, it's the words you use. You said, this is what you said. It doesn't matter if they're legal or illegal. If they are legal, then what's the fucking problem? It doesn't. Like,
I never
get what I'm
said it
saying?
was a problem.
Say
You
it.
the one said it's a problem.
No, I didn't say that.
Listen to this, right? You guys were arguing with me about them driving. And I said, yes, they're driving. They're owning businesses. And now you've turned that into me hating them. Bro, y'all are sick, bro. Y'all are sick. You guys were talking about
I know I'm not true.
Spanish people struggling. I said they're not struggling. They're on every construction site, and they have ownership in companies. That was my rebut.
I didn't say Spanish people are struggling. I said the immigrants are struggling.
I'm talking about Spanish, okay? And I don't see them struggling, right? They have family. They have great values. They have a great home fabric. They fucking work hard, and they do the work that everybody else does not want to. So they are striving.
JD, Pastor Deborah. Anybody here? I don't know how long I'm gonna let y'all keep this up.
Well, I'm about to take off because I see that obviously you guys don't really know how to have a conversation.
You've been here for 2 hours having a conversation.
I'm
Don't be
listening,
acting shy
unfortunately.
now. You wait, Lisa.
I said I'm listening, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, that's what it is.
All I'm saying is I know I don't sound.
He's gonna leave out now because we didn't let him talk for 2 hours.
I know, bro. All I'm saying is I know I don't sound crazy. The way he worded it, it sounds like he don't like Spanish people.
He did, he don't. He don't like them, it don't matter. To him, he said it didn't matter if they legal or
Talking about these
illegal. He don't
illegals.
care one way or another what they are. He just don't like them.
He said these illegals is making $80K a year. I've never heard
profiting
shit like
over
that.
top of him.
I never
He don't
said
like it.
illegals. I never said illegals.
I asked him, how much do you think these illegals, I asked him, how much do you think these illegal Spanish people are making? That are doing the drywall.
So where is the hate? Where's the hate in my tone when I say a person making
It's not hate in the tone, it's the words you're using. It don't gotta be tone.
So me saying that they make 80K, like,
No, that's not what we
You
had an
just
issue.
saying things. It don't matter.
That's just
You
dumb.
don't got no proof of them making 80K.
No.
what do you want to
Let's
And
ask
if they
this.
are,
Let's see a better number.
Why you
Let's see a
Let's
better
ask
number.
him this. Let's ask him this.
Not
Are you
found.
advocating?
mad about it.
Are you advocating for them, King? Or is that what you would do? Are you advocating for them? If you're not
You don't
advocating,
have to listen. You don't have to advocate for people that go out there and get it for themselves. They're okay. They're going to be okay. They work, right? They're not one of these demographics of people that are not working. This is the reason why they're getting the pressure that they're getting, because they work, they pull their money together, they buy shit, and they continuously invest in themselves.
So
but you
if
said
you're not, so hold on. So if you're not advocating for them, what you're not saying. You're not
I don't have to advocate for them.
I understand that. So are you saying you don't give a fuck? We're just trying to understand what your argument is. Are you just making statements just to make?
I don't have an argument.
No, it's hard. No, I'm gonna tell you I'm gonna tell you how this started. I'm gonna tell you how it started. The problem was he said that these immigrants, Spanish, they're not struggling. He said they're not struggling. That's what it is. That's how
They're not. They're not.
And that's where exactly. That's where disagreement happened.
I guarantee you, the life in America for Spanish is very much a better life, a higher quality of life than Black
I'm
Americans.
talking about the immigrants, bro.
Even the immigrants.
I'm not talking about every Spanish person.
So
Even the Spanish immigrants. Yes,
so
they're
10 people in one bedroom is 10 people in one bedroom is good is quality life to you.
So listen. Let me explain something to you, right? My grandmother had 12 children, right? Do you not know that all of those grandkids would pile up in her house on the weekend? All right? That still to this day was my funnest time.
You said on the weekend. These people live 10 people in one apartment, one bedroom apartment for the rest of the what?
So what? And it's not. And you act like they're struggling. They're not struggling, bro. Their kids are doing better in
well, we gotta study. Like, oh,
No,
I don't.
it has nothing to do with that, bro. They're smarter, they're better, they have better morals. It has nothing to do with it. They believe in family. Like, bro, it has nothing.
They're still struggling. They're still struggling. You think that they got? You think they got 10 people in the house and they say, "Oh, we just want to chill"? Like, no, bro. They're struggling.
Listen. I almost want to show you a house. But I'm not even going to go. But let me tell you something, bro. Spanish people will buy a house and continuously build on and build on.
We're talking about illegal immigrants, by the way. That's what I'm talking about.
Yes, bro. Yes, they own.
They're not struggling.
No, they're not struggling like you think, bro. Fuck no. They got more money than black people. They got more money than black people. I bet you that.
Where are you from? Because this might play a part.
Bro, it does not matter. You can go anywhere. And I guarantee you, they're doing better socially. They are doing better socially.
It does matter.
Because they are doing better socially. Bro, they are doing better socially than black people. I promise you that.
It doesn't matter. I'm not comparing. I'm just asking you, are they struggling? I'm not comparing.
No.
So this all comes down to where are you from?
Bro,
that
don't mean nothing.
It does. Okay, I'm gonna tell you why that. Because where I'm from and what I've seen it could be possibly completely different from what you've seen, bro. Where I'm from, I'm in the mecca of all that, bro. So it's like for you to tell me it don't matter. So you're in California. Because you could be somewhere where you don't see that, bro.
You're in California.
You're in California, bro. I'm in New York and Jersey, bro.
So, well, that's not the mecca of like immigration policy.
Oh, you're crazy. I see, bro. What? Have you been to Brooklyn, bro?
Nah. It ain't.
Bro, do you know how many these elite, bro?
They didn't start trying to build a wall to like get people to stop coming.
But I'm talking about housing, having 10 people in one house. Like that sounds like some New York shit, bro.
So I don't think it's a problem, right?
Have you seen it?
I think where the problem comes in is that Americans have been spoiled, right? And they believe in this, like, they believe that they all deserve a house with big cars, and that's just not the case. You know what I'm saying? Everybody doesn't deserve that. And when it comes to quality of life, when you got a lot of people living in the same house and everybody's pitching in, it makes life easier for everyone. You think it makes it hard for them. It doesn't make it hard for them. They're having a much easier life. They're eating better. They're not struggling. If somebody loses a job, they're still going to have a place to stay. They don't have those problems. In our community, you don't have the togetherness like that. On family alone, they're rich.
They're together because they're broke.
They're not because they're broke, family. They're together because they believe in family, bro.
Bro, no. They're together because they have to do that to pay the bills. I guarantee you, once that money come in, bro, I witnessed this shit, bro.
He obviously hasn't lived around or even been in close proximity or had a conversation with any of these illegals about how. Bro, most of them illegals that live together like that, they damn near hate each other. They hate each other. There's no family conglomerate that you're talking about where they're kumbaya. No, bro.
I don't know.
There's uncles that hate each other that want to keep. If you weren't little Nina's fucking father, you would be dead right now. So you don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what movies you've been watching, bro. With these this culture, we all stick together in this one house. Bro, I don't know. That's why I asked you where you're from, bro. Cause why do you think this is gonna sound fucked up, but why do you think they complain about the crime rate with these immigrants, bro? They complain. I'm not speaking for me. I'm talking about what they complain about. It's because they're struggling, bro. They're struggling. They have to find ways to survive. You might have to rob somebody. So that's why I asked you where you from, bro. It's not kumbaya the way you think it is, bro. It's because they have to. Because I guarantee you tell the immigrants, hey, look, you're going to get paid that $80K a year that King was talking about. They ain't living 10 deep in one house. They get the fuck on and move out, bro. You're not going to kumbaya, bro. I'm gonna just leave it at that, bro. I don't know, man. It's just mind-boggling.
Well, I envy him. I think that as communities, the only community that I see that that has that type of togetherness is like Eritreans. Uh, but well, and Nigerians too. But when it comes down to it, immigrants are all about family, and that alone, bro, is
I think the
Is it
truest
better?
statement you made this whole 2 hours is that you envy them. That's it.
Okay. I don't think you. How do I say this? I think that you. I don't want to say you envy them. I think you probably you don't like them and you don't even realize it because the words that you use is kind of like.
I don't like. That's what you think.
Yeah, the reason why I say this is the statement that
You don't know the half, bro. You really don't know the half. You don't know the half. But believe me, I respect people, right? And how could you not respect the plight of Spanish Americans or Spanish people in America? Like how could you look at what they go through, what they do, right? And how they hold it down. And they stay down, right? How could you hate them? How could anybody hate them?
I think it's the words that you use that make it come like because I see. I don't want to say I see what
You
you're
don't see, you feel.
No.
And it's bad when people make decisions off of what they feel because your feelings could be totally incorrect. Like
But the problem is the words that you use because when you said it doesn't matter if they're legal or illegal.
Yeah, when
It's
you're
kinda like
talking
now
about
you just-
ownership, right? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the owner of the building is an American Spanish person, and then he has illegals working for him. That doesn't matter. It's still Spanish ownership, and the way the Spanish work, bro, don't get it fucked up. Everything's controlled from Mexico. All right, everything. So all because you were born over here and you're a Mexican American and you went through the system and you did everything the right way, all right, you still have a responsibility to back home. And this is the reason why they're so tight knit. This is the reason why they don't disrespect each other. They don't dog each other out. They don't do all this like shit that you see other people do, bro. So I have to make it seem like I got a problem with them. I love them. I think black people need to fucking take a fucking sheet out of their book.
Well, I understand where you're coming from on that point, but hey, man.
The stuff that people, stuff that, some folks are saying, it just doesn't work. And folks keep asking the one gentleman where he was from, and folks continue to get crickets because you're not really living in reality and talking about elevators and all this other kind of stuff. It's so stupid when you have people out here wondering what they're going to eat, or how they're going to eat or whatever, or pay their bills. And, and so we have a president that could care less. I mean, yeah, he flew down here to Texas and all that stuff. And, like somebody said, that's just for show. He honestly doesn't care either. All he cares about is the votes he can get. And that's even here. That's why they trying to work together to gerrymander or everything, or whatever you want to call that, to redraw maps and all that. Republicans can care less if they can continue to cheat their way through stuff or do illegal things, and people may not notice. No, people notice nowadays, and they're speaking out about it. And they, quite frankly, a lot of folks, public, don't like it, and they don't like the way this is headed. And you're levying tariffs and all that on Canada and other folks that are our allies. It's concerning, man. We are in a jumble of a mess with the president that we have. It's just unbecoming, and it's just really embarrassing.
So you have to become proactive, right?
Yeah.
There's always winners and losers, right? There's bills that have been passed. Inside those bills, there's language and terminology that will help you. It's up to you and your demographic of people to figure out where those funds are going to be allocated, and then you need to go after it, and you need to go after the programs and the businesses. That's the way. That's the way you set yourself up to thrive in this economy. And I can guarantee you right now, you could just look at the opportunity zones. That is going to be like if black people really want to get a foot up, get some people together, band together, go look at those opportunity zone initiatives, and figure out who the government is going to really provide the assistance to, which will most likely be their veterans, expanded like HUD and Section 8. That's an avenue that you will be able to get rich. Because if you map up your business plan the right way, you go to the SBA, and you say, hey, I'm trying to do these housing to house veterans, and I want to get funding for this in an opportunity zone. I can guarantee you that loan, 9 times out of 10, is going to be 100% guaranteed. But you have to do the legwork and the footwork to get there. Every election cycle, there's paperwork that's put out, and in that paperwork, it's a blueprint to get rich and make money. You just got to figure out where that niche is at.
You know what the
But
problem
not
is?
everybody can do that.
I
That's
was
not
about to say
fair.
that. Exactly. Not everybody.
fair.
So they know. The problem is with that. They know that everybody's not going to do that. And realistically, if everybody was to be rich, then shit will be fucked up. There will be no rich, right? That's why you have to invest in the middle class, because you know that there's always gonna be a fucking middle class. So you invest in the middle class to keep everything stabilized, and that's the prime difference between Democrat and Republican. Is the Democrats are more likely to invest in the middle class. So what do? You set up policies that help the middle class thrive. With these policies that he's passing, with this big beautiful bill that he's passing, bro, I'm not gonna lie, bro, this shit is damn near eliminated the middle class, bro. That's what Project 2025 is. So everything you're saying right now goes against the shit that he's passing, bro. Because who's gonna thrive off of the shit that you're talking about? The people that are already rich, the people that already have their own businesses, not the people that don't have shit. So what do you have to say about that?
So listen, so for years, right, in America, right, we've had systems in place where we could have got rich, all right? We had Section 8. We had government housing, right? There's a homeowner in your family, right? There's somebody in your family that's on Section 8. You mean to tell me when the homeowner bought the one home, they couldn't go back and like HELOC out of that home into another home, and then Section 8 that home out to a family member, and then like just rinse and repeat that same cycle with all the black people that were on these government assistance programs? Why couldn't we get rich out of this vehicle?
In the history of humanity,
I watched other demographics of people get rich, all right, off of these programs. We have not, as black people, we have not taken advantage of the programs and used them to our benefit. We've used them to our demise. So since we've used them to our demise, we can't be mad that the bite of the apple is gone. But there's another apple they just presented, and we got to find out where to bite it. That's just all it is.
Not everybody can take a bite out of this apple. It's kind of like Adam and Eve. They bite the apple, but everybody can't do that. At the end of the day, brother, that ain't happening, and everybody is, not going to do those programs of whatever you're talking about. And yes, black folks did have great wealth in this country. They had Black Wall Street and other, things like that. And that's what, man.
So another quick lesson on
brother,
on,
that it was burnt,
so
brother. It was burned down to the ground.
A quick lesson on that, right? Correct. It was burnt down, but it was rebuilt. Okay, it was rebuilt. Right. Let me give you the full story. Yes, they burnt it down. Tulsa, Oklahoma was rebuilt. What destroyed Tulsa, Oklahoma was integration. Do the research. When they integrated those businesses, those black companies shut down. They had rebuilt that place. Integration killed that place.
But who benefited?
Just like integration killed
that. The ancestors and people who built that place, their families not getting reparations and things that happened to them. And even if the place was rebuilt, people's lives were torn apart. And that's the part.
You forfeit. Anytime you integrate into a system,
brother,
right?
You got to put humanity over money or whatever you think about right now. This is out of control. You got to rethink.
But hold on, Ashton. Why doesn't he talk about why they had to integrate?
Thank you. Come on.
They never had to integrate. Let me explain something to you.
They had to integrate.
There's only one race of people. Listen, there's only one race of people that have ever integrated.
Don't even think about saying what you're
and it was only black people. No other race has even integrated. When you go to Chinatown, are they integrated? When you go with the Spanish church, are they integrated?
Was Chinatown burned down?
Nobody integrated.
Was Chinatown burned down? Was Chinatown subjugated? It doesn't matter.
The only people that ever integrated was black. Nobody else did. Only black people integrated.
I think
only black
people,
by and large, go and spend their money with other communities. Only black.
I think, bro, if you're so fond of economics, bro, you need to go take some economic classes, bro, because you're not making enough sense. You're not. And I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, so what other group has integrated?
That's not the point. Did you even answer my question? You just said it doesn't even matter, right? So there's no point of asking because you answered it. It doesn't matter that they never burnt down to Chinatown, that they never burnt down a Spanish town. They never burnt down all of these places that didn't need to integrate.
Listen, bro.
Listen. No, you need to listen. You've been talking for a long time. You need to listen to everybody else that says.
They used to take Chinese people to jail for their haircuts.
Come on, and they used to beat niggas up in the street.
The tweet that the Chinese will wear in the back of their head, they used to take them to jail.
Hey, what do you think they did to black people? What do you think they did to black people? So what do you think they did to black people?
They did. It does not matter, bro. At the end of the day, bro, it's up to you to get back up and figure it out.
Bro, wait, if it doesn't matter, then why the fuck would you tell me about that Chinese shit? That's what I'm saying. I don't understand. I don't understand.
They got the fuck back up and figured it out.
Somebody getting locked up for having a type of hairstyle is completely fucking different from brick and mortars, investors, whole fucking entities, right? Equity being burnt to the ground. That is totally different, bro. A 2-year-old can see that, my guy. But obviously, you want to come up here and spew the park. I don't even know what you're fucking talking.
So listen, right? All right, okay. They burn it down. You integrate, and now you're mad that you're looking after all these years. You're like, oh, she still ain't got shit. So instead of you doing the math and saying, well, obviously the remedy of integration didn't work out for us, you want to blame it on like fucking reparations.
Bro, you're the one you're taking something. You're the one doing the blaming, bro. You're the one doing the blaming.
Reparations. Once you integrate into a system, you forfeit reparations.
Do you understand?
I integrate into your system, and I expect you to treat me however you want to treat me. That's what it did.
I'm gonna ask you a question. Do you think that these Chinese people that we're talking about, right? Do you think they were set up in a systematic slavery in America?
Bro, they were taken advantage of just like every immigrant.
Everybody was taken advantage of, but were they put in a systematic slavery where they didn't have that head start? I'm sorry. Where did they were they behind the line? Like, because this matters too. You also got to look at it like this. These Chinese people, bro, they were coming from their home country, right? And I'm not gonna say they had a head start. Obviously, they were behind compared to white people, but they had something coming from their own home. But us, bro, we were put into a system where it's like not everybody is gonna understand how this shit works. You can't just build the Black Wall Street all over again. You get what I'm saying? And when you have the systematic, no, okay. But what I'm saying is, you're saying, oh, so you're just gonna sit here and complain? No. My point is with that. Not everybody's gonna understand how this shit really works and how to rebuild a community when they're put in a systematic mindset, bro. It's not that you're blaming it on black. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, have you been in the hood before, bro?
So we put ourselves in that.
We didn't put ourselves in that. We didn't have that head start.
Yes, we did.
No, we didn't, bro.
We were brought here as slaves. For integration.
Dog, we was here. We were brought here as
slaves,
slaves, bro. You know how a slave mindset works? When you're put in that situation, we were brought here. We were brought here. Those Chinese people weren't.
But hold on.
That's a big difference. Go ahead.
Let me explain something to you. Bro, the slaves, the elders of the black community, right? The ones who had experience picking cotton and all that rough shit, they didn't want any parts of immigration. So don't blame that shit on them. They were against Martin Luther King.
What? Wait.
So they were against Martin Luther King and the Big Six. No. Let me reframe that. They were against Michael King and the Big Six.
Young drug sisters and brothers.
Slaves did not know Martin Luther King, buddy.
I said Michael King. His real name. Not the fake name.
Slaves were not here.
Yeah, his real name is Michael King. Okay? His father was in love with the Lutheran named Martin Luther. So that's who they modeled him after. Okay? And they changed his name around the age of 6 or something like that.
Yeah, what are we talking about, bro? I'm talking about slave. I'm talking about a slave mindset. Those Chinese. You ask, okay, why are we gonna sit here and blame? Bro, you gotta understand, like, we didn't have that as a black community. We didn't have that head start that these other cultures had in America. Where the Chinese people, okay, they're coming from their home country. They had something. They brought it here. You get what I'm saying? They weren't put in that systematic mindset. We were actually, that's why they burned down Black Wall Street and not Chinatown. Because we're the ones that are put in that systematic mindset, not them. I don't know if you understand where I'm coming from. But that answers your question. Oh, so are we just going to sit here and blame them? Keep doing the same thing, bro. That's what it is. It's slavery, bro. And all of this, everything we're talking about right now, stemmed down from slavery.
So basically you're saying that we don't know no better. Is that what you
I didn't say we. I'm saying you have to understand there's a good amount of people that just don't know because it's a systematic thing. That's why the hood is a thing, bro. That's why the hood is a thing. You think that niggas just woke up one day and said, okay, we can live in the hood. That's what we gonna do. No, bro. They were put there. They were put there.
So what I believe,
They were
right?
put there through red light, and he better understand something, bro. You guys listen. They were put there systematically and all of that other kind of stuff. You got folks sitting up here living in food deserts, medical deserts, and all kinds of other stuff. And that is not just by chance. You guys to understand that it's, again, not by chance that people live in deplorable conditions in the United States. It is absolutely unbelievable. Brother, I've traveled all over America and even outside of it. The stuff that he is saying, man, I wish I could just
Do you know what the
right now?
King, look at it like this. Do you know what the crack era was? Do you know what they? You know how that? You know what they did, right? Oliver North and them. They were literally putting crack, cocaine in the streets and putting guns, cocaine in our streets. So when you do that, and that's all you see is
If we have to
guns,
take it and sell it.
bro,
If we have to take it and sell it.
give me. There were people trying to survive. People were trying
But
to
then we
survive.
have to-
So listen, if you can't get a job, if you can't listen. I don't know if you grew up in these areas, bro. But when you take a lion, right? You go on, or matter of fact, if you go on a wolves den and tell them, listen, this is all I'm gonna give you to survive. They're gonna do whatever they can to make sure that they live, and it's fuck every other wolf. So it's a psychological thing, bro. If it's hard for you to get a job and you're living in poverty, you see that you can make money off of cocaine, you're gonna sell that because you gotta eat, you gotta feed your kids. It's a systematic thing. But if they knew that they were in this systematic poison, do you think they would really try to kill their own people? If they knew that?
They did.
But they didn't because they didn't know. They didn't know. Not everybody. You think of bro. Come on, bro.
Well,
You serious?
Those people that were dealing drugs, that seen these humans that were regular behaving adults,
But they didn't even know they were. But you realizing they didn't know they were hurting
to a
themselves too.
totally different person.
You don't realize that these people that are dealing drugs, they don't realize that they don't realize that they're hurting themselves too. That's the part that you don't
Now
understand.
you just taking all that kind of thing.
I'm not. You're talking about. Well, I know people that live this life. Bro, what are you talking about? Do you think that a drug dealer knows? Do you think that
You're going to be a drug dealer and you're going to act like you don't know?
Do you think the drug dealer in the crack era in the 1980s knew that he was really hurting himself too? For the most part, overall, they thought he was balling and living life.
Yeah.
How do you think you ball? How do you think you're balling and living?
Have you ever watched Snowfall? Have you ever watched Snowfall?
Coca-Cola, how Coca-Cola bought, they were able to use cocaine in their drinks dating back to the time of their conception. So a lot of this stuff was brought in, this is what my folks, people who are older than me, believe that even private companies, maybe, yes, the government, but I believe, I believe that private companies also had something to do maybe with the addiction to cocaine and all that other kind of stuff. You can either look at it whatever way you want to look at it, but I'm just going to tell you what older people think, and that's what they think. They think that our community was absolutely decimated because of that era, because of the crack era and others that affected our lives. And if you're not trying to understand that and how those drugs got into Miami and ports and other places, you need to wake up. Because Americans and other drug. Sorry.
They weren't putting cocaine and all these drugs in white neighborhoods.
That's right.
So listen, they put them in the hands of black people, and then black people put them in the neighborhoods.
Because black people did not put them in the neighborhoods. They were put it in the neighborhoods, and then black people moved it around.
Could we have thrown it away?
It's systematic thing, no. Because if I told you right now, you got to.
Could we have stand up? So we couldn't even have stand up.
You're like this. It sounds like a manipulation type of like. I don't think you understand how this shit.
Well, I'm not manipulating you, bro. I'm just saying I think that there's.
Well, okay. Matter of fact, let me answer your question. I'll answer your question.
Like even with a gun to my head, right? I still have a choice.
No, listen. I'm gonna answer your question. If you ask me, somebody that I'm not struggling, I don't have to struggle right now. I'm not gonna do it. But if you ask somebody that's starving, that can't pay for nothing, that's on the brink of death every day, that's trying to figure out how they're gonna feed their family, you ask them, if you say, hey, this is how you gonna survive if you move this shit, what you gonna do? What you think they're gonna do? You sound like somebody that can't look at things from another point of view. Because guess what? If you did this shit, put it in white neighborhoods, bro, and the white people were struggling, I bet you they'll do the same shit that our community did. And that's just a fact. That's just a fact. So you're saying everybody has a choice, but you haven't. It seems like you've never experienced anything based on what you're talking about right now.
I don't want to give anybody that type of power.
Dude, what do you mean power? This is one of the most addictive drugs on the planet. It's one of the most addictive drugs of its time, anyway. Today's stuff, yeah. But at the end of the day, brother,
I've
you're
seen
not.
people
You're
take it
under
and
a
become
rock.
millionaires.
You're under
I've
a
seen
rock.
people
You're not.
take it and become millionaires.
Brother, what does the good book say about responsibility? I don't know if you read that, but whatever the case may be, you better find something constructive to do, because the way you're talking is not very constructive. It is not uplifting. It is not helpful. You guys to find some gumption within yourself to find a helpful attitude in this situation. And the attitude should look like this. Those people's lives were affected by drugs that were put in their community, whether it be private folks, whether it be the government, whatever. You can't just sit here and say, oh, well, they should have thrown it in the trash, or, oh my gosh, they should have took it down the street. That's not happening, brother. They're not going to throw it in the trash and take it down the street. That doesn't happen like that, okay? So, no, it's too addictive.
You tell me how they could.
Just say, don't put it in the trash.
You know what you sound like right now? You know what you sound? Just say no. It's easy for them to say no.
We're gonna say no.
Look. You see all the time. You'll see people, found 30 kilos, turned it into the police.
But they not living.
Like, bro.
Hold on. Do you know how much people are finding kilos in those same oceans in Miami and not reporting it? You know, see, you're not running down that information or speaking on it. You just sit, bro. I see why they're asking you all these questions, like where did you grow up and because you're not making no sense. And first of all, if you're not even out here, do you have any nonprofit or something going on that's fighting back for drug use or any of that? So why do you feel like you have any notion to try to compare to what people should have did to something they didn't even know what it was in 1988? They just took it because they needed money. Who are you to fucking make the judgment from? You get what I'm saying? So if you know nothing, if you're not going to highlight everything, or even know a lick of what you're talking about, let's move on to a different discussion. But you get what I'm saying? Because, bro, you haven't been making any sense for some time now in this conversation, right? And obviously, you're misconstrued and you're misleading perspective on the situation that here right now.
You know what we call his comments? We call those tumbleweed comments in Texas. We call those tumbleweed comments because they just need to blow on down the road like tumbleweeds going in the wind. That's your life, brother. It doesn't make any sense at all. So those tumbleweed comments, you gotta keep them to yourself because they're not helping anybody. It's just, dude, I would say something, but I can't say what I really want to say on here. You really got to get it together, brother. I don't know if you live on Gilligan's Island or whatever. I mean, that's the old show, but whatever it is, you feel like your life is on an island and you're not thinking about everyone else who's affected by the tragedies, whether that's crack or other things. You guys to wake up, man. We're not on an island. We're not in some fantasy world. Come on, man. Let's think about it now. Use your brain. The good Lord gave you a brain. It's sitting up on top of your shoulders. I was just find it. Use it, because you're not using it right now.
Thank you for your encouraging words. Peace and blessings to everybody in this room. Like, I'm going to find myself some shot. Blessings.
Yeah, you be safe, man.
Now he wants to leave.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, that was the most ignorant conversation I had.
Oh my God.
I shouldn't even be like that's, bro. I don't know how old he is, but he's a grown ass man talking like that. I'm pretty sure, like I'm way younger than this dude. There should be no. It sounds like I got a lot more experience with him when it comes to life as a whole. This is kind of sad. I can't believe, like, as a grown man, you should just know, like, have common sense for certain things. I don't care who you vote for, support. But like, there's certain things like use your brain. Come on now, just say no. Come on. I mean, I can say no to something crack. You know what I'm saying? But the reason why is because I didn't have to struggle. Like, you know what I mean? This is common. I know what crack is. I know how it works. That's based on the mistakes that other people made because they were put in that situation. I'm well aware of the situation they were put in. So it's easy for him to say that, but I'm well aware of this.
So it's just mind-boggling, like how it's just ignorance. But I feel like he knows this. I feel like he knows this. He knows that he's saying this bullshit. He just wants to say it because it sounds like self-hate. That's why I keep asking where he grew up. I feel like people like that are taught to hate themselves.
Bro, he hates people. That's why I was.
Yeah.
That's why I was trying to say y'all some conversation. I told you last time you was in this room, you was talking about all humans are gonna die off or be killed in place with robot. Like that's literally what it is. He said there's a plan. They're about to kill more than half the population. And
Is that why somebody said you got an AI girlfriend?
Oh, God.
After you was in the you after
I
you
think
forgot
I
you
was.
was in the room.
Yeah, it was late night like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
Right.
say they gonna kill everyone off and replace them. They
They ain't gonna have no damn planet because AI can't have no children, so what the hell? So stuff like that. That is why tonight I wish I could have been saved from that conversation too, because I told him I wish I could pick him up and chunk him somewhere, because his conversation and the way he was thinking was just, he needed a wake up call, and that's the only thing I think I could have done was picked him up and threw him on the ground. He would have woke up real quick then.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I just, he'll probably see. I think what's gonna happen. I think one day, I believe that everybody has a reality check, no matter how good or bad they are. Something's gonna happen. I'm not wishing bad on bro, but I think something's gonna happen. One day he's gonna be like, damn, that's crazy. Or he might not. We don't know. But, yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate this conversation. It is interesting. I'm glad it's Saturday morning, because ain't no way I'd be up this late. It feels like Monday or something. But yeah, it is crazy the way that man thinks. And he's gotta find something, because people in real life, we can never say stuff that he's saying about some of the situations in real life. People would probably soccer punch him or something. It's just crazy.
Yeah. But yeah, this is a good combo, y'all. I'll catch up with y'all. Y'all have a great rest of y'all day, whatever time it is.
alright.
Appreciate it. Appreciate y'all too for letting me speak in here as well. Like always, Lisa and everybody, I appreciate y'all for running and having this room. This was a very interesting conversation. You know what I mean? Y'all always have really cool conversations. So I really thank y'all for running this space and having this room. JD and everybody. Y'all have a great rest of your night.
You too, Ashley. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Alright, thanks for sure. Yeah, cancel your ticket and come back. Yeah, we definitely, we debate with Mag, not to, that was a different type of Mag today. They say some crazy shit, but damn. Alright. Alright, is anyone else up? Any mods up? We closing this down together. Yep, everybody's asleep. Alright, well, so that's it. You all have a good night. Thank you for joining the room. We'll be back tomorrow, of course. Check y'all later.
Tell me, Amos, you voted Meretz or Hadash?
זה עופר כסיף, מה אתה לא מבין את זה?
עמוס?
עופר כסיף הוא הצביע.
משותפת, אוקיי. חדש. Almost you here?
הוא הולך לעשות גגים.
Lee? Is Lee here? What's up? Almost you here? You want me to speak with the Sicaria?
עמוס, הגיע התומך טרור שלך, חתיכת זין. קח אותו גם כן לנחל אלכסנדר ותמותו ביחד. הנה חנושקה, הבת שלו מלכה.
בוקר טוב לכולם, חוץ מלעמוס.
בוקר טוב מלכה, שבת שלום.
How are you?
I'm okay, how are you? לא יודע, מה קורה? מה הלקק למחבלים עושה?
Almost just offered Lee. Look how generous person he is. He offered her to come and visit him at home because he's home alone.
אתה אומר לילדה בת 18 להגיע לך לבית? ואז אתה אומר שסתם מדברים עליך שאתה פדופיל?
גם צריך להציג קודם, אמנון אמר להם, בוא נעשה הליכה ביחד, כזה לא נתרגש. ואז הוא אמר לו, לא, נדבר רק בטלפון.
Yeah, but why he wants to meet you so much all alone?
וואי, לא בשביל לשחק דוקי.
Yeah, but he's coming from an amazing family, you know. If you met his mother and some of his brothers, lovely people.
תמיד יש את הבן אדם
מאוד מאוד. אני מסייע מאוד, אני לדעתי, אתה טועה בענק, לא יכול להיות שאישה מדהימה כמו שאתה מתאר, תוציא מהבטן שלה מזבלה כזה. אין סיכוי.
Amos, you agree?
אין סיכוי.
מה קורה? What is up?
התחלתי לעמוס, הוא אומר שהולך עכשיו לנחל אלכסנדר. אמרתי לו שיחליק שם כמו שהחליק באמבטיה, ייכנס לו אבן לראש, ידמם למוות.
Amos, do you want us to open a coexistent room with me? Me, you, and Zelda? Amos.
את מה שלחתי לך, אנה?
כן. כן. bien.
Bon, eso de Están explicando el sitio, Pepe.
Ah, que no está real. Ma? Ni. Lo makapagod. Laman yan.
Neydi yani mekuma kaydıyla ser bakarım oraya. That's me. Volume. Alright. Eyes. You want to deliver? Sorry? You want to deliver? I might deliver. Oh my God. I might deliver. Deny. Deliver.
Hello, Nine.
Can you explain what you mean?
Where are you from?
In Egypt, there is the river. The name of the river is the Nile. Oh, yeah, the river Nile, yeah. That's right. Yeah, that's where I'm from. You're from Egypt? River Nile. That's where I'm from.
Sound black.
I'm black.
The news?
The river Nile run through Africa, you know that, right?
What?
The river Nile run through Africa.
Are you from Ethiopia?
No, I'm from South
Somalia?
South
Are
Sudan.
you Dinka?
I'm not Dinka. South Sudan is not Dinka.
Are you black?
I am black, of course.
Are you tall?
Huh?
Tall.
Yes, I'm tall.
How tall are you?
6'5".
You know Achik?
Who?
Achik.
Attic.
Yeah, Achik. Cold, salt. Tall. You know Achik?
I mean, where he live at?
South Sudan and also Australia. Are you Christian, Catholic?
I'm a Christian, but I don't define myself.
You love Netanyahu? You love Netanyahu? Netanyahu, boom, boom. Netanyahu, boom, boom. Sudan, boom, boom. Iran, boom, boom. Arabia, boom, boom. Islam. You like?
Well, you tell me first, where are you from?
Huh?
Where are you from? Where are
I'm
you
from the empire, the biggest empire of Israel.
Biggest empire of Israel.
Yeah.
Okay, are you black too?
Yes. Can you hear my voice?
But where are you originally from?
I'm Ethiopian.
Ethiopian.
Yeah, but I'm a Jew.
Yeah, Ethiopian are my people.
You like Netanyahu?
Netanyahu?
Yeah.
No, I like Israel. It's not about Netanyahu.
Okay, you like Jew killing Muslim? Boom, 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 Muslim?
I don't like them.
You don't like Muslim?
I don't like them.
Bad people. Now, another question. How long is your thing now? Hearing?
Huh?
How long is your penis? Your achik? How long is your achik?
My achik?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Did you say penis first?
Yes.
Why would you ask about something like this?
That's the, in the Judaism tradition, you have to be fair about length of the achik.
What do you mean by fair? Like, it's supposed to be like big to small or what? What do you mean by that?
Big. We like big, very big.
But this question, I mean, I don't know. I don't know about a man asking me this question. It's weird. I like women, If a woman asks about it, maybe it makes sense. But for a man to ask another man, it's some weird for me.
In my culture, it's not weird.
No, but not man asking me. I mean, because as a man, you shouldn't be asking another man like that.
No,
look,
but it's in a sexual way. It's in a power, like the hero way. If you have a very long, you're a Superman. I respect you more. You understand?
Yeah, but like I said, if I'm not in a relation with you, I mean, whether I have it big or small or whatever it is, whatever size it is, what that has to do. So you try to tell me right now.
I will respect you more if you tell me you have very big Eiffel Tower. I respect you.
You're not gonna like your brother if your brother have
no like, no friend. If small, no friend. No like, no respect.
And you're telling me that's in Judaism?
Yeah, that's every Judaism. We all first question we ask about it, so we can know if to respect you or not.
I mean, hey, like I said, that's it. Look, I live in the United States, so for me to go through that, I mean.
Yeah, but wait a second. In South Sudan, people go naked in the village, yeah?
Yeah.
So all the family and friends saw your achik.
Not like that. What do you mean by people go naked?
In South Sudan, Dinka people and others, they go naked in the village.
That's not true.
In the ceremonies with the cows and everything.
Look, I don't know. I think that's misunderstanding, I don't know.
I've seen tons of photos of naked people in Dinka tribe with the cows and the ceremonies and everything.
First of all, South Sudan has many ethnicities, you know.
Yeah, but Dinka is
It's
the big.
not, it's not,
Wait a second.
it's not about Dinka. South Sudan is
Did you
about
take
many
shower?
men.
Did you take shower with the pee of a cow when you were young?
Hell no.
Why not?
I live in a city all my life. City is just the same like in America here, you know, everything.
But you know
People
how
people dance how people don't connect it.
But
I
you
live
know
in a city.
you know it's
Huh?
you know how it in the village is different.
Yeah, but like I said, I never lived in village, you know. Most of the time I live in the city.
So what's the size? What's the size of your achi?
It's 8.
8 centimeter?
8 inch.
8-inch!
Kilometer.
Wow! I respect where you live. I'm sending you flowers. Where you live? What do you need? I'm your slave. I'm your sex slave.
No, hey, you are a man, right?
Yeah, but we have forks.
No. I mean, I deal with females, man. I love females.
Females? You like females? You're disgusting.
Males only.
Females,
I mean,
yes, females.
Females.
Females, I hear females. Females.
Women only. Women, not female.
We are men. Yeah, we are men.
I don't like no men.
Why not?
Nope. It's not gonna happen.
A little.
No, I don't.
You're a bad boy.
I mean, I'm not a bad boy, but I like women. That's how I grew up, you know. I mean, what I'm going to do with a man, you know? I want children. I want family. I mean,
how old are you? How old are you?
I'm 25.
You sound 49.
49.
You smoke?
Right.
I don't know. You know, sorry, you sound 75.
So,
what is better, a white woman or a black woman?
I don't discriminate as long as that woman, you know, respect me and love me for who I am.
White or black?
It doesn't matter to me.
Okay. Hairy or no hair? You like hair?
The most important thing, you know, if she's beautiful and respect me and love me as I am, then I'm good with her.
You like hairy woman?
Huh?
Hairy.
Hairy?
Hair.
Hair like hair from where?
Push.
Down there?
Yes.
No, I don't like bush down there.
Why?
Because you know, it's gonna smell.
What?
You know, but I mean, too much, you know, sweat and all this gonna smell.
You have a bush and you don't smell. What do you want?
No, when you clear it off, it's better because it stay clean. But if you keep too much bush, you know, like in summertime, you know, in a few minutes it's gonna smell. Unless you have to take shower maybe 3-4 times a day. Otherwise, you know.
What about anal sex? Are you into anal sex?
With who?
Men.
No.
Woman.
No.
Dog.
No.
Elephant.
No.
Butterfly.
Only vagina.
With what?
Vagina only.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Have you ever paid for sex?
Have I ever paid?
For sex?
No. No, I don't believe in paying for it.
Why not?
Because if I'm doing it with someone, both of us enjoy, why would I pay?
Little pay, be nice.
No. It's not right. If you do payment, that means that's prostitution. And if you get used to that prostitution, you will never get married.
My friend want to see the 8 inches. Can you PTR?
What do you mean? I already told you earlier, I'm into women's. Not men.
Yeah, but people here in the room want to see the chick.
No, that conversation is over. If it's a female.
No, only girls in Israel.
I don't know what your situation, but if it's a female, we can discuss that. Otherwise, I already told you. Maybe if you're a gay, I'm not a gay.
No, fuck gay. No gay. Fuck. No like.
Yeah. Are you paying for that?
For
You're
sex?
paying.
Yes.
How much you pay?
A lot.
With a male or female?
Shemale. I like shemales.
So you like a man?
No.
So in that relationship, are you the one, the bottom, or you the one on top?
I'm both.
Both.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know about that.
I want you to try once with the shemale, please.
No. I mean, yeah. So, but I'm wondering, like you said, you're a Christian, right?
What?
You are Jewish Christian?
Yeah.
Yeah, but in Africa, in our culture in Africa, we don't do that. We always,
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. You know Zelda?
Yeah. Huh?
Zelda.
Zelda? Who's that? Yeah. Yeah, do you have some females? Women's?
Only shemales. Like, we don't like to fit.
Yeah, what do you mean? How did you come into this world? Did you come through female or
Female.
or a woman?
My mother is a shemale.
You come through vagina, right?
No.
What do you mean? No. So you come through ass?
Yeah.
You crazy, man. The one that born you was a woman. No man can give.
Where in America? Where in America?
Where in America? I'm in Washington, D.C. Yeah, what about you? Where you at?
Tel Aviv, DC.
Tel Aviv.
Yeah.
Oh, are you seriously lying to me?
Why would I ever lie to you? Would I lie to you? Everything is iron.
I would love to come to Israel one day.
But you need to have money for that. With money?
I need to do what?
Money.
Money?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
What are you, a refugee?
no, I'm a citizen.
How did you get a citizen?
I got a citizen through political asylum.
Through what?
Political asylum.
So you're a refugee?
I'm not a refugee. I'm a politician.
You're a politician.
I'm a politician. We fight Arab and Muslim in Sudan.
How many Arabs and Muslims have you killed with your hands?
Many.
Give me number.
We've been fighting the
I
Sudan
killed
government.
with my own hands more than 200. How much you killed?
I shoot. So when I'm shooting, I cannot count.
I shoot is for bills.
I shoot like heavy weapons.
Shoot is for bills. Come on.
No, I say, when we are at war, when we fight these people, I'm in charge of every weapon, like, they call it, the one they put in the top of land there, So I shoot these people, like, just shooting them randomly. I don't know how.
Staff? Who is the chief of staff of South Sudan currently?
You mean the president? You're talking about the president?
Head of the army.
It's the president.
No. Under him.
Okay, we have Salva Kiir as the president, right?
No, you know Chori?
Joe. So he's the one, the chief of the state.
Chori. Army.
Hello.
Yes.
But first of all, like the South Sudan government right now that we have, we want to get rid of them.
But you work for the government.
No, I don't work for the government. I don't work for the government. We want to get rid of this government right now and establish a new government, have a good relationship with Israel and America, because we need to get ready. We don't want to fight nobody, but these Arab and Muslim, we need to have like unified force in case they attack Israel, like the way they do it right now. Huh? My wife. I have 4.
In America or?
In America, you go to jail if you have 4. I have. In America, you get 1.
You said you're 25, you're not married.
No, I'm married. I was married. I was married, but I have 4. I have 3 in South Sudan. No, I have actually. I have 2 in South Sudan. I have 1 in America. I have 1 in Australia, and I have 1 in Europe. But in America, by the law, you can have only 1 wife. In South Sudan, you can have 2, 3, 4. You can have 10, 20, if you can afford it.
What do you think about Gaza? Should we bomb Gaza till the last person?
Yes. I told you I don't like Arab. I don't like Muslim.
Should we burn them up?
Gaza, when your ass got fucked in Gaza, then you're gonna understand the officer of always Gaza. Playing game. You got fucked when you cry like a bitch in Gaza, then you're gonna understand.
Gaza, why do you curse?
Hey, it's right. The reason, look, I don't like, violent. I don't like armed people.
You don't like
Do you like
you have no
motherfucker?
wife?
Do you?
Listen. The reason I agree with it, because I know one Muslim, you know, they raise their kids, on hate. And if you raise your child on hate, they will go on rampage, killing other people. And that's the only problem. That's the only problem.
Who are worse, Nazi or Muslim?
Yeah, I wasn't alive during the Nazi time, but I think Arab are the same as Nazis and worse. Because even their own, they kill their own people, Like I live in some Arab countries. These people, they just promote hate. And they torture their own people, they kill. Their governments torture their own people, kill their own people, and promoting hate against other people. Promote hate against,
how many
again,
you killed with your hands?
how many? I told you.
Last time that you killed with your hands.
I told you I was shooting weapons, so I don't see them. So I can shoot and kill, as many as possible, wherever they are. If they live in a whatever, in a house, a bungalow house, and they're all dead. So I have no chance to come. But many died.
Question, what about the transgenders?
Transgender?
Yeah, you like?
No, I don't. But I don't have problem with anybody's choice. Whatever you choose in your life, that's your problem. That's not my problem. But I told you earlier, I like women. But I'm not gonna be like I'm not gonna hate you because you're a transgender or because you're gay, whatever you are. That's your problem. It's not my problem. But me personally, I love women. You got it?
Yeah, I think you like men as well. I'm sorry.
Well, why? What makes you think like that?
I'm a medium.
You are what?
I can see through. I feel you are trans. You like trans people.
That's not true.
That's what I see. I'm a witch.
Yeah, you need to go check back with this witch thing. That witch lied to you.
I'm a witch. I'm a witch. I'm a witch. I'm a witch.
Yeah, but they lied to you.
No, but I'm the witch. I'm a witch.
Oh, okay, then you lied to yourself. Because I never been with a man. I never thought about a man.
You are qualified to start having sex with men. I don't understand why not.
Oh, what made me qualified?
No, it's about I can see. I'm a fortune teller. I see that you will marry a man in 5 years.
That's a lie.
I swear to do that.
On my dead body.
No, now it's not dead body. In 5 years, on your sexy ass.
At least I'm dead. That's not gonna happen.
Okay, let's see. I never make mistakes. When I see the future, I can predict anything. I even
The
see
devil is a liar.
and that in 10 years you will marry a man. Marriage.
The devil is a liar.
No, I don't see devil. I see something else.
Yeah, that's a devil witch. The devil witch, and it's not gonna happen. Because even if I don't get married at all, I would never have a relationship with no man. It's not gonna happen.
Let's see.
I mean, you see whatever you want to see. Because already, Jehovah promised me, certain way of life. So, whatever you're saying right now is not going to happen. Because I believe in God. I believe in Jehovah. Whatever
I speak with God.
you speak with the God.
Yeah,
Okay.
the Christian God.
So you think that Christian God is the one that promised me. You
Yeah,
think
he
he lied?
told me, and he told me to tell you to be ready to marry with the man in a couple of years.
No, it's not.
Don't blame me.
It's not gonna happen for you. Yeah, he already promised me, like long time ago. I used to speak to God. So what God said, that's what's gonna happen. But not what you telling me. Right? What you telling me? You better go ask that God again. Go ask him. At least he lied to you. And God, you think that Christian God lied to people? He never told me something like this. He used to come talk to me. Those never tell me anything. This was the only one telling me.
Are you afraid of that?
None of that gonna happen, my brother.
No, you disrespect me then.
Because, a lot of people told me, I'm gonna die soon, I'm gonna die soon.
No, I don't. You will die 89, but you are gonna have a sexual relationship and marriage with a man.
No,
Sorry. Yeah, that's what will happen. I'm sorry.
it's not gonna happen.
Can you close your eyes and describe yourself as a man?
That's not gonna happen.
Why not?
Bro, I'm gonna cut the conversation because I told you one thing. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Whatever is telling you that is devil. The devil is lying.
You want to bet on that?
I'm not betting on anything because I know my God.
It's just my one. You up, T Panda? Hello? Sister Panda, Sister Tier, y'all what? Panda, T. So you
Why yelling? Nope.
Okay, so I'm in Hong Kong. Y'all know how y'all always like to chicken people like so like it's interesting. Like so when I work for my boss directly, I don't have any limits on what I can do. Whatever I have like control. I can do whatever I want to do. Like no limits on what I can spend. But when I'm on the phone in a different country and I'm not working directly for the boss, and I may like be looking after someone in the operation, I have limits based on the country. Like it's kind of like you're not with me, you're with someone else. You don't really have limits. You have limits based on that country's GDP. That makes sense, right? Are y'all following?
Right.
Okay. So like I was supposed to be in I was supposed to be in for an Vegas trip, but I was hanging out. So I know that I'm hungover. Like I know the ton of the so I know nothing that's wrong with me. I just know like I'm hungover. I don't really like on the bag. It's not a long flight, but I was like I'm not doing it. So I called I'm like medical and they were like no, like you know we're having some cheese with the eat. I don't know. But they were like, you know, so of course, you know, I gotta lead into the delusion. I mean, you know, I don't know what these things are. I made up these pictures, but I didn't necessarily want to take forever. So like, I came to the ER and I was like, that's so I was like, I have that headache. She was like, I was like, when it's done, or she was like, what to see here. I'm like, is that really necessary? But I think because like the guarantee, like the way my guarantee for hospital work is like a 80. It was something like $80,000 preliminary. Like this is what you can spend if you need to. So I think they were like, oh, about to spend. Okay. So basically that's it. But they were like, but that is actually wrong. Yeah. That makes sense. No, I'm coming. I drive this. This is going on. But I think it's incredible how, like, if you give people power and look for something wrong, they'll eventually find something. Yeah. And like, maybe we can find something. These are the parameters I have to look for something. Great. Let me get. But then they gave me like a referral for like this surgeon, and I was like a surgeon. I was like, not really, because that's a surgeon. Like, not really, but I mean, if you want to.
How is the hospital there?
It was actually, like, so, y'all know, when a white woman, so like, when I had like the triage with the nurse and I went to the doctor, she was like, you want to get CT scan? I was like, well, I don't really mind it, but I can have like this weird emergency, like waiting for things. I'm not going to wait, no, and I don't really want to wait on it. So I mean, if you could just walk me back there and do it, then sure, but if I have to wait, then I won't go home. So she was like, oh, well, they immediately then we got me into like the afternoon suite, and then walked me to like they do some things and everything. I don't know. This was like a matter of fact that I think, but they called ahead and organized everything, and I think it was a big answer. So I think that was a fine, but I didn't. Oh, what? Like
they called ahead, like when I called them, they're like, oh, we're gonna call it and organize everything. We're gonna call the hospital. We're gonna call the doctors. We're gonna send a guarantee. We're gonna put your way. So like they literally just walked me straight in, like it was the gave her. They were like, so. I said I wish America worked like that.
Yeah, right.
This shit took all of my hours.
I'm sure that's not for everybody. It's just that
It's probably it's like I know the way that I've been done in, but like I know the way it works. It's like yes, that's the preliminary guarantee, which you can do whatever you want to do. But I think it was like, oh, we can just get whatever you want. Right. I mean, look, they were like, it costs this and that. I said, baby, I'm not paying for any of this. What it costs?
like Hong Kong. Is he in Hong Kong?
Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. How do you like it?
He's on the phone.
Oh. Stop yelling, cat. Good morning. Morning. People couldn't handle the criticism of the world.
Actually, I don't know what happened with this room, man. Just, yeah, I remember making the north side of mine fall asleep. I had to check the replays.
I know the name, I don't.
Yeah, this one is jeez. It's not this one. You had a reading here for this room?
Barely.
Okay.
What do you all have planned for today?
I'm cleaning.
I need to straighten up. Daily. Where should I do that though?
What do you have planned?
Same thing I've been doing every day since I got back.
Hey, Machi.
Bet you got a new picture.
Maybe you just don't remember.
No, it's different. He normally has that other one up.
Machi, who's gonna tell them that it's the same damn picture? Oh wait, never mind.
You went and looked at his pictures and realized I was fucking right, didn't you?
We gotta talk about.
Maybe it's not that different, which is why he said that. It's a different picture. How he gonna leave?
Oh, y'all talking about him? What's wrong with this picture?
There was nothing wrong with it. I just said, oh, hey, bet you got a new picture. It's T gonna get smart with me. New picture. Same fucking picture I got up. I'm like, that's not.
Yeah. You took that same exact damn photo.
I knew why you said it, which is kind of funny. That's part of why I said something. Before you said that, I was gonna say, how you gonna have a new picture that's the exact same fucking picture? But you got smart with me before I got to get that out. I'm like, that ain't the same picture. As much as it's the same picture, it's not the same picture.
I think you got a different shirt on. I'm like, oh shit. Can I ask you a question, Bob?
Oh, what's
How do you like hot dog? But you're not giving me hot dog.
I am gonna go.
No, see, I think you told me you were to me.
Oh, my bad. No, I don't have to do that. I don't you know, well, I'm not now. I'm not. I think I'm gonna get like an extra range. So.
How can you hear him?
I know.
Yeah, I was like, oh shit, it's not fucking. I didn't realize that. I had the voice testing.
Which now all I hear is all the fucking noise too.
Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I was like, and I think I gave you the answer like 60 times. So,
Where are you?
at Hong Kong. Oh, you missed the story, Adrian. So, you know, I'm being a chicken because I went out last night and got drunk as fuck because I met this pilot on here in school. And we went out and I got fucked up. Like, I was just like ordering shit. So I was like called for like nowhere. So I called our medical team and I was like, yo, like, I don't know what's going on. I'm not feeling well, you know, got a headache and tummies and stuff, you know, just general. And they were like, oh, no, we're going to be thorough. So they sent me to the ER, but they called ahead and like sent this big guarantee over to do like a CT scan. And I'm like, I said I had a headache and it was a 4. I was like, what do a CT scan? I guess they were like, we'll be taking heads to about to spend something. I was like, I'm cool as long as I have to wait.
You be getting pissy drunk with niggas you don't know?
Yeah, I'm a nigga. I'm saying, ain't nobody trying to get me.
I'm a Cleo.
What you say?
I'm a Cleo on that. I don't trust people like that.
Yeah. It's irresponsible as fuck.
I'm from the south side of Village. Like, I'm fine. Like, what am I? What's irresponsible? Like, I be in different countries. You gotta have, like, I'm not to get here.
You're not talking to somebody who don't be in different countries. That shit sounds irresponsible as hell.
Cleo
It
Harvey
sounds
or
very odd, though. Like, to be fair, it sounds like you.
I feel like it's not safe in a dangerous country to do it with strangers, but it is safe if you like know one person with you. But you're right.
Who did you know with you?
Nobody. But it's like a safe country. Like Hong Kong, Hong Kong is kind of like a rich country. Like,
I'm sorry, I got
feel like
Detroit in me. I don't care how safe something is.
I feel like it's dangerous to do that in like dangerous countries, but I do it in dangerous countries too.
I do. That is just clearly you. I just think it's. I mean, it's. What am I talking about? I'm stupid for even engaging in this conversation. Actually,
in my head, I can fight if I need to because I got a good thing in you guys time. I just be playing. So, but I'm not. So I ain't scared.
that was the weakest I am scared I've heard in my life. Can you say that again?
Having was not
I
right.
didn't think about it.
I ain't scared. That's what I ain't scared.
It's crazy when you say it out loud. It does sound kind of like so you just be getting drunk in countries.
I'll say it for him. Shit, I'm scared. I'm not drinking in front of people. I don't fuck with them. The only person I'll get drunk in front of is my wife. That's it. That's it. I don't trust people like that.
Now, senior ass is on the other end of the spectrum. Like, there should be somewhere, you know, in the middle. I'm not getting drunk with strangers.
I don't get like.
You
I don't think
what?
I don't. See, I never get like pissy drunk or anything, and it's like I handle well. Like
That's
I can be
exactly
drunk
how
as
you
shit.
described last night. So now that was last night.
Yeah, Ma, did they pump your stomach or something?
Nigga, no. They gave me some Tylenol and eye drops.
You went to the hospital when you were really, really drunk.
No, I just knew when I woke up because I told them that I was unidentified. That was actually wrong.
Well, that's also not true.
Which one? Oh, yeah, kind of.
Finding these good people on Clubhouse.
Listen, the way I think. See, that's what you just leave me alone.
Nothing's wrong with me. Okay.
I think the interesting part is, like, when I gave this just a hangover, like, I started to box. Is that really wrong? Like, do you really think it's something? Like, are you concerned? But mind you, I know that was wrong. The food out here is so good. Like the dumplings, the steak. I had crab. Food's just been amazing. It's expensive, but it's good.
We were in Hong Kong, you said?
Yeah.
Oh, so you were in China. Interesting.
Alexa, turn off this plug.
It's like 80 degrees for those hot as hell. It ain't that hot. It was hotter in Capri last week.
Ooh. I got something on my shoulder wrong.
You gotta go get a massage, Sister Adrian.
I'm actually getting one on Wednesday. I didn't realize how soon my birthday was. I just processed it yesterday.
You a Leo?
No. I'm a Cancer with Leo tendencies.
I can kind of see that.
Oh, really? What else can you see?
Nothing, because you know I am a little special. Something is wrong. Okay. It's like either I can't see or I can't. You know.
But did you have fun yesterday? I had a fucking ball. Pilot bisexual?
I'm straight, but
I said is your pilot.
I don't think so. He's a Jew. Like you can never tell. Yeah, he's Jewish. You can never tell. I mean, I think he's just stupid. But I don't think about it. But you know, white people, they all seem a little.
Wait, you got drunk with a white person you didn't know?
He's a Jew. The Jews always keep it safe. Oh, he's from Phoenix. He's American. So he was cool. He sat next to me on the flight.
Y'all hanging out again?
Well, he went for a hike today, which I don't know. I think it's actually crazy as fuck because I'm like, the way we drink last night. Now, mind you, he drank vodka and water. Oh, man. I'm like, that is such a weird drink.
Have you been with a white man before?
What do you mean? I'm straight. But, I mean, like in Tel Aviv, we're just like the Spanish Lena kind of white looking, but like, you know, I don't know, not for real. Maybe. Check the other box. Like, yeah, I had. Yeah. But not like a white, like always like a controversial white, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Although
a white who through history may not have been white.
Right. Although I'm straight. I don't know what you're talking about, but technically.
Yeah, I never said you were straight.
Yeah, I was just making sure we're all on the same page with our delusion. Have you?
I don't really get approached by white men.
think it's interesting because, like, with them being a Jew, and you know, pilots are typically type one introverted extroverts or just introverted introverts, but they're like square hole, round peg, tick the boxing. But it was interesting. Like, they're always conservative but fun, but like, I don't know, I feel like I like real rich niggas that just spend money carelessly. But they're normally very responsible. They don't do anything too carelessly. But we still have fun.
It's to hang out with niggas they don't know and get drunk.
What you say?
It says to hang out with niggas they don't know and get drunk.
You say it's good to hang out with niggas that don't know when you're drunk?
I said except.
Yeah.
You said they don't do anything too irresponsible. And then I
don't know, but I think, they do that. But I think men do that in general because, man, what men ain't scared of, like, we're scared of. Ain't nobody trying to get us. So we can do whatever we want to do. Who's trying to get
maybe there's some truth there, and that's why I'm going to hold on to that.
Yeah, clean that up and maybe that's a topic.
No, I think it's related to some other topics. It may explain men's behavior.
As far as what?
I don't know. I'm still bouncing it around in my head.
Yeah, I think men can be like more. We don't have to think about the same things you have to think about when you make decisions, like in your decision making scale, like in your escalation matrix of decision making. Like, we don't have to consider the same things because no one's after us. No one's actively.
It's interesting. I think.
So cool. Oh my God, the graveyard. It's like so good. I've never seen anything like it.
I don't think.
Okay, I just stuck. We're past it now.
Past what?
I just drove past this graveyard and it was like on this like scale, like it looked like something out of a John Wick movie. It was really cool.
Okay, that's all right. A 2-minute or less submission as an answer is possible. First off, do you drink? You come off to me if you don't drink. Okay.
Did you used to drink? Negative.
Okay, never mind. Great. That helps me a lot. I didn't even have to do a 2-minute submission. Thank you.
And then say you're too conservative to ask him.
Were you ever wild? He only get drunk with his wife.
Yeah. Were you wild before you were married, like when you were younger, like you were teenagers?
No, I never went through the wild period of wild shit in my 20s.
Look at the picture they have up. Of course, they got pictures like it's high school up. Like they high school photographer came and took a picture. No, they didn't do wild shit.
No, I think another thing is also like when you
ASR, that's actually debatable. Just a different qualification of wild.
I think another thing is like, so when you pay attention like how men go out there and strangers get fucked up. I think men with money don't have to consider as much either, like in different, like, because you can, like, granted anyone can go there, but certain places you are, you kind of know it's the way security, so like you know you're good. Does that make sense?
I know what you're saying, but you're not saying it well, and I don't feel like talking about it, so I'm just,
that's fair.
Did y'all come here wanting to talk about the title?
Women and men can't handle criticism. Oh.
Democracy here it is. And how you still got a pink ticket, my man?
ASR.
Like,
so it's all said.
All said.
It's a whole nother account.
That's left to your left account.
You got clipped?
It's another phone, so don't have access to it.
Okay, well, and how he got a
Is that Vivaldi?
both of y'all got pink tickets. If I remember y'all shouldn't have pink tickets.
Is that Vivaldi? I see.
It's Bach.
Y'all trading in them pink tickets? Offset. Good morning, T.
Good morning. Hello to everyone in the room.
What? What's that mean?
Said good morning. Hello to everybody in the room.
Oh,
Good night.
I'm fantastic. Why do you have a pink ticket?
This one is a movie. Panda. What's Panda?
That's your answer?
Does it bother you that I have a pink ticket?
Huh?
Does it bother you that I have a pink ticket?
I don't understand it when you come in here. I like people with tickets who frequent this room. I don't understand. It's not that it bothers me. Do what you want with your life. I just don't get it.
What are you doing this weekend?
I'll be at the hospital.
Why? What's the matter?
Nothing with me. I'm a family member who's been hospitalized for nearly 3 weeks.
Oh, I didn't have life support yet.
They're off of life support.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you. What are you doing this weekend?
I have to pack. Matilda's coming. Probably gonna grab 1 or 2 drinks, play pool.
Okay, you can. Oh, you drink. Great. Oh, keep going, and then I have a question.
I'll take my pregnant pause here for your question.
No. What else are you doing this weekend?
Ad hoc. But yeah, that's what I'm doing. And the rest of that. Oh yeah, I'm going to this Japanese place. Hot pot. Yeah.
Hot pot I thought was Chinese, but
It's Japanese. Hot pot is when the food is uncooked. And
I know what hot pot is. I just thought it was Chinese, not Japanese.
I thought it was Korean.
yeah, exactly. It's Korean more so, but Japanese as well. So, well, this Japanese one. Most of my place does that. But yeah, it's synonymous to Korean people. Sorry, what's your question?
Hold on, I'm long. Fruits in China. I knew I wasn't fucking crazy.
And then if you type in what other countries as well do hot pot, you find
I'm not
all
saying
three of us
other
are
countries
correct.
don't. I was never saying other countries don't do hot pot. Everybody does fucking fried chicken. It doesn't mean it's. So when you say I'm going to a Japanese spot, and then you say it's a hot pot spot, for me there was a disconnect because I associate hot pot, as I should, with Chinese. So that's what was happening. I didn't say other people don't do it. I mean, this what? Come on now, it's definitely not what I was saying. And if that's how it got interpreted, my complete bad. My question was, would you get pissy drunk with people you don't know?
It depends. It
Did you
depends.
like, and not just you don't know, you just met, like on an airplane in a foreign country?
The possibilities are yes. That depends. Yet again, context, vibe, who the people are.
Good vibe, all the things. You would get pissy drunk with them, like you don't have any natural concern. Stay your ass on mute. You ain't got no natural concern about that.
No.
Okay.
What concern should I be having?
I didn't say you should have any. I was just curious.
I didn't
Go
say
on
you
now.
said.
You
That's
can.
why I asked what concern should I be having. It's a question. What concern should I be having? I didn't say you said I
General
had
safety.
something. Like what?
You're not, when you're pissy drunk, you're not actually in a space to make great decisions. So you're now entrusting others around you that you don't know to help you make decisions.
So what safety am I worried about?
Anything within your decision making realm. Go on, Mod.
I love this because it's kind of like proving my point in a
No,
way.
that's why I was like, okay, cool. Like when you said that, I was like, okay, you know.
Okay, yeah, it's like exactly. But I would also like to your matrix of the question you just asked. So like pissy drunk is a breach because I have an extremely high tolerance, but I think you just asked it to ask it. But
well, no, I really
like,
thought when we started it, I thought you were pissy drunk, and then my
no.
question to you was, you get pissy drunk with people you don't know? That was the question I asked you as well.
Yeah, I get drunk as fuck, but I don't get pissy drunk. Like I can be drunk as fuck, and you would never know I was like extremely drunk all day.
Yeah, I don't know if I believe that, but okay.
That's fair. But also, I would say like when you do like, so you're like with a stranger you don't know. Technically, it's a stranger you don't know, but if they're in business and a pilot, you can do like a decision matrix on that because like, for one, you gotta have money. You're educated. Like you can kind of gauge things based on other stuff. Does that make sense?
I mean, I understand what you're saying.
But it wouldn't matter. I could have just asked you. Like I mean, because you know I'm shallow. So as long as you're attractive, I'm down to get fucked up.
Yeah, it seems irresponsible to me, but
yeah.
I'm fat and old, and I'm still not gonna do it.
No, fat. Oh, I'm still not gonna do it. It's crazy.
I mean, it's true. That's why my cartoon be getting hit on.
Damn, because she not fat at all?
Mm-hmm.
You're
It's actually a little scary because it makes me wonder about some of these niggas.
Look, niggas be trying to hit the cartoon is crazy.
You heard, homeboy.
Oh my god. Well, I guess we can just see how concerts. I'm here for a whole fucking week.
What are you doing there?
What do you mean?
Never mind. Oh, Sarah. Did I get it right?
Negative. Oh, okay. Did your mama name you Astaire, or is this some shit you made up?
How do I say it?
By actual name, sir. Legally formed.
Okay, so how do I say it? So I fucked it up.
Ser.
That nigga crazy.
Ser.
Ser.
What am I saying wrong? Hello, what am I saying wrong?
I didn't say anything wrong. You didn't say anything wrong. I said all said.
My question to you is, am I saying it right? And your response was no. Then I said it again, and then you keep
You said
repeating
the first time had nothing to do with my person's name. That's why I said that. It's not the correct pronunciation.
Okay, so I'm saying it now, and then you keep repeating it,
Yeah,
which would imply.
Saying is, you didn't pronounce
Damn!
it the first time now.
Oh my goodness.
That's why I said it's all said.
And then I repeated it, and you keep cutting me the fuck off.
Now, you're making a matter out of this that's non-existent. This is my person's name. It refers to a word of power. All said.
Okay. All ser. Is that correct?
Yes, all said.
Okay, thank you.
See, that's how you deal with that bully energy.
It was not.
It's bully energy.
Oh
That's
fucking
trying to bully my person's name now. It's all said.
We need a room on what is bullying, because that's crazy. I'm literally trying to correctly say your name. You're confusing me, not letting me know if I'm saying it correctly by just repeating it time and time again, even if I've said it correctly. And I'd rather talk to Alex. Alex, how are you today? Maybe Alex isn't coming up. Brandy, you seem cool. Hi, Mickey Mouse is a very interesting concept. Got on the phone. Senior, did you come for the room title?
Yes, I did. Yes. I always find it interesting when people can't handle criticism, but that's just me.
Do you think both men and women can't handle criticism?
I don't think it's an issue of being unable to handle criticism. I don't think it falls on gender lines. I think that's overly simplistic. I think it falls on personality inadequacies.
Okay, if you gave me criticism and I cried and implemented it, would you say that I can't handle criticism?
No.
Interesting.
The goal was to get you to implement the criticism, not your immediate response.
Teddy, you're under your other... Dang, he left quick. Barely could even give my invite. Yeah, I think this room, it must be the title. Sir, do you have any comments on the topic?
So, undoubtedly, that would be a false statement in the title.
Why?
Because it's not the case that it's impossible for black men to have criticism. That there are black men who have criticism of the world, and that there are black women that have criticism of the world proves that. So the title is misleading. It's not impossible. You can't. It's just some people choose not to. But the ones who do have criticism, it's positive that black women have criticism.
So your mindless statement is made as an absolute.
What I'm saying is that the statement literally is that it's not possible for black women to have criticism. And that's a factual false statement. You know that. Ancestors who had criticism as well. So you say it's impossible, but you have cases that prove it is possible. That statement is false.
But it doesn't say all black women and black men can.
Yeah, but it says can't, impossible. So if you say black women and black men can't, you're saying that it's not possible for black men and black women. That's not true.
Do you think there are people it's not possible for?
No, I think those people who have done it just have the awakened ability to do it. Doesn't mean it's not possible for them. You just have a great talent. So what they call it impossible is a misnomer. Just saying these people who have that ability have awakened, they haven't realized that potential.
So if the title says struggle to handle, how would you feel about that?
One that would use my feelings, not utilize my reason. Secondly, for one that would utilize my feelings to make a choice.
I hear you. I mean, it's this having to like think through every single word for you
Yeah, I
to
answer your
answer.
question.
Bruh, well, I was trying to ask you a question before you cut me off. So
Well, you
I
asked
assume
a question.
that you're okay with engaging
You
in
asked a question.
conversations
How would I
where,
feel about that?
yeah,
Trying to answer
I
the
hear
question.
you. I understand. Just like I was trying to get a question out and you kept cutting me off.
Ma'am,
I
you
just assumed
question.
you were okay with engaging with people
Yeah,
without
but
actually letting
you're
them
not allowing me
finish
to answer the question.
as you're doing it again. Yeah. So I assume that you were okay with people cutting people off because that's what you were engaging in.
Ma'am,
But it
you
sounds
asked
like
a
you're not.
question.
It
and you're
sounds
not
like you're not. Go on.
You notice now you're not allowing me to answer the question you asked. So I'm asking for permission to answer your question. So what I'm saying is that I don't utilize feelings to make rational judgment. For one, that's not rational. Secondly, as per to the title, what I would say is that I would say some black men and some black women struggle with that. That's a more correct assessment.
Why do you think it's irrational to use feelings in judgment? I don't necessarily agree with that.
Yeah, because rationality is the principle of sound judgment, and principles are based on truth. Truth don't change.
Yeah.
They the same change forever. However, energy matter that's motivated, including emotions, are always changing. That's why scientists and physics never rely on their emotions to make judgments.
I don't think all judgments lie in a scientific space.
May finish. So when people are being rational, we're not making decisions on people based on their feelings. We're making decisions based on the laws of reasoning. That's rationality.
So you think it's irrational to decide not to marry somebody because you don't care about them enough?
No, I say it's irrational to make a decision to marry someone based on things that change, like feelings, instincts.
Did you hear my question?
You're going to allow me to answer your question, ma'am.
I'm just making sure you heard it.
I didn't
correctly.
And you keep interrupting, man. So if you choose your decision, you make your decisions on a spouse based on things that change, like the feelings, the emotions, and instincts. You're making a decision based on things that are fickle. Rather, you make your choices of things that don't change, like loyalty, selflessness, or love, rationality. That's how you make your choices, because those are stable, the laws of the universe. So no, I don't encourage people to make decisions on their feelings. That doesn't make any sense. That's what animals do.
So I still don't even understand the answer. Senior, can you translate what his answer to my question was?
He doesn't use emotions to make rational decisions.
Bingo!
Yeah, I heard that, and then I gave an example, and I still don't understand if he agreed or disagreed. Because first he said no, as if it was okay, and then gave an answer that sounded like it wasn't. So I'm very confused.
That's because you're not heeding what the gentleman just said. Emotions are not designed to guide people. They're blind guides. Rather, rationality is designed to guide people. So I'm not going to encourage anyone to utilize his or her emotions to make decisions that are important.
Okay, others on the stage, do you think that you cannot be rational if you have feelings involved in your decision making?
I disagree.
I also disagree.
Yeah, I disagree as well.
I think emotions are as a way, how do I put this? It's almost like having the ability to see additional information that your conscious mind wouldn't be aware of. Emotions tend to be one's subconscious talking to them. And whether or not you can actually understand what your emotions are trying to tell you, that's a different story.
I think it just depends on the context. I think as a blanket statement, I think the answer would be no. Like I agree that you can still make a rational decision with your emotions being in play, but it's one of those things. It's like when someone says a wasp is an ant, but all ants aren't wasps. It's a thing of like, you can always be rational by using your logical mind, but you could never be rational by using your emotions purely, right? So I think in that sense, he isn't wrong, but in the sense that he's saying that you can't use your emotions and be rational, he's wrong with that piece, because you can, as long as you're using your logic along with it. But you can't use your emotions alone.
Yeah, so that proved my whole point. I haven't argued with the gentleman suggested. What I'm arguing is that rationality, the principle of it, is a device that's devoid of emotions. So our deductive scientists, like in logic, we don't look at it as emotional. That's why in arithmetic, 1 + 1 isn't a feeling. It's 2. So if you go to the deductive sciences, the sciences are based on the laws of logic, necessary truths. None of them depend on the feelings. That's what makes it objective. In fact, your theoretical physicists, your theoretical chemists, biology, they don't utilize their emotions in their theorizing. None of your computer scientists do that. You know why? Because they're unstable. Scientists utilize jargon that's precise because it's not emotional. So what I'm saying is that we're not our emotions. Our emotions are spirit number 10, Geba. We're spirit number 1, the seer of our emotions. There's a forces. So you make your decision making based on your sound reasoning, 7, spirit number 8, not your energy states that change spirit number time. Otherwise, your thinking is going to be unstable, just like your emotions are. Truth doesn't change, but your emotions always changing. So to solve that problem, you don't identify with things that are material that exchange. We identify with peace or rationality or the potential of sound reasoning. That isn't change.
So how would that explain quantum computing, which clearly doesn't depend on binary answers?
Yeah, your question, you explain that by demonstrating how your question has no relevance to my actual answer.
No,
we call that non-intuitive reasoning. There's no logical connection between the two. That's called straw man argument.
No, it's not. So quantum computing isn't scientific research or scientific study?
My answer has nothing to do with that answer. It's not related.
Yeah, it does. What you're arguing is that scientists rely on emotions instead it relies on facts. And it relies on binary answers. But at the same time, science does rely on answers which aren't necessarily binary.
So what I'm arguing is that we are rationality itself, spirit number 1. And what you're calling the emotion, spirit number 10, Geb, isn't our identity. So we got to utilize reasoning to control those energies. Emotions are energies, and all energies behave according to principles. The principles don't change, but you can use logic to access those principles and make sound decision making. That's what I'm talking about. And you can utilize a device right there called a Pope Nintendo Vanu as a conceptual model to do so. So, gentlemen, you're not dealing with my actual argument. I'm talking about utilizing logic.
So what's that to do with the topic of the room then?
So the topic is that I said that's false. It's not true that black men and black women can't handle criticism. Clearly, it's the case that black men and black women do handle criticism often. Look at President Obama. Look at his beautiful wife. They were mocking her. They handled it quite well. So that refutes that notion. If you're going to go by modal logic that deals with possibilities. When you say can't, that's a modal term, and modal propositional logic, S5. So more correctly, it would be say, it's true that some black men and some black women struggle with criticism. That was my critique, and then y'all started talking about everything else.
But I personally agree with like your analysis on that personally though. I think when you make a blanket statement and you use the word can't, you erase the possibility that there are individuals that can. So I agree with your logic. So since we're talking about logic, I agree with your logic on that.
That's my only pushback. When you say that, and you don't represent what it literally means, you put limits on your own potentiality. Just for the words you speak, it's dangerous. So,
you know, I think that's a fair assessment. I think, if it's a thing where we're analyzing, because if we're saying that this title of the room comes from observations that there are men and women that are black that have in certain instances shown an inability to handle criticism in a specific moment, you would have to have a conversation about that. But saying that black men and black women can't handle criticism is a statement. It's not even really a question. Because as soon as you say they can't handle criticism, it's either yes or no at that point. There isn't even a middle ground of that, because you're not talking about probability. You're not talking about probability.
I agree.
You know, so at least if you were talking about probability, then you could put it on a scale. So
you made my argument even more better than my person. What you're talking about is inductive logic, that there's a probability. But what I'm talking about, can't means that necessary. There's no probability to that. That's deductive logic. There's necessity. So we gotta be careful about that. But more importantly, all that means is that those people who say can't actually can. They just happen to know they can. So it's a different way of phrasing. That's correct.
yeah, and then it goes to like, you know, the deeper question of, you know, under which context, because different people can handle criticisms under different contexts. Some people struggle to handle criticism in their relationships. Some people struggle to handle criticisms in the workplace. Some people struggle to handle criticism when it comes to their art or, you know, their livelihoods and things of that nature. But no one's necessarily a monolith to where every form of criticism is going to be an issue. You know what I mean? So it's like, even then, once you get away from the macro and you start looking at things on a micro scale, the criticisms that people can and can't handle are very different. You know, so it's deeper than that, because it's like, okay, cool, where does the title even come from? Under which context and circumstance did you see a black person be able to handle it? Because we don't even have to say black men and women, just say black people. Simplify it, you know, because we're only men and women, technically, speaking, so, you know.
There were, just for kind of some background, there was a topic on black men can't handle, black women can't handle criticism, black men can't handle criticism. And my guess is that this topic grounded as black men and black women can't handle criticism.
Okay, you just kind of wanted to bring it together since there were two specific subjects that specifically highlighted men and women separately.
Yes, that's my, just remembering how some of those conversations went. My guess is that was kind of where it was. Now that we've talked about them separately, I think one of the reoccurring things was, hey, yo, there's multiple people who can't handle criticism. You know, in the room of women can't handle criticism, there was a display of men not handling criticism, which was quite interesting as well.
And you know what's also interesting, and this is something that I've been meaning to like talk on at some point, is the fact that we notice what we're in proximity to. Oftentimes when we're in situations where, and oftentimes we're our own worst critics as well, and we should hold each other accountable. We should hold the communities that we're a part of and that we engage in accountable, where possible. But, you know, if we surround ourselves with black men and black women, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, we will notice the good, bad, and ugly. We will notice the flaws. We will notice the exceptions. We will notice, you know, you notice everything. You know, if you spend time around white people, you'll notice that. If you spend time around Asian people, like, what you're in proximity to is what you have the ability to analyze and engage with, right? So, it's a thing. I often see people kind of forget that, in the sense that they might make a statement and say, you know, black men can't handle criticism. Okay, but who's to say in that same context of where they're saying they can't, because it's not that good, black women can't. I'm sure they're talking about a specific circumstance or a specific context that they're thinking of. Who's to say white women don't handle criticism in that same context, or even a different context, right? So it's like, I think people use their anecdotal experience to make blanket statements, and I just think it's like, I mean, it's always good to have conversations and have a discussion about things, because, you know, dialogue is always good, but, you know, I just find it interesting.
Well, interesting. My art, you know, it's our exchange, it's rational, because of the emotions involved. When it becomes irrational, the emotions get involved. That's when people fight, call names. Sound like Clubhouse, though. So we don't utilize our emotions to make rational decisions, because our emotions are like beasts. They don't place that, whereas the principles of rationality are always the same. They don't change. And some people who follow rationality will make peace with rational. That's why people realize that rationality is like your feelings. They will call the devil for that reason. They lie. The truth is the same thing forever. The truth is the order that the energy matter is changing. But your emotions are ancient, man. They're vibrating, always changing. It means they're alive, they're the devil. Pay attention to it, manifest it. That's all. Subject matter.
I just don't think the absence of. I think you can make rational decisions while feelings are, part of what you're rational. And just for me, that doesn't add up because part of how you live life is having, emotions and feelings, and how you engage with people has emotions and feelings. And I actually think the absence of using, completely divorcing feelings from every decision you make, to me, has some irrationality to it. Like, part of how I select friends is partially based on, emotions and feelings. And I don't think that that's super irrational or highly problematic. It's not the only part of, the decision making. Whenever I select a partner, part of that will be based off of feelings. And some of it won't. So I think this idea that the absence of feelings is a more rational, like there are people who then will rationalize staying in unhealthy relationships. I don't agree with that.
So I was going to say this, I'll let you go as well. Like, this is kind of what I was touching on. Like, I don't know if you were on the phone at the time, Miss Cleo, but I was basically saying, because I think you're both correct, but it depends on the context. So I would say in an absolute way, ASR is correct, but in your own way, I'll tell you why you're correct, Ms. Cleo. So in the sense that in the context where emotions are a part of the dynamic, so like you spoke about friendship, you spoke about relationships, to make a rational decision, right, on that, you would then use your logic and say, how do I feel objectively about this individual? Okay, I feel happy while I'm around them, or they don't make me feel comfortable, they don't make me feel safe, right? And then you would then analyze that logically. Okay, I don't feel okay or joy or happiness or whatever it is, whatever emotions you're expecting to feel to make that relationship or that sort of, dynamic right for you. You might then analyze that logically and say, actually, though there's these things that I like about this person, emotionally, they don't really serve me. So you might make a logical decision based on how you feel to analyze those feelings and say, actually, okay, cool, this person is or isn't for me. But in the context which ASR is talking about when it comes to science, unless the scientific data that you're processing has something to do with emotions, or unless we're talking about way back down the line where you're saying that for the purpose of humanity, people will be happier if we figure out this formula to make humanity a better place, and we're doing it for the purpose of how people feel, then yeah, you would purely be using your logic to come up with the scientific data, because your emotions wouldn't serve a purpose in defining whether 1 + 1 is 2, type of thing, I guess. So you're both correct. It just depends on the context, I think. You can tell me how you agree.
One second, sorry, you'll go in a second. I just want to give Tristan some context. So I posed a question about making a decision with a spouse, about a spouse using feelings, and he basically said no. The reason why I posed this is because of my thinking was like you were Tristan, that there are situations in which, logically processing, and that is one of the metrics is in the processing. Go on, answer. I'll say.
So, yeah, I'm talking about, I appreciate that. I'm talking about, we're talking about rationality. That's the you've got two expressions of the deductive scientists. The scientists give necessary truths like mathematical logic and ontology. And then you've got the non-deductive science, inductive, abduction, dialectical approach. None of these approaches involve the emotions. So for one, going to be technical, I never said that anything by the absent. I said the emotion needs to be controlled. When you attack an argument, I never propounded, we call that straw man argumentation. Secondly, when you look at my profile there, it's called Hedu Emarket. It's a religious mind, but it's symbolized by control emotions. Hedu represents all of us as rationality of the world itself during the daytime. And now sphere of awareness, kingdom of kingdom, it works with control. So Heru is all of us as rationality, divining our emotions, and saying that we need to be on top of our emotions all the time and see clearly.
Senior?
Emotions are always changing. That's why they were called the devil in life. Right? You make decisions on real over time. You need to. But the truth is never changing. So, the way you control your emotions is by properly naming. You have a holistic way of naming emotions, we call that science. So you're not supposed to identify with something that's unstable. That's sure to be unstable. So why would I utilize blind aspects of my people coming from brains that are millions of years old that are not rational? I can utilize my cerebellum, frontal lobe to make holistic thinking. That doesn't make any sense.
Are you finished? Oh, okay. Hold on. I just want to, for clarity, my intent was not to misrepresent you. I literally, when that exchange was happening, I even employed senior because I was not following exactly what you were saying because you didn't give a direct answer, right? And then, so I just want to be clear. I do apologize if there was a misrepresentation, but I don't remember you previously in this conversation talking about what you just, your submission now to me sounds drastically different than the submission you made when I first kind of posed the question. Alexander?
Yeah, I think there's plenty of instances in history where science clearly said that something was not possible, yet the individual's emotions and desire for it to be possible actually prove science incorrect. For example, the fact that we can fly. Clearly humans cannot fly. But the Wright brothers wanted to fly, which is almost entirely emotional. And they made that happen by bending the rules of, I guess, nature and in some ways of physics. So, that's not entirely true. I'm saying that everything is necessarily compartmentalized. Things often spill into each other.
So the laws of nature are omnitemporal truths. You can't bend them. It's like trying to bend the law of gravity. So that's the importance of defining our terms. You don't bend the laws of nature. They're unbendable. That's why they're called the laws of nature. And the laws of nature are principles that we can access through rationality. So what I'm trying to get at is that we live by those principles. Way. We live according to rules, order, and thinking that produces rationality and peace. We don't fight over our feelings and false labels. That's the problem. We're not thinking rationally. Animals do that. That's how animals interact. They don't have the capacity to choose against that program. Many what we do. So why would we follow the blind parts of our thinking to make decisions unless we're thinking like barbarians?
When we do bend the laws of nature all the time. Again, another example is the fact of flying. Another one would be space travel. Another one would be genetic sequencing and editing genes. These are things that cannot be possible by nature itself. I guess maybe it can over millions of years, but to speed it up and to be able to choose. No, that's technically not possible without some sort of human or scientific intervention. So we have, and AI is another example of us bending the laws of nature. So yeah, I would agree with that.
I think so. That's not the laws of nature. We're actually proving our point. The problem is when you say the statement can't. That's false. It was never impossible in the first place. We just say that, and that's the problem. So you look at the title, technically based on mobile logic, that's not true. We know it's possible for a black man, right, to take president. We had a president who did it before we did it. So if we're going to be technical, that's not true. That's from a technical point of view that we all can agree on. That's subjective. That's a logical system. And we can give our own personal feelings and submissions, but those are subjective. You got to take it to the rigor of objective language, like with the government science, to make sure we don't realize our feelings and sensitivity So I'm saying to be objective, rationality.
Yeah, like
rational has nothing to do with feelings.
You know, I was just gonna say, like, Alexander, I feel like you're talking about like something slightly different to what ASR is talking about, even if you don't realize it in the moment, in the sense that when you talk about bending the laws of nature, like whenever we do something, fly, travel to outer space, AI, that isn't bending the laws of nature. That's actually understanding the laws and using technology within the constraints and the because if we did something that bent the, like for example, there isn't really much we could do to bend the laws of nature. Everything that we do for know and understand is because we understand physics, we understand biology, and then we build something that works within that frame. You know what I'm saying? That framework that we can do. But I do agree with you that, sure, things like, I don't know, building, you know, hypercars, supercars, aircraft, you know, this, like, there's an emotional side of passion and these different feelings of wanting to know what it feels like to fly, wanting to know what it's like, all these different aspirations that are led by emotion, that are led by being inspired and all of these different feelings. But when it comes down to the brass tacks of developing the technologies, right, it's no longer the feeling that dictates whether you're right or incorrect about the way an airfoil is shaped, right? That's where the two separate. So, like, even when I was talking about emotion, I wasn't talking about it in a way where, like, the emotion dictates rationality. The emotion just informs you of what you want to do. It doesn't mean that what you want to do will be the right decision also as well. Because logic doesn't mean correct. Logic just means that you're using your cerebral mind to make a decision as opposed to using your emotional self to make a decision, right? So it's like, in that same moment, when you're going through logic versus emotion, emotion by definition lacks rationality because it isn't grounded in logic. It's grounded in how you feel. It's a chemical response to something. You know, how your body reacts to external information, right? And then logic is you actually taking the time to process something and decide what you want to do thereafter. You know what I'm saying? So I agree with aspects of some of the stuff that you said, like Alexander, but I think, yeah, you and ASR are talking about two different things ultimately at the end of the day, you know.
So emotions are outward and forces, emotions. They move outward, they move. Rationality, though, principles of science is a never they stay the same. That's why they do.
Please, I'm sorry, as a moderator, I am going to ask you, if you're going to make the same statements, just skip to the part that's different, right? So share your new response, but please do not continue to reiterate the same point. Okay?
So it's the same argument.
Then maybe you don't need to make it. Hey, Baghdadi.
Maybe I can tie it into what the brother just said.
I have no problem with the tie-in, so I'll say that again. I'll give the direction again. If you've made the statement several times, don't make the statement again. Rather, bring in your new point.
So, the new point is, when we live by rationality, we live by principles of the universe that don't change. And don't. We make up rules on our own. That's not rational. That leads to instability. So by living by the laws of the universe that don't change, it allows many of us to fall asleep 30,000 feet in the air. Because we are convicted that the law of gravitation is real. So what I'm trying to get at is that when we live by the laws of science, it produces conviction. When we live by our feelings and so forth, it produces doubt. So why would anyone encourage that?
Hey, Baghdadi, did you want to jump in?
Not really. I'm listening. I mean, I don't even understand really what's going on. So,
said you don't understand?
No, I don't understand half of what nobody said.
That's an honest answer. So what we moved into, so starting with criticism, this idea of like taking critique and feedback, there was this discussion around rational, like what's rational, what's not rational. And so part of what I had asked Senior, and actually I'll pose it to the group now since there's more people here. I asked Senior, do you believe, what are your thoughts about this? Senior gives me feedback. I cry when he gives me the feedback. I implement the feedback. Am I able to take criticism? This is kind of
Yes.
Others?
I would say ultimately, yes, you're able to take feedback. You just had an emotional response to receiving whatever news or whatever feedback was given to you. So you're able to take it. If you made the change, you digested the feedback, and then you acted on the feedback. You just had an initial response emotionally to the feedback.
It can be argued that that emotional response damaged the body. And that response, that was improper for her to respond. She could have chosen to respond not emotionally rational. Because it could happen.
Crying. Oh, Jesus.
I was gonna say, I don't know if you were gonna do it, Senior, but I was gonna ask, in what way do tears harm the body?
Yeah, so I'm not saying the tears harm the body. That's the emotional reaction can harm the body.
Could you elaborate on how?
Sure. So instead of remaining peaceful, optimizing the chances for success, because mind is peaceful, so it's rational. When people get emotional, they start making decisions based on their feelings, they're irrational. That's why they tell us that when we're stressed out to calm down, breathe. It's because when we engage in an emotional state, our brain shuts down that irrational, and the emotional brains take over. So whatever we're thinking in our mind is true. That's why we're told not to make decisions when we're mad or drunk. So why not react peacefully and then apply the decision?
Okay. So this is that's what I was speaking to yesterday before I left Adrian, is that I do think that sometimes there is and I don't know if it is gendered or not. I like to believe that most things are not gendered. When it comes to like just the reactions in the body. I find that I hear often men have a challenge with understanding the body reacting to something and a person's ability to still be effective regardless of the body's reaction. Like I'll see sometimes like men respond to women emoting or children emoting, and the perception is that they can't still be effective. They can't still effectively make a decision or execute a task in the midst of a bodily function happening. And I personally find in my personal experience, since that's all I can speak to, that I definitely can have a bodily reaction that comes across as an emotion, like you can see it, but still execute whatever task I needed to execute, and I'm going to still execute it the same exact way. So I'm not, like I said, I prefer to not think that that is a gender thing, but it is something that I find I hear more men speak to, like some sort of incapability to do that, and I'm confused about that because it never has a tear or the way that like I felt about something had the power to stop me from still making the decision that needed to be made, or still executing it the way that it needed to be executed. Now, that emoting can make the people around me uncomfortable, and that, quite frankly, ain't my business. It might not even be theirs, but I have observed it make other people uncomfortable, and then they perceive that a person is incapable, myself or whoever else is incapable of doing a thing because of their status and emoting. But yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to share that. Like I said, I don't want to think that it's a gender thing, but that's who I see say it. But I also see women able to emote and still do what is needed to be done of her. So I don't know. It's interesting though to hear that perspective.
Bro, I just want to say super quickly because I know Delphine wanted to go next, just in response to like what you were saying. I will say, because I know what you were talking about your experience and I'm speaking anecdotally, so just know that I'm speaking anecdotally too. This isn't a matter of fact or whatever the case is, but in my personal life experience, I will just say that I've noticed not only women that are self-aware have told me in certain situations or when we're having certain conversations that, hey, like, this is a bit much for me right now. I'm gonna have to calm down first before I can actually really have a proper conversation about this, because my emotions are too overwhelming for me right now to actually digest what you're saying. Because oftentimes I'm just speaking in logic and fact. My emotions are removed, not in terms of how me being able to feel as a human being, but from the topic of discussion at hand. So I'm able to, whether it's a tense or heated situation or whatever the situation might be, still have my resolve and still be able to think cognitively in a way where my emotions aren't steering where what I may or may not say, that type of thing. Obviously, you're kind of speaking for yourself and maybe some of the other women that you've dealt with. And the thing is, everyone isn't a monolith, right? So it's of course there will be women that are able to have emotions and feel how they feel, maybe shed a tear, and still maybe they will make the same decision as they would have made should they not have felt that way or be crying. I'm not going to take that away from anyone because I don't know anyone better than they know themselves in that situation. All I can say is I've come across multiple women where when their emotions become involved, either they have to step away from the conversation, or if they're very self-aware, they will let you know that that's how they're feeling, and they will tell you that they will need to step away from the conversation and come back when cooler heads prevail. Or if they do stay, you will notice that the difference between the way the man is speaking and the way the woman is speaking is very different, where the woman will be more, what's the way to properly describe it? There'll be more energy exerted in the way that she's expressing herself, and the man might be a bit more stoic and even-keeled and have a lower tone of voice, be speaking a bit more calmly, regardless of, and a woman might react more to what is being said rather than maybe listening and digesting what's really going on, because when your emotions are what they are, sometimes it does prevent you from really digesting even what's truly being said, more than what do you feel like is being said to you. Do you feel like this advice was disrespectful, even though maybe it wasn't, maybe it was just constructive, or do you feel like this was an attack? Maybe it wasn't an attack, maybe someone just cares. So it's all of these different things to where the emotional response versus the logical response. So even to you as a woman, you might feel emotional, or you might be emotional in a certain situation and think that you're responding logically in your mind, but maybe to the person receiving the information that you're saying, and I'm not saying this is true about you, I'm just saying maybe to the person that's receiving the information that you're saying to them, it might be an emotional response to that individual, especially if you're speaking to a guy. So it just depends. So, but in answer to your question though, I will say in my personal anecdotal experience, I would say on average, so not for every woman and not for every man, right? But on average, it would appear to me that there is a dimorphism based on gender when it comes to how we handle our emotions. But that's just a biological and physiological reality. It's not we're more similar than we are not alike based on our DNA and based on the fact that we're both human beings. But there is a large separation in how we process information, both men and women, under certain contexts. But it's just a fact. It's just a fact in terms of that part is a scientific study. But in general, what I'm saying is anecdotal in terms of my own experience.
I would say that I think we're all emotionally equally. We just don't have the same interest of our emotion. So, for example, when women get more emotional in relationship situations, and men get more emotional in street stuff or guy stuff, guy on guy stuff, because they be ready to kill each other. That's an emotional response on Clubhouse over words. They never even met each other. So that's why there's a high death on men, black on black crime, because that's what they're emotional, most emotional at. Unlike women, more emotional when it comes to more relationship and things like that. So I don't think it's a difference. I just think it's what makes us more emotional. But I think we both act that way. But I think when it comes to emotional and logic and maturity, is differently. So like the lady presented the thing that the young lady cried, but she did the task. It's like that's just this maturity. Like, damn, the truth hurts. So I'm gonna cry, but he's right, so I'm gonna do it, even though it hurts. That's the maturity sense of it. But I do agree that both men and women are both logical is the best way to act on things, but it's not the realistic way to do it because you can't just turn it off. You can't say, you know what, I need to be more mature and just ignore. We could if we were made that way, life would be so much easier, and unfortunately not. But in relationships, women do make a lot of wrong emotional decisions.
I do agree with you to an extent. I would say I agree with you like 90% of what you said, Delphine. But the thing that I would add a caveat in, when you said like men are just as emotional, like but more towards men because that's why there's so much killing. It's important to note that men will kill for resources, men will kill for competition, men will kill off of principle, men will kill and like if we're talking about the emotional part of it, men will kill because of like ego, or maybe you did something to them and it's like a lick back, that type of situation. But oftentimes in many different situations, if a man is killing, he's probably like most of the situations will either outside of a relationship, because maybe like relationships where there's violence and stuff, you can argue that of course there's emotion involved. I think more often times it will either be because they've got some sort of like neurodivergence, so they're mentally ill, right? So people that kill just because of whatever the case might be, right? Or it's like, let's say it's like gang related and things of that nature. So that's resources, that's competition, that's principles. And in the instances that it's not, it's because maybe someone initially killed for resources, principles, or whatever the case might be. But now it's a lick back. Yeah, now it's emotional because you killed one of mine, so we're going to kill you one of yours. But sometimes that's not even emotional. Sometimes that is off the principle. We can't let them know that we're weak because they took one of ours, so we're going to take one of theirs. You know what I mean? So killing, even when you're looking at that, like violence between men, a lot of times that isn't even an emotional situation. Sometimes it might be. Sometimes it might be an emotional situation. So I'm not ruling that out. But there's many different reasons for violence amongst men, in that broad sense. But I do hear what you're saying, that yes, we do. Men and women both have emotions, so I'm not denying that. I'm just saying that we process it differently. So like when you're in a relationship and as a woman, you might be feeling a certain way, your emotions are showing a bit more. Some men wear their emotions on their sleeve as well. Like that, some men aren't really that stoic either. So I'm not saying, like I say, we're not one of it. But it might just be an instance that, on average, right, it's said that women, it's not only that men and women are emotional, but women feel a wider range of emotions. So if I don't know how many of you guys are like familiar with bits and bit rates and things of that nature. But if we say like a woman has a high bit rate level of emotions, you have more granular data when it comes to feeling your emotions. Whereas men, our bit rate for emotions is a lot lower. So we feel less emotions in terms of the variation of them. But we can feel happy, we can feel sad. But you might have like a big variance between your levels of happy and sad. So you have more to choose from. So whether we might be a step down or a step up, you might have somewhere in between that you might feel. You know what I mean? So like we are different in terms of how we even process emotions biologically, just in general, not even just between the reasonings behind why we might be emotional, but just in terms of how our brain is even able to process what emotions we're actually feeling. But all of these are scientifically studied now as well.
Yeah, I agree that men process emotions differently, but I think the eagerness of emotion, because ego is emotion, and that's what tends to lead you guys, which is an emotion. You dress a certain way, you because the way it makes you feel, not because it's more financially. You drive certain cars for your feelings, you know. You chase after certain women for your feelings. Those are feelings. Men are just as much. It's just not more because men are not supposed to be that way, so we don't focus on that. But I would say men run just as much as on their feelings as women do. It's just more talked about or more addressed among women. But men are extremely emotional, and because they're not supposed to be, we pretend like it's not, or it's other reasons why they do what they do. But it is their feelings. So that's what gets us all in a lot of trouble. That's why marketing, that's why our lifestyle is this way. That's why we can't afford what we need, because we focus more on what we want. Because what we want makes us feel some kind of way. So you see men in nice cars living in their mom's basement. Because we feel. You see women who can't pay their rent because of their hair. Marijuana, alcohol, those things make you feel. So I think too many of us are moving off on, men and women. So if you think about everything you do, from the time you wake up in the morning, people who skip showering, brushing their teeth, the things that you need to do that's important to you. Men are in the gym more because they want to look good. Not they're thinking, and then they're smoking weed and drinking, but they just want the physique to look nice because that's what gets them attention. Feeling. So I think they possibly agree on that, but I think human beings are highly emotional and feelings based, and we all need to get more to a logic and what makes sense. We need to focus on our needs and less on our wants. That's why the industries are so rich. Weed, alcohol, sneaker game, pocketbook, all that is feeling. Cars, feeling.
It's it behoove us to replace that emotional reaction with a rational reaction. I mean, how many people go to your bosses and react emotionally? You ain't gonna go to your boss and talk, especially some black folk talking about your emotion. Get out my face. They don't care about your feelings. So why would you now treat your boss differently than your brother and sister unless something's backwards? Ladies, what?
Nothing's backwards, man. Like if you look at all the great artists, the greatest artists in history are men. The greatest authors are men. The greatest chefs are men. These are all jobs and artistries that are heavily reliant on emotion. What are you gonna say it behooves us to not be the great artisans? It doesn't make any sense.
I actually think treating different people who hold different positions in your life and have had different ways of being in your life, treating them the same is actually more irrational than treating them differently. And I find it interesting that it's being positioned that I should treat people who don't have the same stake in my life, same understanding of me, the same interactions with me, that for some reason I should treat them the same. To me, that's the most irrational thing in my life.
So who's positioning that, man?
Your statement was, yo, are you gonna let me answer it like you told me to let you do? Okay, thank you. So you said, why would you treat your boss differently than your brother or your sister? Those are two people who have different positions in your life, and you're questioning, which there's a bit of assumption of why would you, meaning it means that you think that there's a problem with that. You know, some will say there's a bit of assumption that you didn't say that's a problem, but if anybody uses any type of deductive reasoning or logic, you think there's a problem with treating your boss and your brother differently. And I think that line of thinking is illogical.
Yes, ma'am. I never argued that.
Did you not question that why would you treat your boss differently than your brother or sister?
I question why would you not react irrational or emotional to your boss, but react irrational emotion to your brother and sister.
You literally said, why would you treat them differently?
Because you ignore the context. The context is we don't go to our bosses and react emotionally to them. We get fired. So we can treat our bosses that way. Why don't we treat our brothers and sisters?
Again, so you
if I may be allowed to
phrased it
finish,
differently, saying the same shit.
If I may be allowed to finish now, that means that you didn't understand my original argument. You misunderstood that. So it was always in the context of how we don't react emotionally or angry to our bosses. We do that to them. That means we pick and choose when we're irrational. That's irrational. So you didn't deal with that argument. You attacked the other argument that we pounded. We call that straw man argumentation.
So your argument was not about questioning, treating people differently? That wasn't what your argument was?
No, my
Because you said it again, and it might, I don't want to ask you, so I'll retract that question. Others who are listening, was his argument about treating, did you perceive his argument to be about treating people differently?
No, it wasn't. I guess for me, like the way I saw it, Cleo was more of okay.
Yeah, sorry, sir, can you go on mute, please?
Oh yeah, I think the way I interpreted Cleo was more of the thing of okay, we treat like an individual over here, or not even like we treat them that way. We do this thing over here that's rational, right, at work, and then with individuals that we're close to, like our brother or sister or spouse, we then act irrationally when we wouldn't do that at work. I understand what you're also saying though, because you kind of picked up on the fact that we treat a boss differently than we treat family members and people that know us intimately. Whereas he's just saying that we have this rational decision here where we could act emotionally, but we choose to, but in that same context, we choose to be irrational around people that we're close to. That's how I...
Yes, but that irrational that he's talking about, right, that he's claiming to be irrational is based off of how you treated the person, right? How you responded to them. How you treat people is how you respond to them. You responded to the boss in one way and then responded to this other person in a different way. You have treated the two of them differently.
That's not
whether it's rationally different, irrationally different, whatever.
That's how I understood it, Adrian.
Right, like in both cases, like you decided to engage with person A one way and person B a different way. That is what he submitted. Right?
No.
I'm not actually engaging with you right now, so you can go back on mute.
That's not what I submitted.
I'm not engaging with you right now, and I know I'm talking about your point, but I have a very difficult time engaging with you. So instead of getting frustrated and anything like that, I think for my understanding, which is what I'm seeking right now, I'm asking you to stay out the way for a moment. Thanks.
So I think societally there's different protocols for different relationships.
Wait, are you changing? Because I'm still trying to make sure I'm understanding what he said. Are you making kind of like a new point, or are you engaging with understanding the point that was just made? Hello? Which one are you doing? Because if it's on this one, cool. If not, I just want to...
Yeah, it doesn't mean you can't speak. She's just trying to clear up a thought before she moves to the next stuff.
Right, like I'm happy to go to you next. Like, I don't want you to think I'm trying to silence your voice. I don't want to muddle in something new and add more confusion. Alpha frequency?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm speaking to the spirit of the conversation, so I'll wait till y'all iron it.
I appreciate you, again, not trying to be, like, silence you at all. All right, so here's what I was saying, is that he gave an example of engaging with person A in one way. Now, no matter what all the reasoning is, right? I'm not talking about the exact reason. I'm talking about the general thought that you engage with person A one way and person B a different way. And there seems to be a problem with that, right? That I disagree with. That it makes sense to deal with different people in the same manner. I actually think that's illogical.
That's not my position.
My position is that if you can be rational with your boss at all times, then you can be rational with everyone else at all times. You're rational with your boss because reacting emotion to your boss will get you fired. So there's a reason why we choose to be rational or not react emotionally in front of our bosses, because we know there's consequences for that. We don't treat our brother and sister that way because there's no practical consequences for that in our mind, even though at least they're backwards. So why not teach people to be rational and peaceful at all times to everyone?
So
I just have a quick question to you.
Hold on. You are submitting. The only thing that's different is that you're making an assumption of rationality in there, not the treatment. The treatment is still the treatment. Two people are getting different treatment. One treatment is rational. One treatment, in your opinion, is irrational. Which there's a premise there that I don't actually agree with, whether it's rational or irrational, right? And you pushing it into now saying, you're not saying what I'm saying when you are. The only caveat is yours is specific to it being the treatment in a rational manner, right? Which I don't think that me saying I'm going to give my emotions to my family and people I care about, but withhold those from my boss makes me irrational. I actually think it's a very rational decision to understand, one, people have emotions, right? Humans are designed with emotions. And I think understanding the most appropriate time to use those emotions, divulge those emotions, is a rational decision. And to call it irrational is the premise I disagree with, but the statement doesn't change. You are submitting that treating different people differently is not rational. And I don't agree with that.
Yeah, that's not my submission.
You don't even understand your submission. Cool. Go,
So,
Delphine. Delphine, you can go. Delphine, you can go. Delphine is going, not you.
Yeah, disagree, and move on. But my question to you is, when you say about the boss, you say the way you respond. So isn't responding in a fear manner? Fear is an emotional response as well. So if you respond to your boss in fear, that's because you're afraid. It's still emotions. And then you don't respond to your brother in fear because he's your brother, but it's still an emotional response. And not to say that people don't respond to their bosses with emotion, because fear is an emotion, and then them leaving or quitting is an emotion. Them writing reports against their bosses are all emotional responses. So I do think people respond to their bosses emotionally, but fear is also one. So I disagree with your statement.
That's not my statement. The statement is we're trained not to react emotionally to our boss because that's not rational. We don't tolerate that. But we bring that emotional stuff home to our people and act irrationally and wonder why we're backwards. That's a contradiction.
Yeah, I mean, he's totally correct. So it's called a threat of imminent danger. Most of the times, the reason why men don't get into it with each other is because a nigga punch you in your fucking face.
Message.
Yeah, so sometimes even women have this with men. Women would antagonize good men that they know they're not gonna hurt them or beat them up or mollywop them. So this happens a lot in like regular domestic relationships, let alone family relationships. I.e., most people. This is just an unpopular opinion, I guess, in this room. Most people, they take a lot of shit from their manager, their supervisor, the boss at work. A lot of them niggas, a lot of those women, they eat a lot of shit at work. They bite their tongues. Some people even change their fucking vernacular at work, which is because they know they'll get fired and lose their financial backing. So if we're not going to be willing to admit that as adults, are we actually having a genuine conversation?
So that's not what we're not willing to.
I think we can admit it. It's being said that men don't have that problem.
Most of us don't. Most men do not have that problem. I told you the threat of imminent danger is what we live by, right? So I don't know ASR, right? But if I call him a pussy and I see him, he might want to punch me.
I'm not gonna punch you, bro. Why is it?
No, that's what I'm saying. He might be willing to punch me in my mouth, so it might be, hey, we might have to fight.
But calling someone out of their name
to me is not what I'm thinking of as emoting. Like,
it's exactly because you're a woman, you don't get that. So that's what I'm saying.
That's not emoting. That's disrespect, sir. That's not emoting. That is disrespect.
So if I'm a grown man in public, I cannot just have an attitude with somebody and call it, oh, I'm just being a bitch. Because this person could take his anger out on me at any time. So men, we have to walk around knowing, hey, if I go there, this could lead to a fight or something bad happen.
And the issue that I'm having is y'all have this idea of going there. And I personally don't know where that's coming from. I am aware that an emotion can happen and somebody is not taking something somewhere.
Like, you don't have energy, correct? So energy is nor created.
Actually, never mind.
So here,
this is impossible.
Yeah, energy.
I'm looking at a feelings wheel, and I think we don't actually know what feelings are, because the fact that you're reacting to someone saying something to you and you think it's lacking emotions is absolutely crazy. So in the center of the feeling wheel, there are two feelings I would like to highlight that I think are related to what you all are talking about. That's scared and mad, right? And you're going to say, I'm not scared, I'm not mad. And I'm going to go deeper on the feelings wheel to anxious, insecure, submissive, helpless, rejected, confused, critical, hateful, selfish, angry, hostile, or hurt. These are feelings that are coming up, and then we can go into more. Distant, frustrated, jealous, annoyed, doubtful, baffled, discouraged, insignificant, incompetent, embarrassed, overwhelmed. You are having feelings. The fact that you need to do something to a person who you don't know, who's called you a name or a word or insulted you in any kind of way, and you think that that deserves a response is based off of a feeling.
Yeah.
To not think that there are feelings involved in that. I think you all only know the feelings that are like happy and calm is also a feeling. So this whole talk about being in a state of calm is still a feeling. Like, calm is a feeling. It's actually one of the central feelings on the feeling wheel. And so using it as a way to position against something also doesn't make sense. I think psychologists will say, and I don't quote me on this one, that at every point you're always in a feeling. It's just which feeling is present right now. This is.
Yeah, I guess maybe the unspoken thing is that people are talking about negative emotions, and maybe like some of the guys, or including myself, maybe we're not articulating the fact that we're highlighting and I'm not saying that I agree or disagree with you, by the way, Ms. Cleo. Thank you for bringing up the emotions wheel, by the way. I think that was a good thing to sort of highlight. Obviously, I guess we're more so speaking to the negative side of emotions as opposed to the positive side, because you're right. In at any given time, we are likely experiencing some form of emotion, if not emotion, just a state of mind. Because, for example, being at peace, I wouldn't say is necessarily an emotion or being content. For example, right, I always tell people, or I will not even just tell them, I ask them, like even in a relationship, whatever the case is, would you rather be happy or content? Because happiness is a fleeting emotion, whereas being content is a longer lasting state of being, right? So it's like a lot of people focus on, I want to be happy, I want to, like, if you don't make me, first of all, your happiness needs to come from within. You being content needs to come from within, and then have somebody add that to you. But outside of that, though, to kind of like digress back to like what I'm sort of, I guess, trying to say is that I do kind of understand where you're coming from in terms of, you know, like we all experience emotion. I think what the guys are trying to illustrate is that in more often than not, the lens at which men look at, especially negative emotions through, is the fact that there can be consequences and repercussions for displaying or acting less than stoic, or keeping your cool, like allowing your cooler head to prevail, sort of thing. Like, you know, not to allow how you're feeling in the moment to manifest itself physically or verbally or whatever the case is. Because how somebody reacts to that, because someone mentioned, you know, a state doesn't go away, like you know, a form of energy doesn't go away, it just changes states, right? So like
people will notice that when they have conversations, you react a certain way and say something. You might receive that energy back in kind, or it might be multiplied. You might have come with a little bit of energy, and someone comes back with some energy tenfold. And you can't tell someone how to react to something that you did, really. I mean, you can try it, right? But they're just reacting to external stimulus at that point, right? So I think it's a thing of, as men, because our metric, if we look at like our barometer, let's say, like the way that we're calibrated, if we look at what the most extreme circumstance can be, we know that this thing over here can happen if we allow our emotions to prevail. That's how we're raised, let's say. If we allow our emotions to prevail, we know that at the extreme end, this can be the result and the consequence. So our calibration is to understand our emotions, but then logically deal with the situation in a way that isn't so negative. And when I say emotions, I'm talking about our negative emotions here. I'm not talking about our positive ones. Whereas I think women are kind of more so raised to experience and feel and like demonstrate and articulate how they feel at all times. So I think it's also just a difference. Maybe not even just on how we are biologically.
You can go next.
Yeah, you can go next. I guess not just on how we are biologically, but maybe also part of it is to do with the dynamic of how we're raised as well. But yeah, go.
I just want to insert a thought to the conversation. Right, one of brought up the myth that men are logical and not emotional. I don't think we've examined that phrase, that overline deeply enough. You know, because men do feel deeply, right? But many, have been trained to hide, suppress, or reroute, our emotions, right? To be socially accepted. We use behaviors like aggression instead of sadness, violence instead of vulnerability, sex instead of affection, control instead of fear. So, the decisions that might appear like they're logical on the surface, there's plenty of emotion within it. You know what I'm saying? And I think like when you're having communication with the woman, you have to understand what has shaped how we communicate with each other now, right? And the psychological disconnections that we have. And that's all I'm gonna say for now. But I do want to get back on the mic. Like him.
Yeah. Also, I just wanted to. Sorry, Cleo. I'm going to be like 2 seconds. I just want to respond to Fro in the comments. Fro, I know what you said, like in terms of that it sounds like fear. I do want to like articulate the fact that there's a difference between fear and being in fear of something, right? So, for example, and I know this is not everyone's cup of tea, something that people don't know about me. I've got a venomous snake, right? And I have a fear of her, right? In terms of I respect. So fear can always also be used as a synonym for respect, being fearful of, right? Being in fear of something, right? So it's different from having a fear of something. So I could have a fear of a lion, right? And that means that I treat it with the respect that it deserves, not to enter its domain, not because I'm scared of it, not just because of whatever the case is, but I know what could happen if I do something. That's not my emotion. I'm not emotionally in fear of the lion. I can go to a zoo, see a lion behind the XYZ and have a healthy fear of said lion behind said cage, or be in a safari in its natural habitat and have a healthy fear of said lion in its environment, and be like, you know what, it wouldn't be a good idea for me to get off this safari truck and go try and stroke this lion, or try and play with the lion, or try and hit the lion, or do something stupid, because I know that at that point I will be in fear of my life.
This is the longest quick submission, just as a matter.
Oh yeah, but that's all I wanted to say to make the difference.
So I was going to ask a question, but I actually think maybe we could use yours. So remember, this line of questioning really started with a person saying, a man saying something to you, right, creates a need to react. And that was meant to be both logical and not emotionally based. And I would like someone to explain to me how that's the case. Or you could use this example. You wouldn't go sit next to it. You wouldn't go try and have a cup of tea with a lion, but you're not fearful of a lion. Can anybody make any of that make sense?
So, as
You see that profile pic? That's my person on that 203 in warfare in Iraq. Now, if I allow my emotions to get in the way of that sight picture, my round won't hit that tank. When I'm on that sniper rifle, when I'm on that 240 Bravo. So they teach us to control the emotions by breathing. That's why snipers don't get emotional when they sleep. So we don't have to react fearfully to animals. That's a choice involved because our emotions are not compulsions, they are impulses. That's why we all don't react the same way. So what's being presented is that we are optimized when we react rationally. When y'all react rationally or peacefully, aren't y'all more confident, strong, energetic? In contrast to when you react emotionally, that's because you're utilizing your higher brain. So in that analogy, if you meet a lion, you'll be optimizing success by reacting rationally. Maybe that lion's afraid of your person, right? So if you start being afraid, then that lion, so what we're saying is that we promote our chances for success by being rational or peaceful, in contrast to us reacting emotionally. I don't see what the problem is.
So actually, the emotional fear. So I think what I realized is actually happening is we're putting emotional with emotion, and I do think that those things are different, right? Having emotions is actually that's part of how the human body is conditioned to actually make good decisions for you. Fear is on purpose, right? That is your body telling you you need to make a different decision about the situation that is in front of you, right? Having fear is actually good. And this idea that it's a negative emotion, I also find to be troubling, right? You need these emotions to help guide you on what are good decisions to make and to separate them and think removal of your emotions, which I actually think is not some of what you're saying, ASR, but I do think it's I don't think that's fully what you're saying because you also then talk about suppression of emotions, right? And so that means that they exist, but they're not cheap. And that I do agree with, right? That's the part where I think I'm very much aligned with you is that the emotions shouldn't be the cheap decision maker, but I don't think that they should be absent in the decision, right? Knowing that, like that instinct that, I shouldn't sit near a lion is actually keeping you very safe. And like this ignoring of these emotions indicating to you things is to me irresponsible and not logical either.
That's because, ma'am.
So I have a question for as the
Sarah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have a question for you. So, by men being logically intelligent, and by them having to suppress, having emotion, do you think that also hinders men from not being as emotionally intelligent? Do you think that jeopardizes men? And this is the reason why some men don't develop a good standing of emotional intelligence?
Appreciate the question, man. So yeah, I don't even hold that petition right there about men being more logical and women being emotional. Men are emotional whenever they go to the bar and fight and go to war for no reason. So what I'm trying to get at is that it's never the case that it's beneficial for anyone to allow blind guides that come from our oldest brains, the reticular complex and the mammalian brains, when we have a cerebellum that deals with intellect and a frontal lobe that deals with more reasoning that's designed to control. We know that. That's why we metaphorize the emotions as the devil. They lie to us. So what I'm saying is that these emotions come independent of our will. So if they come independent of our will, why would we allow something that's blind like them to guide us unless we're acting just like these people that enslave our ancestors, barbarians? The whole point of a yoga or formal ethics is to control the emotions. So again, I never talked about suppression. I'm talking about controlling. You control the emotion.
No, but if you're like
Wait. Did he not, Stage? Did he not say, Stage?
But not finish.
No.
I never said suppression of emotion.
No. We not about to do this. So y'all gonna listen, and then I'll let go of the mic. Hopefully I can stop pressing it. Am I delusional in believing that I heard sir talk about
mention anything suppression.
Wow.
No, you did. You just
I know I
said
did it.
that.
Look at my profile pic. I said you got to be on top of them. That's controlling.
I ain't gonna lie. You said suppressed, bro.
And he said it more than once. This is.
You're not telling the truth. Look at my profile.
Yo, I'm about to end
Well, we got replays.
Yeah,
I never
I'm
mentioned
about to end this room on this shit.
Someone is lying right now. It's not ASR.
Control it.
Look at my profile pic.
If you're saying that y'all have to control the emotion, then how do you even know what emotional intelligence is if you're always controlling it? If you don't know what that is?
You didn't allow me to finish answering the question. As I was answering, someone got off with the emotions.
I fucking sure did.
So that's a contradiction.
I surely got off with my emotions. I'm not gonna say I didn't. I'm gonna definitely
May I answer the lady's question?
No, fucking no. I'm actually no longer going. We're not going to.
Now you know what the emotions are doing.
Yeah. I told you telling me that don't mean shit to me. I told you I emotionally responded, and I don't give two shits. What we're not gonna do is center you as a liar. I'm not gonna do that. You lying to us.
I didn't lie. What lie?
You got one more time, and I'm just gonna throw you down because I was cool with it until you blatantly called me a liar when you literally said a thing, won't stand 10 toes down on it, and go try and make it seem like I'm the one being disingenuous. Fuck that. No more questions. Sorry, sis. I know you want to ask him a question. We're not asking him that question. We can go back to emotions and what everybody want to talk about, but fuck that. No.
Yeah, ASR, just cover hold us.
Come on now, can I respond?
No, you might not. ASR, though you might not remember, I think you were talking about your training, and you were saying we are trained to suppress our emotions. I don't know if that's not what you said, but I think that might be the
I said we're trained to control the emotions at all times.
That is suppressing the emotion.
No, that's not suppressing.
He literally said suppress. We're not doing this. I just told y'all, motherfuckers, we not doing this.
If you look at the profile, that represents.
Are we not? No. Anybody else can share on something else. We're not going back to the lying to us.
I'm not lying. You won't allow me to make a statement.
No, you're right. I won't. You're right. I'm glad you realize that. Yes, I told you I'm not letting you make a statement. Why is this hard to understand? No, you're not. I'm not lying. There you go. I'm not doing this. I'm not gonna sit up here and be gaslight. That shit's not happening. Y'all can continue.
Renee,
I feel like.
go ahead.
I feel like in order to articulate your emotions, you have to deal and practice and develop your emotional intelligence. But if you're trying to control the emotion or trying to suppress, that's not actually giving you self-development skills to actually self-improve your emotional intelligence. I feel like this is the reason why some men have selective outrage. Like, is this the reason why y'all really don't? Yeah, that was this. No, sis, you're not delusional. That's why I had asked that question, because I was trying to see if I was hearing the same thing. So, I think.
Renee, what I was saying to the question that you kind of reiterated and that you were asking him, and I don't want to speak for him, and I'll let the other guys like Senior and everyone else maybe speak to themselves. But what I would say for me is that, I can understand where you're coming from with kind of your logical argument. What I will say is that it's not a case of, you could even argue, right, that the emotional intelligence within, I guess, men, when we understand our emotions and don't act emotionally, is a high form of emotional intelligence. For example, right, if I have an emotion, right, and I could act emotionally based on said emotion, because I even mentioned in the comment, and I said to Cleo that I actually agree with something that she was saying, because she actually highlighted difference. And this is why language is so important as well, like when we're having these discussions, because that's why I love languages like Arabic, because there's just so much variance in the way you're able to articulate things, even though I can't speak it myself. But it's the fact that there's a difference between
having an emotion and being emotional, right? Like acting on said emotion or displaying said emotion. And that doesn't mean that you can't have an emotion and articulate yourself. You can, and men do, right? But it's about...
No, but what I'm saying is, my point is, suppressing your emotions is not understanding. You're never going to understand your emotions if you suppress something. This is the reason why therapists and psychology people, this is the reason why they try to track anything you're suppressing so you can deal with the store, like, in the front center. Like, how are you supposed to understand yourself if you are suppressing yourself or controlling yourself from feeling some kind of way?
So that's why I'm saying that language matters. So like in the sense of like based in this context, right? Because I do agree with you. Like a therapist will say stop suppressing your emotions. Like you need to go through it, feel it, like experience it, understand what you're feeling, right? So I don't Right, I'm saying like I agree with what you're saying there, Renee. So that's why I'm saying like that's why I made the display between what Miss Cleo said, because I think language is very important. So let's even say whether you know, I don't know if you can come back up, but whether he said controlling or suppressing, let's say that they're synonyms for the same thing, just for the sake of this argument. It'll be a thing where maybe in that context, it's specifically related to, you know, the army and the military and the fear and tanks and X, Y, and Z, so that you're not letting that fear override your decision making and your judgment or what have you, right? So that's that context. Because also as well, if we're going to say that we're able to be in different situations and move differently, then that makes sense as well. You know, you're in a different situation, you're going to act accordingly based on the context that you're currently within, right? So I think ultimately, I do agree with you that emotions shouldn't be suppressed, but they should be understood, right? And then the emotional intelligence of men, and this is where the language comes in. Someone might say control, and someone might say suppress in terms of how they're trying to articulate and express it, but maybe that's not really the right word that they should be using. But the emotional, I suppose, intelligence for a man would come in to where you're experiencing said emotion, but you're not being emotional based on that emotion. But I know that's not what you're speaking to, Renee. I know you're speaking to directly suppressing the emotion, and on that point, I agree with you.
Yeah, because that's what I'm saying. Because that still becomes a lack in certain departments in your life, like love life, social life, friendship life, you know, around, you know, acquaintance, you know, that will be something that person isn't, that individual will lack in, that will cause a conflict. So, you know, I feel like women and men are wired differently. This is why I feel like some men don't have a connection with women and they have that emotional disconnect because they don't have that self-development skill of actually coming down to their senses and being articulating their emotions. Because and the more you control it or suppress it, you will never have an emotional space with the other person.
So I have a clarity question. I was able to hear Tristan explain something about experiencing an emotion and the difference between experiencing it and acting in it. Is there a belief amongst men that women are incapable of experiencing an emotion and not acting in the emotion that is experienced?
No, women do it all the time. I just think, you know, when we're having these, and I love having these conversations because it allows us both to, at least in some way, take something back from something and understand each other a bit better. Because I think the more that men and women do this, the better it is. I just want to lay that out there. And I think, bro, you asked a really good question. I would say no, like it's not a case that women don't do that. I think women do this every single day. And also as well, it could be argued as well, by the way. I just want to put this caveat out there because I think these two things work parallel to each other. Like when I mentioned like that women experience a higher range of emotions, because of this, I would argue that women do it more often than men do. I think it's actually easier to be express your emotions. So I think women actually probably on average do this more than men do. I think women are probably, if we experience the emotions that, like the range of emotions that women experience, I think men would struggle. Because we have our outbursts as well. We are more alike than we are dissimilar, but on average, women display their emotions outwardly more than men do. So it's just a relative to, and not a women can't do, if that makes sense.
I have a question with that. Is it that women display their emotions more outwardly than men? Or there's certain emotions that women display more outwardly than men? I think women tap into, I think everybody has the same set of emotions that they experience. First off, I just want to be clear about that. I actually don't think that men don't experience emotions that women experience. And I would love to kind of dig in, well, what emotions that women are experiencing that men don't. I would love to do that. Actually, I think we should go there next. But before we go there, one, I think that people all experience the same set of emotions. I think the frequency in which you dive into the various emotions is different amongst men, right? So there's that. I also think that I don't think it's that women display emotions more or less. I think it's which emotions do women display versus which emotions do men display. And if you look at that emotions wheel thing that I was talking about, I think that women are more likely to express sadness, outwardly to people, and men are more likely to express things that come from the mad domain more frequently. And I think that's actually, and I think we were trying to say one is more than the other, when it's not more. Like, whole wars are being started. Men's rate in going to, being locked up is significantly higher than women's but it's a very different emotion that's generally at work when men are being locked up. So it's not a matter of more or less, it's different, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I
you, Tristan.
Go ahead, go ahead.
My question for you is, why do... Wait, can you respond to what I was saying before we ask you a new question? Yeah, go ahead. Thank you. You were going to respond, right, Tristan?
I was, and Renee, you can come right after. I was going to say, I can completely see where you're coming from, and I don't think you're necessarily wrong in your analysis. I would say my only thing would be that I suppose ultimately, right, like when we look at men and women as far as, okay, women are experiencing this emotion over here, and, the emotion that they display is just a different one. So you mentioned like sadness versus, what was it? Sorry, like women are more sad, but men are more, what is it?
So,
Rough?
you know how the emotions wheel kind of starts with 6 core emotions in the middle,
Mm-hmm.
and then it kind of spirals out to like the more specific ones? I was saying, I think the core emotion, which I think for men, out of the core that they're going to display the most is mad, and the one that women are going to display the most is sad.
Yeah, do you know what? I don't actually disagree with that. Like, in terms of, like, I believe that women are more likely to display, and this is going to go into the next topic after, like, Renee answers certain questions. So, Renee, don't forget your question. That, yes, women are probably more likely to express their sadness than a man would be more willing to express their sadness. And I think when it comes to being mad with bits of rage, it might be, a man might have to go through being sad and then go through maybe potentially experiencing some level of anger. And then once they reach the rage part, so then you can argue the question, right? If we're talking about rage, is sadness if we're talking about ranges of emotion or what requires you to get to a certain emotion, would it be safe to go through anger before you get to rage?
Well, sadness,
as opposed to just
anger comes from madness, like, so rudiment, like the root. What I think you're asking, just to answer your thing, and I want to get Renee in, is one, those are 2 different core emotions, right? The 2 things that you're naming. Now, what I think people think is that you only experience one emotion at a time. My share would be that I think likely you're experiencing both of those emotions, right? Like anger comes from mad though. Like that's a different space than sad.
Right. No, and I would agree with that. And I would also agree with the statement that you made that you can experience multiple emotions at the same time and emotions that derive from different group sets. For example, like having a level of sadness and also being mad and being enraged could also, or maybe in a weird situation, you could also experience madness and rage and happiness if you get off on doing that type of behavior, right? So it's like emotions are a bit weird in that sense. But anyway, so yeah, I don't really disagree fundamentally with anything that you've kind of said in your initial piece, and I am excited to talk about the range of emotions afterwards. But Renee, what's your question?
Yeah, my question for you was gonna be not all this emotion. Why are y'all mastermind of manipulating the emotions to y'all benefit, but y'all are not mastermind of being emotional self-aware? Because y'all are intelligent, but y'all have more advanced being emotional manipulators. And why is that? Like y'all are good at getting the woman emotionally involved with you, but why y'all don't use that as a positive, more in a positive light to be more self-aware within y'all emotions for yourself?
Oh wow. I thought that we didn't want to. I thought we agreed earlier that a lot of this wasn't driven by gender, but in either party, if you're being manipulated that easily, that means you're more emotionally invested in the situation that the person's manipulating you. That's all it is. In the case that you described, ma'am, the woman would be more emotionally invested in the man who's manipulating her. She got played because she allowed herself to be played.
Well, no, it's not allowing yourself to be played, but if you are trusting that person, and if you are, if you're like, having the open space to allow the person in your circle, no, you're not being emotionally naive. You're being emotionally trusting of that person to be honest.
You sure? That's what it sounds like you're doing. Not you, this hypothetical person.
Not naive. That's not being naive. That's actually
Why isn't it naive? Why isn't it naive?
You said why isn't it?
Why isn't it naive? Because I'm with seniors that if you've been manipulated, there's some lacking on being able to reason what's happening on your part personally. Now I'm not saying that it makes they're what they're doing right, like at all. Right? I'm not saying that the person manipulating is right or just or emotionally intelligent either. Actually, maybe I would. I actually think part of emotional intelligence is being able to manipulate situations, but that's a whole nother conversation. But I don't see how you can allow someone to lead you down a false narrative and you're using logic. I don't understand.
Oh, you wanted to go to your or?
No, I'm allowing you to answer the question.
Okay. Me personally, I feel like that person is not emotionally being naive. Especially if that person is allowing another person to come in their inner circle and just being trusting of that person to be honest. But if you're dealing with a person that he or she is so advanced on playing, on manipulating the emotion, yeah, you can easily get played and still be smart as hell. Like, you ever heard of a word salute? Like people actually being like good enough to play you just by having you in that vulnerability of trusting them.
Why is it
I think what they're saying is if you're able to be manipulated with a verbal display, and you're not receiving action that backs that up, then that is naive. That is almost like a self-swindle. It's like lending yourself to it. Somebody could tell you whatever, and if it is not proven true in action and production, then you are convincing yourself. They're actually not even manipulating you anymore. I would say you're convincing yourself. You are manipulating yourself into a belief that's not even present. It doesn't even have enough structure there for you to stand on it. But it's like jumping on lily pads, and you're doing it on purpose because they're not showing you any structure under what you're saying you're being told, or it would be solid if they were telling and showing. But if they're just telling and the manipulation is happening, you are lending yourself to it because you have no production. You have no produce. There's no harvest of the feast. That you have not harvested anything. You're just convincing yourself.
That's interesting. Well, but that's interesting.
Yeah, I have a garden, and if I plant beans and tomatoes and peppers in that garden, and I go out there and I make myself a salad, and the garden is telling me it's a garden, but it's no salad in that garden for me to make a salad out of. The garden ain't the food. I'm the nutbag. It's me. Because there is no produce in the garden. It's actually just grass. And I have allowed the grass to tell me that it is lettuce and tomatoes and peppers, and now I got it in a bowl, and I'm mad at the grass because it tastes like grass. Then that don't make sense, because the grass been grass.
Okay, well, yeah, I just had a different perspective on it because being a emotional manipulator, you don't necessarily, it don't have to be always be words or vocal bound, but if that person is showing you a pattern, if I'm, okay, let's say with that word, if I'm giving you a vocal pattern and the action pattern that, oh, okay, well, this garden is lovely. You are allowing me to enter your garden. I've got you comfortable. I've got you comfortable enough to trust me in your garden.
Are you harvesting from that garden?
I'm showing you by action and words that yes, I'm into your garden. I got you into the cocoon of you trust me in your garden by action and by words.
Yeah.
Not just by my words.
But are you chilling in the garden, or are you getting actual produce out of the garden?
I'm watering the garden.
You're watering it. Are you getting produce out of the garden?
You water what?
Yes.
What is
Yes, your produce, your trust, our connection. Yes, I'm getting your produce.
Okay, what produce is someone who's manipulating actually giving the person? Give me something.
What does it look like?
Yeah, like they've manipulated you. How is it that there's cabbage and there's no cabbage? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Because if you're harvesting and you're growing crops, I'm getting the output.
But when did that
Nurture
actually grow?
Trusting. When you allowed me to enter your garden, that's when I got access to it.
So you who opened up your garden without any reason to do so, like I think one.
Yeah, it sounds hopeful.
No, I'm saying her garden. I was portraying that if I was to manipulate, when I first got access to it, she had to open her garden.
Exactly.
But I had to give her the illusion. Yeah, I'm supporting her harvest. Yes.
So Renee, would
retaliate? If she retaliates, that's basically gaslighting somebody. Like I'm calling her emotionally naive because I gave her an illusion. Like, no, that's gaslighting.
So Renee,
Respectfully, I understand your perspective. I just have a different instinct. But what's your question, Tristan?
I was going to ask you, would your analogy also be the case that, okay, like, because I'm trying to, I think I'm sort of feeling out where you're kind of coming from. So are you more so saying, let's say we stick in this metaphor of a garden, right? they've shown you this garden, you've seen that there's produce there, you're watering the garden, this and things are growing X, Y, and Z, and you're waiting for this harvest to come to time, right? Things are growing, things are flourishing, things are looking beautiful, they're looking on the up and up. But what you don't realize is that what's growing, though it looks beautiful and ripe on the outside, it's actually rotten on the inside. Like the fruit, the actual fruit that's growing, though it looks a certain way on the outside, the inside, the substance of the fruit on the inside is what's rotten. So it will take all you to then try and pull from said fruit and take a bite to realize that it's a facade. Would that be a more accurate description of what? And that
No.
So what you're trying
No.
to do.
No, that's why I was trying to put it to make sense. So I was confused the other. I was just saying that if I'm an emotional manipulator, right, and I got her to the vulnerability state of mind, and just by action, also by action, like I'm getting her soil for the garden. I'm actually buying tools for the garden. I'm letting her know that, okay, I'm with you with this harvesting. I'm actually watering your garden. I'm giving you certain tools to grow, to get your garden to grow more bigger with you. And I'm giving you words of affirmation that your garden is beautiful, right? But if I'm giving her this illusion that, oh, I'm sticking around in her garden, I cannot get mad. I cannot call her emotionally naive if I'm giving her an emotional illusion. Like that's gaslighting somebody. When you're trusting somebody and you are allowing yourself to be vulnerable with that person. Yes. And if you eventually try to emotionally manipulate that person is not naive. That person was emotionally trusting you to be a good motherfucking person.
Unless they were trusting it for an extended period of time and not getting any. I guess I'm struggling to see how a person could be knee deep in something that they have not received out of it. What would prove the security in it?
Right.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like how long are we talking? Are we talking 2 weeks? Like if it's 2 weeks and you being befuddled, that might not be the right word. If it's 2 weeks and the bamboozling is happening, well, all right, okay. Somebody could have pulled the wool over your eyes. If we 3 months in,
Exactly.
So okay, that's okay. Do you think women are emotionally naive when they get married? Like do you think married women are emotionally naive when they trust a man to actually
A lot of them, yeah.
lifestyle?
Yeah, some are not.
Yeah.
Some are not. Some are. I mean,
if she trusts him to hold his vows, and then he is showing
that's not her fault.
not though. It's not her fault, but for her to continue to believe as though he is producing cabbage and he showed her that that's not what it is, it would behoove her to stop tricking herself, because at that point she's doing it to herself.
And also, it's on her. It's incumbent upon her to do her own research to throw on as Cleo said. He has to show. Yeah, there has to be action. There's something about him that he's doing that makes her want to commit as well. It's a two-way street.
And I just want to take a moment for the words behoove and incumbent, because it's synonyms for me. No. I wasn't saying anything substantial. I was just saying I just wanted to take a moment for the words behoove and incumbent. It's synonyms for me. Shout out to Payne and Fro.
Right, no, that's what I was going to.
It's in her best interest is what I'm saying, Renee, pretty much.
Oh, okay. So, if a man is showing you something by action for a long, extended period of time, you're still the naive one because you would, trust him enough.
No, that's not what Fern was saying. Fern said if he made a vow and a promise to her, and throughout the marriage he cheated on her, broke a vow, it's not her fault. That's not what we're saying.
Yeah, it's like so I think it's two things.
But if she's naive, then technically.
Well, what if he was a philandering hub before she married him? And she was naive, she turned a blind eye. That's what we're talking about.
They don't say like.
Oh, men don't do that? That's what you were saying?
No, the manipulators don't do that. They don't show their poker face in the beginning. I mean, of course they have to, upkeep the pattern of what you want. I mean,
how can he perform for so long?
I think you guys are talking about two different things. I disagree that this is getting a little pointed. Yeah, like just to wrap it up, like I think you guys are talking. I just realized you guys are talking about two slightly different things, and you're both correct with what you're both saying. I think so. Like May and Bro are talking about a situation where, okay, cool. If someone has managed to fool you in a short period of time, okay, cool. You got me, because a short period of time passed and you noticed it. So in that instance, they didn't really get one over on you in that type of way because it didn't take you long to realize. That kind of makes sense, you know what I'm saying? And then they're kind of more befuddled because they're saying, well, if that same thing was happening but over an extended period of time, but that's not what we're really saying. Renee is more so saying the fact that, okay, this is someone that's a master manipulator, right? The master of disguise. So I think she's talking about a situation where a man has come forward and he's peacocking, right? He's showing his best self. He's making it seem like everything is sweet and dandy. I would say, Renee, in that situation, if someone over an extended period of time is showing you something X, Y, and Z, ultimately, I don't know if there's much you can really do about that, because that means that person has different intentions from the ones that they're displaying to you. So that's, I don't know what you can do about that other than, for example, like you're talking to men right now, like have a conversation with men and see what our perspective might be on men that do that, and maybe why they do it. But like, yeah.
That's what I'm trying to explain. Because if a person thinks they can be untouched, get fooled or fooled, yeah, that's
no one's thinking they can't be untouched, but it sounds like in the scenario you were describing, there's a lack of responsibility for understanding that there's a risk in human interactions. And unfortunately, in situations you were describing, the victim played themselves.
No, like that's what I was saying. If someone has a mastermind strategy of getting you in that vulnerability, then okay, if we're gonna put it like that, then there's something else.
What?
If we're gonna put it like that, I'm saying and they're playing themselves and it was their fault and they should just they should have known better, they should have known sooner. They had to
Ma'am, there's a difference between there's a degree of reasonableness here that seems to be that it's not in play. There's an expectation of people when they act in good faith in a relationship. But if that person's not showing you the quote unquote buying signals that you would expect to become a husband or a long-term partner, and you continue to ignore them, then that's your fault. You played yourself. I don't know what part of that don't you understand.
No, I'm not talking about red flags that you see in the beginning. If that person ignores the red flags in order to ignore something, that person would have to show you red flags. Okay, a person can ignore it. I'm talking about when that person don't show you red flags. When they are mastermind of short paths that you want, that they know you want peace. There isn't that doesn't exist. I'm not understanding what you're saying. If somebody's a mastermind having a poker face, you know they will not give you red flags. None of them. No. I mean, I understand your perspective. I ain't trying to have a argument, but it's just interesting to hear other people's perspective of, when people call people naive, when you trust people, it's interesting.
Where did Cleo go? I think she wanted to talk about something else, but she's not. Yeah, I think she was on the phone or something.
All this salad talk is making me hungry.
Yeah, what's on the menu? Like, that's actually a good shout. Like, it's Saturday. I'm happy to get some mocktails. I'll be real. I'm happy to get that Jamaican spot around the corner for me.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
This has been a pretty interesting conversation. Just listening, but I didn't. But it's pretty interesting.
You know, it's been a really a really good discourse, man. Like, I think it's important for us to have these conversations. It's important for us to understand each other and hear where everyone's coming from and stuff like that. I think it's important.
Yeah, I disagree that certain things are like done out of emotion. I don't even know who was speaking to that. Looking for it was saying like men killing each other is down and it's not out of emotion. It's done out of rational competition, protection. You're trying to protect your side, you're trying to pick their side. They rationalize killing. A lot of the killing it just be the game, status, something like that. Situations. Paying respect for status and access, power. It's not necessarily emotional. Same with buying a certain car or dressing a certain way, or it's about status and access and power and money. It's not about a feel, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, you know what's so crazy? Because you just reminded me. I think when I got sidetracked earlier when Cleo was talking, that was like part of the point that I wanted to make to Cleo. So if she comes back, maybe one of you guys can remind me, or maybe back you can reiterate it and you can tell her like your thoughts yourself. Like, because that was a really good point when she was talking about the fact that men go to all these wars and X, Y, and Z. A lot of that isn't an emotional decision. Like these political decisions to decide to declare war on someone else is usually based on resources. It's based on you wanting to be ahead of another country, or it's based on defending, your sovereign, like places like.
With Baghdadi say Tristan, a lot of these like gang violence, there's like past trauma, the way they were abused during childhood, neglect. So these are emotional. I don't understand. That's not part of an emotion. But it's not emotional based.
It's about status.
So they're still like when they.
They're not necessarily mad at the person they killed or mad at their side. They want to be able to say they're a killer or they have rank or status. And so I killed a couple options. They might not even know the person personally that they killed. So it has nothing to do with emotion. They don't even know him. I just know he on the other side and I killed him. My rank and my status go up.
I'm not talking about the motivation of the killing. I'm just saying where it's the deep-rooted psychology behind it. I mean, a lot of these defense lawyers, they get psychologists to take the stand to show where it stems from.
Yeah, but how can you kill someone I don't even know? Be emotional killer.
I think she's talking to like how people end up in gangs to begin with, like if there's like past traumas and stuff like that. Like, cause if that's what you're talking about,
yeah, I mean they all go hand in hand. Gang violence, killings included, joining the gang.
It's just this other reason, and like buying a car or be dressed a certain way, that's the range of status, access, power. It's not being with these certain cars to give me access to more women. This outfit is going to give me, get me in the VIP. It's going to get me here, get me there. It's about status and access.
gonna have pride, right? They're gonna gain
The shirt
resources, so that's a form of emotion.
But the shirt that say Gucci and the shirt that don't have no logo on it, I'm gonna feel the same way.
They're feeding into
but the
something.
shirt that say it's gonna give me more access to certain women and certain rooms because other people's gonna view me on
Okay, something is lacking, and they're filling that void. Is what I'm trying to say.
They get access to women, they get access to rooms, they get people seeing them as a certain way, and they're opening doors. So people wear those brands and they drive those cars and they move in those circles because it gives them access to money, power, resources. It's not about business. They'll feel the same way in a like I'm gonna feel the same way in a Honda as I do in a Mercedes. But a Mercedes is different treatment.
Does that treatment elicit a feeling?
Oh, Cleo, you're back. We were
Trying
looking
to
at you.
say,
Sorry.
No, he's disregarding that. He keeps saying
Oh, you missed me, Tristan. I feel honored.
he wanted to go back to emotion, but I just understand there's still a void you're trying to meet. Self-esteem. You're trying. You know what I'm saying? That's still an emotion.
It's just gonna make her open her legs. It's like
Do you like her legs being open?
It's gonna save me time. She's still gonna open her legs.
I didn't. That's not what I asked. I said, do you like her legs being opened?
Do I like it? Yeah, I enjoy the legs.
Exactly.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, it's gonna open up in the Honda too. It just might take me a week, but in the Bentley, the legs will open up in 10 minutes. So it gives me access to the legs quicker.
Like I'm gonna be right back. I can't. I'll be right back. I'm gonna make coffee. I'll be right back.
You know what's crazy, like I feel like you're both right, but like at different stages. So I think like you're talking about like one stage where like maybe the emotions aren't involved yet, like you're feeling, but you know that there's a reward to come at the end of it. So whether it's the access, right, or whether it's the women or whatever the case is, maybe wearing, because I know what you're speaking to, and like I've got like mentors and a lot of people that I work around X, Y, and Z, and like obviously the industry that I'm in, there is actually emotion involved in the vehicles because like we do a lot of things in the automotive space and planes and shit, and like a lot of these purchases we call them emotional purchases because ain't nobody need to be spending 5 mil, 4 mil on a car, but you do because the art. I feel so. Look at the gorgeous lines, look at X, Y, and Z, right? There is, but then there's duality as well, right? There's like, okay, I'm getting it because it makes me feel good, like it's so visceral. Look at the textures, look at how like it feels to hold the steering wheel and like the Alcantara and the stitching and all this other stuff, right? Like you spec the car out, it's a whole like fanfare, right? Like it's very emotional in that sense. But for people that aren't really into cars, that do it for business reasons, it is literally a business decision because they know that they're going to be taken seriously in certain rooms. But even though they don't care to have the Ferrari, they don't care to have the Lambo, they don't care to have it, but they know that when they pull up, people are going to take notice and they're going to take them seriously along with their peers because that's the industry that they're in. So they have to buy it, or they feel like, and there's the feeling piece. Well, it's not really a real feeling, but they think that they have to do that for people to show them that level of acknowledgement, and they have to wear, the Italian suit that's fitted with the threads and the lining and X, Y, and Z, because they know when they walk in with the hoopla on their wrist and X, Y, and Z, the who's are going to take notice of them and they're going to be allowed to enter into certain rooms. X, Y. That is true. But then the acknowledgement, how do they feel then after that? Like, what does that make them feel like? And is that feeling what they're chasing? Or are they just chasing the status of it?
They're chasing legacy. They're chasing generational wealth. They're not chasing experiences.
Right.
Women are more chasing experiences. Men are chasing something tangible to pass that. We chasing money, power, access, and we chasing our last name, so we can pass that down to our kids, and they can stand up on the last name. And now I'm like the Barack Obama. Now the Obama name means something. Now his daughters have that last name. It means something now. Men are chasing that. Women are chasing experiences for the most part.
Both are
chasing feelings though. Like there is a pride that you feel in your name meaning something. Like there's not an absence of feelings. The feelings are the feelings.
It's not what it's the power of that name.
No, it's the that the power create. You all keep divorcing feelings from shit.
But a man would endure misery for his
another feeling.
So it's not. So he's not doing it. He's doing it for the power of the name.
That power.
No, but you have some men who won't snitch and do 10 years in prison. He didn't want to do 10 years in prison. That didn't feel good to do 10 years in prison. But he didn't want to put a snitch jacket on his name.
Because he has pride in what his name means. Like, here's the thing. Because it's not one feeling, you want to say it's not any feelings, right? And that's not accurate. There is all of these things are in ego and pride, which are like, what are we talking about? Like, power, status, all of those things elicit feelings. Saying it 10 times doesn't change it.
He ruins his name. He ruins his brand. He can no longer make money and build generational wealth for the people that he cares about. So he'll sit in jail. He'll go through the trial process. So when he get out, he'll go on tour and continue to build his wealth. So it's like a woman would have been snitched. The average woman, some men, they gonna snitch too, but no woman is gonna be down like that because she don't want to go through the hardest experience in jail.
That's actually that's not accurate. My aunt went to jail to hold down her husband. Like, what are we talking about? Like this is. No. I went on mute so I didn't cut you off because I realized that I was part of the problem. So I reflected on that. Now you go on mute while I'm talking. Because this shit is ridiculous. Like it's crazy. Yo. Okay. You tell me when you're done because I swore you finished and I started talking. So you let me know when you're done.
Stop talking while I was talking. I never finished.
Literally stop talking, but go. Let me know when you're done.
No, a woman is more so chasing feelings quicker than a man. Yeah, there's some men who are in that, that feminine mode, and there's some women who are masculine. But for the most part, generally, a man is in it more for access and power and resources and competition, and women are in it for experiences more so.
Are you finished?
I'm finished.
Okay, use the mute button, please. And experiences and all of those things elicit feelings. Like, we keep trying to divorce feelings from things that they are a part of. They elicit different feelings, but they're still feelings. And this idea that they're not, it's my name, pride. It's this, ego. It's that, joy. It's that, happiness. These are just different, feelings. Now, how you get those feelings to express are different. So I don't disagree that men might. Who is that chewing on the mic? Can y'all hear that, or is it just me?
Oh, it must be Harry. He's the only one with the mic.
Harry, can you do me a favor, boo, and go on mute? Okay, I'm just gonna mute him myself. There we go. All right. So these are all feelings, right? And I do think that maybe women get some of their feelings through output of things. I don't necessarily disagree, but having sex with a woman is an experience, so that shit don't really fully add up to me because that is an experience. Having a woman next to you who makes your status elevate, that's an experience as well. So I think human beings thrive off of experiences. Human beings are designed to use emotions, and this want that men have to act like they don't act in human ways, I find to be one of the most delusional.
I would just like to let the record show that, I don't agree, with, maybe 50% of what Bag said. But Bag, I do agree. But that means I also agree with 50% of what you said, by the way, bro. just for the record, just so the record shows, so that we can get some duality as far as men are concerned up in here. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so like it's definitely interesting to hear like the different perspectives. But what I will say is that ultimately, I think now we're getting down to the science of human behavior. Like at this point in the conversation, because it's like, why do we do anything at all, right? And I kind of touched on this like a bit earlier in the conversation. Ultimately, there is a feeling at the end of why we do anything. Even if the feeling isn't in the moment, even if the feeling isn't right there right now, at the end of the result, at least the reward will be said feeling. So even if you don't get to enjoy comfortability in like some form of feeling right now, and you're not living in that feeling, which is kind of hard to believe because humans are typically feeling or experiencing something, even if we're not conveying said emotion. But the feeling is coming at some point that we're chasing, why we're doing anything, why we're working for something, why we're building something, why we want to experience something, why we want to be in a room, like why we want to have access, why we want to have status. Like there is a feeling associated with it at the end, at some point. There has to be. Otherwise, why are you doing it? Why do you want your family to flourish? Like, it's not just because you want them to flourish. How will that make you feel if they flourish? There's a feeling. It's all a feeling.
But then when you like look at like how kings were raising their princes, how they were raising their sons, how they were raising their heirs, they were the prince was constantly being under pressure. He was constantly being tested. After that test is done, here comes another test. The prince was constantly going through hardship, and that it was training him to be calm, to be more relaxed, because to be more in control of his emotions. I don't know, like great leaders have to be in control of their emotions. Like I said before, women and children they can be over emotional, but men have to keep their emotions in check.
I will agree that in many different circumstances, knowing how to not allow your emotions to rule you, which you shouldn't, because your emotions are guidance. They aren't. They're like a compass of some sorts, of a barometer from which you can take some form of analysis to end up in whatever result you want to make. So I do agree that a great leader isn't going to let their emotions rule them, because decisions need to be made that where your emotions could not only affect you, but affect the people from whom depend on you to lead, right? Like whether it's a nation, whether it's a household, whether it's a company, right? Whatever the case is, like as a company, you might have a bad day and you might be like, bro, fuck these motherfuckers, I want to sell all these stocks. But your board of directors might be like, you want to do what? We ain't letting you sell these stocks. Like, and you gotta like be like, cool, I can't sell these stocks. Like, I gotta make the rational decision. You know what I'm saying? So, but I do kind of think that there does need to be an acknowledgement from men to acknowledge the fact that yes, we have these emotions, but the way that we not only process them, but the way that we decide to utilize or not utilize those emotions in various decision making is what we need to acknowledge. Not the fact that we don't have the emotion, because that's not correct. It's not that we don't have it, and it's not that we're not experiencing it. It's just that the way that we utilize our emotions are just different in many instances. That's it. That's it.
If you're open to sharing, and you can definitely tell me no. You went to jail or prison before, correct?
No, man. What made you assume that?
No, I think I've confused you with somebody. I think there's another bold who comes in here, so that's why I asked. I wasn't assuming there's someone who's talked about this before, so I think I just confused you. Never mind then.
But Cleo, you wanted to have another conversation regarding the levels of ambition. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because men say that they like, or you said, I won't say men, because I'm pretty sure you share that men don't experience the range of emotions that women experience. And there was a way to actually give a nod and a compliment
to women, but I kind of disagree with the sentiment in general. So I wanted to hear, like, what are these emotions that women experience that men don't experience?
Right. So I know everyone's background might be different. So like when I give the analogy of like bits, it might not register with everyone. So I'm trying to think of like a good way. Okay. So for example, right? When I say a wider range of emotions, I'm not talking about the type of emotions, because and you know when you talked about the wheel of emotions, like the wheel that the emotions are on, that would be like the type of emotions, right? But when I'm talking about the range of emotions, now we would pick like a specific type, right? So if we talk about happiness, right, women will feel a wider range of happiness, like within the realm of being happy, right? Women will feel a wider range of sadness. Women will feel a wider range of most emotions, maybe not all. It might not be like linear one-to-one for every single emotion, but if we just look at it holistically now, in general, women tend to feel a wider range of emotions just in general. And not only do women feel a wider range of emotions, but they feel them more frequently than men do, right? So the data link to their mind of them feeling said emotion is more prevalent. Women are more oftentimes thinking about how they feel at any given moment. There's a conscious download of how they're feeling.
Do you mind pausing right there on that point right there?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So you said women are more often thinking about their feelings. I actually don't disagree with that. Does that mean that they're feeling them more or less frequently?
I mean, based on the studies and like the peer review stuff that I've heard and that I've heard, psychologists and stuff speak about, I believe that is what is believed. I don't know if it's been updated and it's changed since. So like, if someone wants to fact check me, more than welcome to do so. I'm not opposed to being wrong. But from what I do understand, it's a case that women do experience emotions more frequently, and that is why it's not like they're consciously choosing to feel their emotions more frequently. It's just a matter of their reality.
But if you're thinking about something more, how is it not conscious?
So when I'm using thinking loosely, as though like more so like a thing of like, like if you wake up and you feel a way, it's not that you're just thinking about feeling that way. That's just how you feel. So maybe thinking isn't the right word, but experiencing would be the right word. They're experiencing it more frequently. So not that I don't want to say that they're thinking. That would be the wrong adjective.
Thinking is a verb, but yeah.
Oh, verb. Sorry. Yeah. Correction.
Sorry, that was my teacher brain.
No, it's cool.
I tried not to say it out loud.
Get me right, please. I'm trying to get the grade.
Okay, so I personally, and I thought psychologist, I'm driving, so I won't be able to support this soon. I left my headphones at home, so I'm not even going to be able to talk to y'all. I'm a little disappointed about that. But I think people are always experiencing a feeling. If we look at like the feelings wheel, one of those feelings is always happening. So I don't understand how women feelings are happening more when people are always in states of feeling. Now, this maybe we disagree with that first statement. So if you don't agree that you're always in a state of a feeling, then my premise is going to be off base because we don't agree in the foundation. But I believe people are always in a state of having feelings. Therefore, you're always experiencing them. So.
I agree. That's true. We're all experiencing the same feelings. My disagreement is that men are motivated or chasing a feeling, right? I don't think men's feelings matter to them as much as women's feelings, and that's why men don't move so much. Like a man will go into a situation where he's afraid because he's ignoring his fear, or he'll put up with misery because he's ignoring his unhappiness, because his goal is not his happiness or his feeling safe or whatever. His goal is competition, competing with other men and money, power, status, and legacy. So if I gotta be afraid for a second, but it's gonna level me up in power, status, resource, access, legacy,
pride is a feeling? I just need to understand that, to understand your submission. Do you believe pride is a feeling?
I think pride is a feeling.
Yes or no? Yes or no? I just
because he'll do something that he's not proud of.
That's not what I'm not asking. That I want to know. I'm trying to make sure. I'm trying to track some of what you're saying, and it really rests in me understanding what you.
Men and women have all the same feelings, but men are less.
Sir, I didn't ask any of that. I'm asking you a very specific question. Straight men don't answer straight. Shit. Is pride a feeling? Yay, nay. That's it.
It sounds like a feeling.
Okay, keep going.
But the man is not doing it for his pride, because he will ignore.
I didn't ask that. Just keep going with what you were going to say already. Don't get distracted.
He'll do something he's not proud of. So what I'm saying is he's not okay. He has all the same feelings: fear, happiness, pride, anxiety, all the same stuff. But that's not his motivation.
I heard you scream that in my ear already.
But the woman's motivation is more so what's going to make me feel the way I want to feel.
I think that's completely ridiculous. I think there's too many ways we can show that men do actually operate on feelings.
So I can't speak for every man, but just with my experience, when I was young, I lost my father, right? And then I ended up losing my brother to suicide. And then like when I was young, like years ago, like 10 years ago, I experienced homelessness. So like it was like constantly like being tested and having to showcase resilience in certain situations. So I finally reasoned if like the most like if this nightmare happened, like what can impact me? The worst thing that could possibly happen to me has happened. What else can impact me? So I had to come to eliminate emotions for my survival. Otherwise, I would have drove into depression and ended up like offing myself, hitting the off switch.
You wanted a feeling of peace, correct?
No, I didn't want to feel emotions at all.
That doesn't actually exist.
You wanted to feel numb.
Numb?
Yeah. Like just calm.
Calm is an emotion, though. Like that's my point. This is what I'm saying. Calm, peaceful is actually a synonym for that, but okay, we can go with calm. Calm is an emotion, and wanting calmness is still being motivated by feelings. Human beings operate off of.
It says not showing or feeling nervousness, anger, or other strong emotions.
Yes, it's still an emotion.
Still an emotion. That's what she said.
Here's the funny. Yeah. Here's the thing. They used other feelings intentionally to show you the feelings it's not. Not to say it is not a feeling. It's to say it's not those feelings.
It's absolutely
right?
those things. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It is a feel. Calm is a feeling, and this is where men get really confused. And we start talking about negative and positive feelings. All feelings are good. They're what give your brain signals of what you should actually be doing. You are absolutely motivated by feelings, and thinking you're not is actually delusional. Like you want it to be in a state of calm. That's a feeling of calm. That is a feeling.
I guess you're right. Yeah.
It is not bad. I think men have been trained to think that having feelings and using them in any kind of way is illogical. It's not helpful. I think it's super logical that you said, I'm not in a calm state, and I need to be in a calm state, and I'm going to make these decisions to get there.
Yeah, that's
super intelligent and responsible and logical. And this idea that men should not operate in considering of their feelings and that they operate beyond them, they're not motivated by them. Most wars are started based off of somebody's feelings. Most of the niggas sitting in jail did something because of their feelings. Like this idea that we, and I say we because humans are motivated by it. Y'all want to not be connected to your feelings is super problematic.
Yeah, I think that's very problematic as well. Like, I mean, the idea that you're not in tune
with your emotions, in one way or the other, or that you can't balance it, is like she said, it's just very problematic because like you have to be. I mean, everybody's going to feel a certain type of.
What benefit is it for you to be in tune with your emotions? How does that benefit you?
Well, that's what I was just about to get to, and that's a great question. The benefit is that everybody feels emotions, right? Like the whole idea that you're never angry, or you ain't never sad or depressed, or you're never happy, or whatever. No, you go through the range of emotions throughout your day. You go through the range of emotions throughout the month, or just period in your life, right? So like the idea that you shouldn't know how to balance those things is what keeps us safe and healthy, right? Like, let me give you an example, Baghdaddy. Let me give you an example. Think about the people who, make themselves unhealthy, and there's this idea of emotionally eating and shit, right? So they go get that whole pint of ice cream and shit, or they eat bad food, or whatever, and they don't take care of themselves or balance themselves to say, you know what, I shouldn't do that. Let me go to the grocery store and and get the food that I know is proper for me. Let me emotionally balance myself, even though I'm angry right now, even though I'm sad right now, even though I'm happy right, whatever. Pick an emotion, right?
So
being it.
Emotions.
I'm sorry.
Basically, what you're saying is ignore your emotions.
No, I'm not saying ignore. No, I'm actually saying pay attention to your emotions. Pay attention to your emotions and know which emotion does what to you, so that you can either counterbalance it or flow with that emotion. Because like obviously being angry is going to put you in a bad position, right? Being depressed is going to put you in a bad position, right? But being calm is going to put you in a good position, right? Being happy.
Acting out of calm could put you in a bad position. Just do what makes the most sense. Do what's most beneficial, regardless of.
Right. Exactly. Which, yeah.
If you're calm if somebody's attacking your wife and you're calm, that's not a good thing. So calm is not.
Well, it depends. It depends. No, it depends. Like, listen. No. Look. Let me show you how it depends. Because as a fighter, as somebody who grew up fighting a lot, I grew up fighting a lot. Calm is probably the best thing you want to be if somebody's attacking your wife, because you need focus as well. I mean, there's a lot of factors within.
You need to be attacking the person who's attacking your wife. You don't need to be calm.
Listen. That doesn't mean that I'm not. It doesn't mean that I'm not gonna hit you with a lot of force multipliers or do the best that I can to defend. It just means my mind needs to be focused, calm, so I can see what's actually happening at the moment. Because I've been in that situation where I'm. No, I know that. Yeah, but listen, the person who eliminates a threat in front of them needs to focus. They need to actually be focused, because they don't know exactly what the threat looks like. You don't know if they have a weapon. You don't know if they got other niggas. You know what I'm saying? You know, you gotta assess the situation. You gotta assess the situation. So it's best for. Right, but a fit of rage has put a lot of niggas. But
attacking my child in front of me, I don't need to calmly analyze the situation.
No. I'm not saying. See, I think you missing. No, I think you missing the point. No, I think you missing the point.
Can y'all do one mic at a time? One mic at a time.
Yeah, I'm sorry, bro. Hey, bro, good to see you.
Hey.
No, I think you're missing the point what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you don't go savage on me. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that two things can be true at the same time, right? Like, you can, like, if you, there's a thing, like, if you listen to a lot of athletes, right? They go into this mode where, like, the world slows down, right? They can just see shit happening, like, we can't see it, right? They just get into this mode. It don't mean that how they acting, in their particular sport, that they not going savage. That's not what I'm saying. Of course, obviously, if somebody is, threatening my child or maybe threatening, the love of my life or whatever, right? You just, obviously that's going to upset you. But to be focused, you got to be focused to make sure that you understand exactly how to go savage. You know what I mean? Like, you can see the little, you can see the little dust flying by your head, and you can see that little bird in the back. You can see, oh, he got a nigga over there. Okay, all right, cool, whatever. All right, I'm gonna hit this nigga over here. I'm gonna hit him with a left right here. I'm gonna hit this dude over here with the right. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna run to the building, get the blicky. I'm gonna do, like, calmness. What I mean is both can be both can happen at the same time, right? The point that the love was making is that these are all emotionally driven, and to be able to balance your emotions is necessary for us as men to be able to, if we ever get into that situation, to be, to protect or whatever it is that we need to do. And if
in the Matrix, Grumpy.
Like, you have to ignore whatever emotion it's not going to solve the problem. You got to ignore it. Because what's going to solve your problem. But at the end of the day, your legacy is riding on it. Your power, your access. Like, if you allow someone to publicly disrespect you, reject you, it's going to limit your access to your power. So now everybody thinks you're sweet. And so now you can't move. So once you let somebody punk you, you can't move the same way no more. So if somebody say something, you might have to slap the shit out of somebody. They might not even made you mad, but other folks thinking it's like, yeah, if I just say something, everybody will start talking to me. Then ain't nobody gonna shop with me no more. So this man just said something anyway, I gotta slap the shit out of him. Just to prove a point. But it's not necessarily.
Yeah, I think this conversation is taking a turn. I want to call it an ignorant turn, but it's definitely taking one. I don't know where we want to go with this, but it's not getting productive, man. I can guarantee you that whole idea that men are effective when they forget emotion or how they feel, that they are more effective. I would guarantee that the people around you would tell you that you function in emotion. You have convinced yourself that you don't. You are attempting to convince others that you're not. But actually what's happening is you are fully fledged functioning in emotion. If your response to things is swinging on people because how you may be perceived.
They can affect my access.
But your access is already affected, Baghdadi. You believe that your association with dumb women is a benefit to you. You like you said that men do things for the status, not for the experience. Men do things. Wait a minute. Men do things for the respect, not for the experience. Women do things for the feeling and the experience of things. Yeah, you intentionally seek out women that you say are dumb, are stupid, dumber than you, and you do that because you enjoy the experience. You do it for the experience, Baghdadi. So, no, yes. You're doing it for the experience. You have to be, or you wouldn't have the boundary on those women being smart. When the women are smart, they challenge you, and you don't like that experience. You've said it in here before. It's recorded.
Like, why y'all remember everything wrong?
You realize
it's recorded? No, do you realize it's recorded?
I know what I said. It's like you play it. If you play recording, it's not gonna think what you said.
If I find the recording, if I were to go find the recording, it's you saying, it is you saying that what I heard. It's you saying that you prefer to interact with women who are dumber than you because the women that are not challenge you. It is what you said.
What I said is I prefer women who are dumber because it's safer.
You enjoy the experience more.
No, I said it's safer.
You enjoy the safer experience.
Okay, so you're saying it.
Yeah, I'm about to just.
Why would you?
I'm about to just find somewhere else to be.
Why would you want to be with a woman who's dumber than you, bro?
That's weird.
Like, why not get with one that's smarter than you, and then like
because he doesn't have status.
That she'll criticize you. Criticism.
No longer have status.
Listen to me. Look. Criticism is a tool for improvement.
It's not a choice for them. The smart ones don't want this stuff.
You up with damage your legacy. If she's smarter than you, or just as smart as you, but she has the police department at her disposal, she has media at her disposal, she has the legal system at her disposal, she can set you up. And then she has more resources to fight you and destroy you, take your kids away from you.
So you're right, bro. You just said
it.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So he did say it. You don't need to replay it.
Smart enough to set you up. She can destroy you. We've seen a lot of men be taken down by smart women who lied and played the
So either way, you prefer the experience.
Like look at the situation with Diddy Cash, right? Long relationship, whatever. She was listening, but then they say, "Oh, I'm a victim."
Bag. The point is, you enjoy the experience.
He prefers it. Right? But she said, I'll be a sex trafficker when she didn't get her way. So what I'm saying, so when women, and what she wasn't smart.
I'm muting you because you're not following the point. You stated that women do things for the experience. I'm telling you, you do things for the experience as well,
No.
ma'am. Yes, you do, ma'am.
Oh, no, but did you get my
Yes, ma'am, you do.
Sir, did you get my point?
Sir, you don't get your point.
Sir, did you get my point when I said, why I said it's safer to be with a dumber woman in this society?
I'm getting what you're saying, and that is boiling down to you prefer the experience.
How do you strategize with a dumb one?
I'm just going to protect my
I tell you what. Okay, well let's move past that part because the conversation is going nowhere every time you get the microphone. Anyone else like to speak? And you in the Matrix, Grumpy. It's all bad. The
whole stage bad.
Now I feel like this could actually be a good conversation, but the reality is, man, listen, anybody, and I mean anybody, can set you. But the reality is, behave and have a good alibi, and you should be good, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, just behave, act right. You don't have to go get somebody that puts you in a bad position. Get who you love. Get what you want, what you desire, and have a good alibi at all times.
You want somebody who can put him in the position that he puts himself in. That's what that's about. That's about, I'm gonna do what I want to do. I don't want you to be able to. I don't want you to be able to show proof that I have done what I want to do.
So the girl in his PTR is dumber than him?
Don't. Never. I'm going on mute. I was about to say something.
Sorry, I was just asking. Baghdadi, the girl in the PTR is dumber than him? I'm asking you a question. Is the girl in the PTR dumber than you?
Every nigga I know who married a woman who was so intelligent, went wrong, she got everything.
How many men you know in that situation? And what was everything that she got?
Everything she wanted.
$50.
How
many? Right, about
55.
$5,000.
When the woman was made dumb,
how many people you know in that situation, Bag?
Women make dumb mistakes. They tell dumb lies. Like they don't.
Are you going to answer any of these questions, or are you just going to keep going?
I'm about to do what Adrian would do and just take his microphone away.
Sorry, I can't.
Yeah, he was killing my brain cells.
Bro, it was hurting me.
Yeah.
Put in my face. I just needed a breather.
I don't know why we entertained dumb shit.
That was dumb.
Nah, yeah, I think we entertained it because, listen, that unfortunately.
He's not answering questions. He's just running. She asked the question, how many men do you know?
Right, but that's the mentality.
Is the girl who's here dumber than you?
Yeah, but unfortunately, Faye, that's like the mentality of a lot of.
If she went back daddy, she's definitely dumb.
I mean, it's just unfortunate. It's unfortunate that we have people out here, men specifically, that they think this way. Like they don't.
He denied it at first. He was saying, no, I never did, and then he ran on and supported why he said it. Like.
Yeah, that was kind of weird. You know.
Angry man.
You gotta clutch your purse
Walk across the street.
Hey,
He would have been disappointed in us for entertaining it, so it had to go.
I'm sorry. I don't know who wanted him. I couldn't. I'm sorry, guys, if you wanted to hear the rest. Tay, you want to add something?
Oh, no. I guess I was trying to figure out what the main topic was before you started talking. I guess.
Yeah.
Well, earlier the topic was just yesterday somebody brought up women not being able to handle criticism, and today it was men, and so now we're just discussing both. Yeah. Thank you so much. I know. I'm ready to. They said maybe one day.
Yo, it's hilarious.
I think with me,
I'm coming up.
Oh God.
I told the nurse yesterday, but I don't know if she marked it. It's coming through my staples. And it's a lot.
You okay, Fro?
Never here. Oh, my bad. I didn't realize that I was off mute. I'm talking to my nurse.
No, you
I was about to say
good.
something.
No, you good.
Yeah, I just want her business out there.
Yeah.
You know, her business.
Thank you. No, Faye, thank you for catching.
My bad, y'all.
No, it's okay. I'm just making sure you.
I'm just earling. Sorry I earled in the microphone.
I blame back Daddy.
I'm so sorry. For real.
I blame back. No, okay, I blame back Daddy. Just so you
No, that's hilarious. Yeah, listen, I don't know if he could.
Yeah, I just had a major
procedure. I don't know if he could rub two brain cells together, man. Just general concept. And see, this is the problem. You know, I know in the top it talks about men and women, right? But man, listen, man, we gotta do better, man. You gotta.
It's gone.
Nah, I mean, Lord, oh, there go the buses. Lord have mercy.
Panda done woke up.
Immediately no. Immediately no.
Yeah. That's jacked up that it's Grumpy is repulsing Panda, not the fact that I got sick in the microphone. For the end of the show. Oh my god.
Girl, nothing about you is these men, oh my god, nauseating.
Hopefully I can go home one day, y'all. That's what we're rooting for. So if you pray, do that. Do that thing. Monday.
Alright, okay, I'll pray for Monday though. Even sooner.
Already know. Yes. Grumpy gone.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
I'll take Grumpy over Bag though. I'm gonna be honest.
That's how bad Daddy is.
That's a horrible.
That's bad. That is bad. Well,
So, cross criticism. I feel like I could take criticism as long as the person's gonna help me. Like as long as I'm like, you know what? We're gonna do this together.
you know, we had a couple hours ago, we had a Panda, when you weren't around, we had an indigenous black American who was in this room, and he said he's Choclaw.
He was who?
Choclaw. I was gonna say Choctaw, but he said Choclaw.
He mean,
No, he didn't.
Rob, I timestamped it. It was hilarious.
No, he did not.
And then we asked, where is that? Were they at in the U.S.? But he's Choclaw.
No, he didn't.
Promise you. Who was with me? I'm trying to remember. Oh, Imani has to do the recap. It was good.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, see, and that's the thing that I don't think that the guy understands. Like, they gonna chop this up, bro. It's literally called for research purposes only. What do you think is gonna happen?
80s was enjoying it. She was enjoying it. She said, "Oh, y'all let this happen." That's research purposes. 80. Let them speak.
With a guy who was like him, you know what I'm saying? It was so dangerous. It was very dangerous. You know, want to pop off real quick.
Yeah, people like that, unfortunately, tend to be very violent and abusive, and that's not cool. That's just not cool. Like the fact that you would say, you know, I want somebody that's dumber than me, or you know, that tells me how that probably you've been abused or maybe bullied by other, you know, people who have, you know, a little bit more strength.
We talking about people.
Baghdadi, yeah. Like it's so like it just tells me that, you know, it tells me that basically you're trying to get your lick back through weaker women, which is nuts.
He's grown up in a household. He loves his parents. Grew up pretty well. You know, they were in business together and everything like that. It was not, you know, doesn't mention anything along those lines. You know, he had a pretty stable, nice upbringing and all that stuff.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that you haven't been abused or somebody hasn't bullied you or whatever. It just tells me that you're weak, right? Like you got bullied at some point, or maybe you got, you know, disrespected, and you never got to live.
A rat.
I'm sorry.
Or he could be a spoiled rat.
Or he just could be dumb.
Other than you.
He could just be dumb.
Yeah, and all those things can be true as well. He could be dumb.
Diagnosed by just like, you not realize what you're doing right. Well, now it makes really sense. You know, I don't want to sit around talking about, you know, put some abuse on some people's head. No, I don't care. I just, it's more like,
what you're seeing.
Right now is super weird. There you go. That's all.
Yeah, no, I wasn't. Listen, I'm just obviously, I'm just speculating, but it's just like, I'm just speculating. Obviously, I wasn't saying it. I wasn't saying it to like put that jacket.
Okay. All right.
Please.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Saturday.
Good morning, love.
Whether you like it or not, I still love you.
Scrap. Macro.
I agree with what you were saying, only because I've dealt with a man that was like him, so he definitely was bullied.
Did that man have a two-parent household?
No, he did not. He didn't. He had no father. Mother was present, but the father was outside of the household.
Daddy had both.
Was he also in business with them? Owning properties?
But you know what, you guys? Maybe it's possible that his dad was just visual in the household, and he wasn't like, he was just seen and not like physically involved, like mentally and physically involved. Matters too, right?
Yeah, that's the option.
I don't know. I'm not a therapist. I'm not a therapist. When I see something right now, right here, and something's going on, it is abnormal, then that's just abnormal, and that's it, and that's what we're talking about.
I agree. You're right.
Oof. Seems like you guys haven't been back more.
A while.
I want to talk about.
Let me see.
I'm gonna come back.
What's gonna happen is we need to move this dang room for use it.
Yeah, shut it down. I'll be right back.
All right. It's 58 hours. Not too bad. Yeah. That's when my ghetto was gone. Yeah, Grumpy ain't here. Okay, we're good. We're back in business, people. Hi, Elias.
Hey, man. Great morning.
I think people just have simple brains. That's pretty much it. It's just a simple mentality or whatever.
Yeah, it's like niggas trying to argue finishes with start points.
Mm-hmm. I think it's just some weird way that, like, you know, I think that, like, when you add a little bit of something that's like a such idea of it in that relationship, right? Or you suggest something that just it may be extremely normal, but it doesn't make any sense. Like, it's just so considered, like, you know, for a simple brain, you know, it just doesn't make any sense. You just think about it, like with a mother, right? Or a child. It's like, mother should challenge the child. You know what I mean? Gosh, no. Mom's just supposed to take care of the kid. Mom's just supposed to do this. Mom's just supposed to... It's like, duh, of course. You're supposed to do that to your child. You're supposed to, you know, like, what? Of course not in excess. Of course not anything ridiculous. Not to know like, extreme ridiculous. What's so abnormal about that? But because people are just a touch slower than usual. And certain things happen, and I think that's all it is.
So people don't want to acknowledge stubbornness.
No, I think it's hard if you're a little slow, a little stupid, to realize that you're stupid. I mean, you know, like, I'm gonna get it. Can't get it at all. Yeah, I should have heard. Where's Bowl? Bowl?
What's up? What's up, Panda?
How are you?
Never been better. You?
See. What are you doing?
Reading Aristotle.
Oh, cool. Very nice. Alright, fine, I'm gonna tell y'all. Okay, so, Alias asked what state Utah was in.
Yeah,
I think.
yeah.
Apparently it's in Nevada. Sorry, I keep talking my name. I'm dead. Oh my goodness. Miss Lady Balls, that's so funny. Alright, create another room. What is it gonna be titled? Alright, I think I have a title. let's see. All right. Let's see. Let's get ready to move this.
Are we silent?
You know, I was thinking like 7 minutes ago, I was like, I wonder what's going on with that. Some saying you might not be, but
I wasn't writing. I'm actually like waiting for them to try to approve this nausea patch. Because I can't stop fucking Erlen. I'm so sick of it at this point. Like I'm on my own damn nerves. I done used the whole sleeve of the sick bags. Like over myself. And it's nothing I'm doing. It's just the after effects of major surgery, I guess. I don't know. But no, I ain't wrote nothing down over here. I'm eyeballing this word search. I'm about to occupy my mind with.
word search. Sounds fun.
What was that word bro said was an adjective? That was a word. That shit was kind of funny. Yeah, that shit was weird.
Y'all still quiet in here?
Yeah, I think this is the quiet after the storm. It was just a bunch of ignorance going on. I personally am always shocked at how adamant certain groups of men will be to deny emoting, or how they will deny other people's experience of their emotions. Like, do those men realize that denying that you have existed or expressed emotion does not stop the people around you from experiencing you and your full emotion? Like, everybody else can see it. Everybody else experiences it. Everybody else is possibly affected by it. But because you would like to deny it, because it makes you feel better to deny it, it makes you feel better to deny feeling. It's just, I can't wrap my head around it. Like, do you not realize that you're attempting to access a feeling right now by denying that you're feeling so that you can access a better feeling through your ego? Are you not, is the calculator broken? Is it solar powered? Are you standing in the closet? What is happening?
Oh my goodness. I understand. Criticism. Okay, so story. I have like been getting criticism about, I guess, my living situation. So I moved here to Arkansas, and I'm not a good, I'm a good person as far as like personality wise, but I have flaws, and I get criticized all the time about my flaws, and I don't know. I can take the criticism, I guess, or whatever that people give me, but it's just how they deliver it. Like I was saying before, I can, tell behind the criticism what their intent is.
And I respect that, because we were talking earlier and someone stated something about men not like responding in emotion when they're criticized or told something. And I'm trying to figure out, when does that happen? Like, tell a man he looked like he skipped leg day. Tell a man, you know what I'm saying? Tell a man he could hold a quarter under his titty. Tell a man he anything, like critique anything, and they will react emotionally. They do not like how that feels. They do not, and it almost is not even based in how you do it. It's almost just based in the fact that you did it.
And those are like beta males.
I don't like that narrative either. You could tell a man, you could tell a man the statistics of um, sexual pleasure for women, and they'll get defensive. And you wasn't even talking about him. You talking about the world, and they will literally get defensive about the fact that most women do not reach climax. Like, I just don't know where they're getting the idea that they take criticism seamlessly. Just not sure where it's coming from. But I also don't want to know what it feels like to have to pretend all of my life like something is not real. Yeah. And everybody else can see that it is real.
Yesterday, they were putting me under scrutiny, and they were, I guess, making fun of my intelligence because I don't know a lot of general facts, but I welcomed it. I didn't yell, I didn't argue, I didn't like go back and forth. I'm like, cool. I don't really care because I can't do anything with that information.
Right.
I don't know.
Like it was an alpha male in one of these groups, and he was the head of the group, and he felt because I was challenging him, he was having what is it? Not a debate, but he was disagreeing, I was disagreeing, and he was like, really rude, and then this woman chimed in and was like, why females don't just shut the fuck up and this his group. I'm like, huh?
No, that's crazy.
I know, right? I'm like, come on now, we having a discussion, like, so I can't disagree with the person that's in the head of the group. I never cussed him out. I'm talking like how I, talk now. I just didn't agree with what he was saying, and they didn't kick me out because I left. They didn't have to kick me out. I knew eventually they would have, but I just left them on my own because I'm like, I thought this was a group where we can, openly discuss things and people not get to the point where they're controlling the group and telling you what you should and shouldn't do. You get what I'm saying? So I just left. I was like,
Bold, why'd you sit up here and just tell that bold-faced lie?
Can you elaborate on what you mean and where I may have been wrong?
Okay, you told the truth. We were definitely making fun of your intelligence. And then you said that you can't use any of the questioning or the thing. We sat here and told you -1 plus -1 equals what? And then you said, okay, well, how do you use that? And then Panda described to you about your bank account and buying the Apple. So don't sit here and tell that bold-faced lie like we were just giving you some fucking questions out the blue. We were giving you practical questions. Appreciate you.
Yeah, I mean, like, question is like where is the equator and
I just got back. What's going on?
Utah.
He lying saying that we was asking him questions and he can't use the information. He lying, Panda.
Okay, listen to me. Can I say something? I'm saying y'all were asking me questions that I should know, right? But at the same time, I mean, it was mainly Donnie. He was calling me a dumbass. And I was like, okay, cool. Like, I'll embrace it. So I'm just saying I didn't break under pressure, and I welcome the criticism. I mean, I'm just trying to stick to the topic of the room. I'm just saying it's cool. Like, it didn't bother me. It didn't make me emotional. Like, it was cool. Like, he wanted to call me a dumbass. If that's what makes him feel like a man, cool, that.
Now, what makes me feel like a man is understanding -1 plus -1. But I will say that in terms of the criticism, and I'm just busting your balls. No hard feelings.
No, it's fine. It's cool.
What I will say is you did respond well to all of the criticism. You didn't change your voice tone or inflection. Like, you were even killed. So I will say that you specifically, I've seen that you can handle criticism. But as a whole, I think men and women, black, white, purple, or green, have an extremely hard time.
But then I helped you get your hands on onto some.
I tell all of you people that you're not nice. You're like, fine, every day. See,
but I helped you get your hands on some invaluable information as well. Like that app created.
Did you? Was that you?
I picked old boy's brain and I got you the information. I picked up boy's brain and I got you the information.
Was that you?
I said, I asked him. I said, hey, bro, like, what is a big idea that you have that you would?
You did ask that question. You started that off. I appreciate you.
Yeah, but if you know Friendly, he's gonna mention what he's working on. It doesn't matter if you're sitting around talking about
ducks. You just gotta mention it. That literally happened last time. That's how I was able to get my panda.
If you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will spend the rest of its life thinking it's done.
What did you say?
If you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it'll spend the rest of its life thinking it's dumb or done. I think he said dumb. Makes the most sense.
Dumb.
He said dumb.
Wait, I'm a Pisces. I'm taking offense.
Hey,
Pisces, February 21st.
All right, I have a new room that's called "The World Needs Stupid People." But I have to step away.
That's a good one.
I think so too. But I have to step away, so give me like 5 minutes. I'll be right back. And I'm gonna open that room.
Before you step away, Panda. Before you step away, did you see the girl who killed her mom and her dad? I think it was in Georgia.
And she went on TikTok crying about it?
And she fucking went to the funeral and gave a eulogy.
Yes, I did hear about that.
Did you see that shit?
She got arrested
She got arrested after the funeral.
I saw it briefly, and oh my gosh, the freaking Idaho 4 freaking documentary came out. Crap.
The MSNBC one?
The one from excuse me, cat. Cat. Hold on, sorry, my cat is doing something. What are you doing? Sorry. It's like a bad child. No, the one on Amazon Prime.
Okay, I might have to beat that tonight.
Wait, is there another one?
There's supposed to be, I thought there was supposed to be an MSNBC one.
Okay. Well, I'm watching all of them. I don't know, there's something weird. Weird.
What documentary are you talking
I want to
about?
hear about all the details. I wanted the trial to happen. I want all the details.
Wait, what documentary are you talking about?
The Idaho 4 one.
Oh, yeah.
That guy pled guilty out of nowhere. Dang it, I wanted to hear everything. The parents are pissed. I mean, I get it. I get it. It's just like, gosh.
Up until that day, they say he was claiming his innocence and everything. And then,
They ran out of strategy. The defense doesn't have any, they tried to use the second person. The only thing they could have done that was left is try to plead insanity, and the judge wasn't going for that shit either.
Nah, the Ann Taylor girl was present for the trial of her life. She was so ready. It's one of the most famous trial attorney ever. She was so ready for that. That threw her all the way off.
Well, she had a slam dunk. At least in my opinion, with the judge, now that I'm really being, I'm going to reserve this until I watch the documentary. Never mind.
Yeah. I want to hear what she has to say. Ann Taylor has been. Can you stop? Stop it.
No, keep doing it, Cat.
Stop it.
Keep doing it.
Or I'll beat you. What?
Keep doing it, Cat, so you can get beat
She's
like a
doing my
slave.
plan. That's what she's been doing. Don't chew my plan. Don't chew it.
Rip that plan up, Cat.
No! No, get away from that plan. That cat. That cat. So terrible. My goodness. Alright, anyway, I'll be back. 5 minutes, and let's open up the room called The World Needs. I think this will work.
stable coins are pretty big. People seem to like them quite a lot.
Yeah, like
I, for one,
circles.
I don't really have a reason to hide my money from the banks. My dollars. Sure, like I don't trust the banks, but you know.
That's, it's funny because the stable coins seem to be like, okay, everybody is a bank now. That's essentially what is happening. But also they have to get banking license, right? Like Circle applied, or they acquired something with a bank license, and so I don't know. Yeah, it just seems like it's very similar to your checking account right now.
Well, the other thing too that I think is going to end up happening is like some of these are going to blow up. Like they will be taking dollars for fiat that they don't. Like they'll be buying Bitcoin with their own fucking stable coin that they don't have the dollars to back behind it, like when you can create a stable coin, and I already think that like Tether does this, like they buy Bitcoin with USDT that they don't have dollars, or like it's not backed fully. I don't really care though.
Yeah. Well, you mean, so if Tether's say 140 billion, you think of that 140
I think they like might have reserves for like 100 billion, or like 120.
But how many treasuries do you think they're holding of underlying that 140 billion? Do you think it's 1-to-1 on treasuries?
No.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think that they're like, just like people say, like, with like gold-backed dollars, how like they eventually started like giving out dollars that weren't actually gold-backed. Like that's the idea here with stablecoin. This is like, if you can print money and people will take it as dollars, as long as like you can manage the risk of like a very serious bank run on your stable coin, then like you won't be exposed.
Right.
Right. So
it's kind of a whole money market thing and breaking the buck, stuff like that. You want to have, but that's where the auditing comes in. I think that's why the SEC wants them to be banks, so they have to be audited.
Yeah. USDT Tether is offshore.
Yeah, it's offshore. Yeah, but Teddy, they're making like in interest, they're making $8 billion a year, just on their treasury holdings.
Yeah.
I don't know if they need to cheat. I don't know. I think historically they may have cheated a little bit, but I think now they're probably.
But they still want to cheat. Here, look. This is how it works. Okay. Because I know the gambling business, the other side, not as the gambler, but as the house, right? So as the house makes money, they have like an expectation for a certain amount of money that they're going to be able to make, and then like they'll take your deposits and they'll spend your deposits before you even have lost the money, right? And then you're gonna lose the money, but like you haven't lost it yet, kind of thing. And then like it's like kind of using like Peter to pay Paul. It like becomes a bit of a Ponzi in that way. Anyways, that's the same thing with Tether. Is like they know that in the next 12 months ahead they're gonna earn some percent on these corporate or these government treasuries, and they print excess. So like let's say they think they're going to make $8 billion over the next year. Well, why wait a year to get access to that $8 billion? You can just print $8 billion right now, buy $8 billion worth of Bitcoin, and then you're getting the upside exposure on the Bitcoin, and then as the money comes in on your holdings, you're paying down the fake money, right? So like you are buying more treasuries to support the $8 billion that you already took and spent. Because when you run a business like that, you understand that like the market is going up over the long term, right? So it's like they're taking leverage from within in order to get earlier exposure to the thing that they want to get exposure to. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's how all these things collapse.
Yeah, it is. It's just like who's the best at managing the risk in an event where shit goes down? Like who's going to be able to be buttoned up the best to not go down, right?
Right.
And like the fucked up thing is too is like in an event like that, like where do people go to? Like they can't get their dollars, they can go to Bitcoin, but like people aren't gonna. So it's like Bitcoin might go up, like in an event like that, where like normally you'd think like Bitcoin would go down in an event like that. But like really, it's like the thing that Bitcoin is paired to is what's going down. It's like the collapse of the dollar, but it's not the dollar. It's like the dollar that people use to. And that's even what is happening right now, right? Like the US dollar is collapsing. We've seen the US dollar to Canadian pair. I don't know if you guys pay attention to Forex much, but it was at like $1.47 all-time high for 1 Canadian to 1 US. And right now it's like $1.34. So like, what is that? A 10% roughly, drawdown on the value of the US dollar to Canadian dollars. Like Bitcoin should be up, 10% in a similar time horizon as that. So if the US dollar dominance continues to fall compared to other fiat currencies globally, like I think Bitcoin will continue to run in that situation as well. And so Mars left, but to go back to the question about tariffs that he kind of brought up, like tariffs have been negatively impacting the US dollar dominance. So like the US dollar is getting weaker as far as global purchasing power is concerned. And like Bitcoin is priced in US dollars. It's a little bit of a weird situation. Like right now, 118,000 per Bitcoin USD is like much higher than the 109 that we hit earlier in the year. And in Canadian dollar terms, it's only like 4,000 or 5,000 more than the previous all-time high. So like because of that US dollar to Canadian dollar parity change, Bitcoin isn't up as much in some of these other fiat currencies that are getting stronger as the US dollar loses its power. And I'm not saying it's not like still the world reserve currency, because it definitely is, but as far as value to other things goes, it's dropping quite a lot. So if these US denominated assets aren't going up and the US dollar is going down in value, like that's not good for those assets. It's really bad for those assets. It's like American houses. Like the real estate market could be doing well in like your perception. It's doing well because the house prices aren't crashing. But like if the US dollar goes down to like parity with the Canadian dollar, then like those houses did crash. They crashed by like 30-40% in global purchasing power relative to what that dollar would have bought you otherwise. fiat currencies are an interesting thing that a lot of people don't think about when they're thinking about like what their investments are worth. You know, like even MicroStrategy shares are priced in U.S. dollars. Like the all-time high on MicroStrategy, even if it gets back to its all-time high, like the destruction of the value of the U.S. dollar since that period of time, it's like, it's like people say inflation adjusted. In this case, they need to like say like debasement adjusted, because the U.S. dollar is being debased, and I think that's happening a lot with the spending bill proposal as well. People are kind of pricing, other countries are kind of pricing in the expectation for, what the U.S. dollar is going to be worth if the government is just going to print away its currency relative to other currencies. But it does seem like a bit of a house of cards and like kind of musical chairs here with fiat currencies. What do people run to? And I think the answer, in my opinion, is probably going to be like hard assets, like real estate, Bitcoin, probably gold, so.
Oh yeah. Well, no, I think Bitcoin's going to be the number one flight to quality asset out there. I think it's marking its dominance right now. Like, I think this is one reason it's running up, is because of that. And, people aren't buying gold anymore, they're buying Bitcoin. They're going to buy Bitcoin. I think it's,
Well, gold ran pretty hard before, before Bitcoin started to run, so.
Yeah, it did. Like 2,000 to 3,000, 3,300 or whatever right now. It's impressive.
Yeah. So, I don't know if people are just like done with gold altogether. I don't think that's the case. I still do think that like we're pretty far from a significant amount of the population being well educated on Bitcoin to the point where they're going to start.
What percentage on Bitcoin do you think, Teddy? What percentage of these population, is it 2%, 3, 4, 5?
Yeah, it's definitely less than 5.
Less than 5, yeah. I'd say like 3%.
I don't even know if it's that high.
Yeah. It just shows you how much opportunity for appreciation.
Let's say there's 8 billion people in the world. 8 billion. People, and 2% of that'd be 160 million. Is that right? 1,000.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Like, I don't think 160 million.
Canada only has 50 million people. Or what is it, 50, 60? Well, how many people does Canada have?
Oh, like 30, 40 million.
Is that it? Damn.
Yeah, like when I talk to people here about Bitcoin, like, I think like maybe 1 in 10 or 20. Yeah, 1 in 20 probably own Bitcoin in Canada. And like even of that like 1 in 20, so like let's say 5% of Canadians own Bitcoin is my guess. Of those people, like I'd say maybe 1 in 10 of them actually own Bitcoin in cold storage. So it's like, like 0.5% of people in Canada have Bitcoin in cold storage. Like the other 4.5% own like Bitcoin on an exchange or some Bitcoin ETF or some fund that owns some Bitcoin.
And when you're talking to those people, Teddy, it's almost like, how we were, say, 10 years ago, or, or whatever, 10 years ago. what the same things they regurgitate now. It's like how we thought before we knew. You know, because I hear people talking about it. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, that's how I thought 10 years ago, about it.
Dude, I was with a customer the other day, and he had like all this gold on. He had a gold chain on. He had gold rings, gold watch, whatever, right? And I was like, oh, you must be big into gold. And he's like, I love gold. It's the only thing that you can buy. Stocks, real estate, everything, And I'm like, oh, what do you think about Bitcoin? He's like, I do not trust it.
Yeah,
it is going to be hacked.
Yep.
It is going to be hacked. And then he goes on to tell me later that like he was a developer for Ledger, like whatever 8 years ago or some shit like that. And I was like, oh yeah, guy thinks he understands Bitcoin because he worked for a hardware wallet company doing their fucking UX or some shit like.
Yeah, we had a guy.
People, they're not gonna put the effort in to actually learn.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, that's what that's kind of what I hear also. It's kind of immature thinking, I think. So it's just, I think those kind of people will come around, but it's going to take years.
No, I think like some people like that are our age, like in their 30s, 40s, whatever, they're gonna be 70 and they're still not gonna own any Bitcoin.
Yeah, it's kind of like the younger generation, how they adopt things quickly, they adopt technology quickly. It's the same kind of thing, where young people are more they're more apt to buy, to buy this and accept it. I think they're ahead of the game, yeah.
I even mean young people. There's going to be 20-year-olds in 30 years that don't have Bitcoin. They're going to be 50. They're not going to have any Bitcoin.
It's so funny, what we're seeing is a lot of the people who kind of do like Bitcoin but didn't own it, they're getting upset. And they're coming here lashing out. And they're going on Spaces and lashing out. Like, I don't know if you see that as well.
Bitcoin Tina?
Yeah, like Bitcoin Tina. And there was a Dan in here the other day, and he's like, they come in and they pretend to be like, but you can tell deep seas they're really kind of mad at themselves. And they're not happy that they weren't in it, able to celebrate. Like, they're kind of frustrated. And then they lash out, like, verbally.
Yeah.
And then people mistake it for, like, something else, like, what's your problem, dude? But in reality, they're just kind of lashing out.
You hear my air conditioning blowing in the background?
Yeah, what you got, man? Central Air, or is that a mini split?
No, I'm in my car right now. My two oldest kids are in swimming lessons, and my youngest is sleeping in the car, so I stayed in the car while my wife took the older ones into swimming lessons.
So cool.
It's fucking hot here, though, right now, dude.
Is this unusual for Canada? Because everyone's talking about hot. I wouldn't know because it's just always hot where I live. In Texas.
It's less hot in Texas than before. I don't know. That thing is moving up the North Pole.
Yeah, it is.
Moving the ice caps, killing everything and everyone. Oh wait, the ice caps are growing. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, it's 30. 32 right now where I am. Celsius. But like the humidity here, like feels hotter. And then also like the UV is like super high here. So like you really feel it on your fucking skin. It's not just like you feel warm, but like you feel like you're fucking burning. And like I'm fucking too white, I do burn.
You got any fishing shirts? Put them on. 50 UPF protection.
Gotta rub that coconut oil on you. Gotta put that coconut oil. Hey, Daddy. And Andrew as well. You guys taking a look at this UK deal, Tau Alpha? Have you seen it?
I've not seen it. I don't know what it is, but tell me more.
I don't know. Teddy, have you seen it yet?
No.
It's like a too good to be true, kind of feels like a scam deal. The thing is trading at €7 or whatever the hell they trade over on the London Stock Exchange, pounds, I guess. And the deal's at £1. Like the private placement's at 1.
Is it free trading or is there a form of
It's free trading. Well, the private placement's locked up. I don't know how long, but I didn't get all the details. I just keep hearing about it. I never talked to them directly yet, but I've heard through multiple people that are doing it that it's like up 7x already. It's not even close. Like, how is that possible?
Well, Brad, I mean, it doesn't mean it's up 7x. You have to take the agreement, understand the implications, the resulting market structure for shares, lockups, and everything. Like, you know, even if you buy it at $1, by the time it's available to you, like, saying it's up 7x is really not sensible. That is not a way to look at these deals. You know?
There could be like a massive amount of dilution to the shareholder base.
Yeah.
Is what Andrew's trying to say to you. By the time the lockup is done, the share price will likely be closer to $1 than it is to 7.
Oh, so it's like a SPAC, de-SPAC thing, or?
That's
I
what it's
don't know. I don't know. I've never heard of it, Brad. I don't know the term.
This one isn't really a SPAC. It's on the London Stock Exchange, and it's a takeover. So they took over an existing public company, and now they're like vending in Bitcoin through another company or something. I don't know all the details.
Yeah, that's like what Naka did, right? You go out, you find a mailing business, you buy it for the ticker. You're already public, you skipped all those things. You need the approval of the governing body, so in US that would be SEC. You file all the statements, all the paperwork, you sit and wait. They always find something, they come back, you get delayed, you answer it, and then, you know, they'll do it again, and then they approve it, and then your thing is done. And then it's off to the races, you know, execute on your business plan. But it all depends, right? I don't know the terms. I've never heard of it. If you set up a call, I'll jump in and listen in. I'll feed the docs through analysis, whatever, you know. I'm very leery of these things, but I always like to look at them.
Yeah, this one to me seems like too good to be true. It's a big minimum. That's the other thing. It's like $1 million minimum. So there was a couple people that were pinging me about it, saying like, hey, you want to go in on this SPV? We're going in on this deal. Because people don't want to be throwing $1 million at one of these. So they're trying to put together a little syndicate. So I'm just like, how is it? Like, and not only that, but it's a Nakamoto, it's a UTXO thing. So I went online and looked on Twitter, and people are pissed off at them because they're big in Smarter Web Company, and Smarter Web Company hasn't even gotten to the London Stock Exchange yet, so all the holders of Smarter Web Company are pissed off.
I mean, Brad, the Twitter crowd is absolutely stupid, okay? They don't understand what they're saying and why they're pissed or not pissed. That has nothing to do with Nakamoto. Like, UTXO is a separate hedge fund with LPs. That has nothing to do with Naka. It never will. Like, you can't just throw it in there.
It never will?
Without, no, they'll stay separate investments. Like, NACA's not gonna all of a sudden
acquire
shares.
They're not gonna acquire UTXO?
LPs own it.
Okay.
Okay? LPs own it, not NACA. I mean, what is it that Twitter crowd doesn't understand? I mean, you're dealing with imbeciles.
My understanding
no
was
idea
that
about
NACA
any of
was
this.
gonna acquire UTXO.
Huh?
My understanding was that NACA was gonna acquire UTXO.
Well, there are mechanisms to try to do that. Have you seen any SEC filings to do that? Have you seen LPs having to vote on it, agree to it? The LP own it. LPs own it.
I thought David Bailey was the one saying that earlier on. He was going to roll everything up into NACA, including UTXO and
tell me what that
BTC
means.
Mag.
Yeah, tell me what that means. Well, hold on a second. Don't conflate things. BTC Mag is a separate company. It doesn't have LPs. There's no LPs there at all. Like, it's a company. Of course you can buy it. But if you're dealing with a true hedge fund and you have limited partners, they own UTXO management.
Yeah, they need to vote on it for sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to be done, and it's like, Twitter crowd is just clueless. They don't understand what it is. They don't even take the time to type it into ChatGPT to ask it a simple question. Explain it to them. They don't even do that. And then they say stuff, and it's like I'm looking at it and I'm saying, David, be quiet, shut up, don't respond to tweets. This is insane. This is stupid. Don't do it. Anyway. Started using Twitter a lot less. My life is so much better.
Auto, mute memory.
But Brett, if you do anything with that call or whatever, I'll look at it. I'll give you my 2 cents on it.
I think I'm going to do a call with them today.
I don't know if time is running out on it.
Listen, whenever anybody tells you the time is running out, let it run out. Number one, okay?
Yeah. They told me that a week ago, and I just let it go. And then
whatever. Time never runs out. Okay. Until
ChatGPT tells me that it is possible. JP Morgan acquired Bridgewater. That there is situations. It's not something that's impossible to do, which is what I thought.
It's not impossible. Of course not. But the structure is such that you don't just NACA doesn't decide that.
No. David Bailey said that was his hope and intent. Right?
Exactly. But the Twitter crowd believes that is what is happening, and then they infer from it you're hurting one thing versus the other one. This is insane. These people are dumb. If there's a call, Brad, I can jump on it if you want. With you. Okay.
Yep. Satsuma, that's the new name.
Yeah, you can tell them I'm your let's see,
grandfather.
No. The chief defensive officer, whose job is to say no.
Chief vibes officer.
Defense officer, yeah. And my job is to say no unless I'm convinced otherwise. So leave him a little room to have hope.
Chief Vibe Defense Officer. Yeah, based on vibes.
Clarity enforcer. I like that for you, Andrew.
Where's the titties? I'm here for the titties. I don't see any. I think I got
His voice is going to be the one that creeps you out asking for tits. Just look down, Robert.
Hey, I have like your upper lip. Out of all these treasury companies, what percentage, if you guys had to guess, of these companies are even going to end up buying Bitcoin? If you had to guess.
All of them.
That's the only thing worth doing. That's the only thing that makes sense for him to do.
What's the why would they want to hold dollars? Even if they were scamming, they should just hold coins.
Yeah, well, I was thinking they run out. They're gonna do a run
I
out.
thought you were gonna say they're gonna exist in like 5 years, and I would say like 10% of them, and they'll get folded into other of them. Like some of them will blow up, and others will get bought. And it would be things like that. It would be a bunch of like M&A. Like there's not like 65 like beverage companies that dominate the public markets either. Now everybody will hold Bitcoin, right? But I think there's a distinction to be made between, Tesla or Mass Mutual that hold Bitcoin, or Bitcoin leveraged entities that are changing every bit of their dollar energy planning. There's no R&D, budgets for your leveraged Bitcoin entities. They're just buying Bitcoin, right? And they're leveraging to buy Bitcoin. I think that's different. And of those, most of those won't exist now.
It looks like Robert and Lisa just got a room.
Even Alchemist has a ring going today. Dave, my son just told me my muscles look big without me asking. What did you say?
You have completely indoctrinated him.
Oh,
That's what I would.
Take it back. He said, I see your muscles. My bad. I heard it. Because they're big. Okay. I'll let you know.
Are you down in body fat, John?
I'm actually slightly up since we last talked. I might be like 11%, 12%. And I've been eating like a ravenous snail.
You're bulking?
No, I just. You know what it is, Brent? When I was in Vietnam, I was working such off hours. I think my clock and my hormones were just completely off. And I think what happened is I was like, it's so damn hot and you're moving around so damn much that you just can't eat enough. But I'm almost up to I was like 176 to 178 yesterday. And I haven't been above 175 for a while. So I don't know. Well, I mean, when you and I first met, I was at 185 to 195. But
we just first met in Vegas a month ago.
That is true. You know what's funny though, and I told Brad this when I met him. I was like, geez, dude, didn't really feel
it felt like we had known each other before.
Yeah, such a I know it felt like it had happened. But anyway, it is true. That's the first time we actually physically been in the same room. But yeah, I mean, I've been sitting at 170 pretty much since the last year, probably closer to 2 years now. Pretty much just my back started to go no bueno, and I just cut the weight since then. But anyway, I look about the same. I can see my abs, I can see a lot of definition, but I'm heavier for sure. And anyway, my son just told me that. And I want you to know if the hottest chick on the planet were to come in the room and be like, man, you have lots of love. That would not, I tell you, the dopamine receptors would not have gone off as much as when my son said it. That was a very satisfying.
I relate. When I was 3 years ago or 4 years ago, actually it was 5 years ago, when I was on a keto kick, me and my daughter play Overwatch. Well, we used to play Overwatch all the time. She was playing in the competitive league, and there's this character Doomfist, who's just totally jacked black guy with a rocket fist. That's all his weapon is, just his fist. Yeah, everybody else has guns, but he's just got his fist. He's just basically muscly. And then so one day my daughter said to me, "Wow, you have abs. Not like Doomfist though." I was like, "Damn, thank you. Holy."
You got mentioned in the same
sentence as Doomfist. I'm whoa.
Proximity, my God. Honestly, there really is something to that, man. I bet your wife couldn't make you feel that way. You know what I mean? Dude, something about when your daughter or son gives you this, when they look at you like a hero. Oh man, Landon, when we go to the basketball courts, at the gym a lot of times after I take him to the daycare or whatever, after I work out, I'll just go. It's okay, just want you to sit. And long story short, Landon would be like, Dad, shoot it from back here. Dad, shoot it. Dude, there's nothing in the world that makes me feel that elated. Nobody can make me feel that way. Except for that.
Dude, I totally get it. That's what happened the other day because we don't play anymore. But she's around. She watches me play Bitcoin Treasury Company, and there's this deal that came in at a 1xM NAV. She was like, Dad, go for the 1xM NAV. Dad, don't take the 2xM NAV. She's like, Dad, you're so lucky you get a 1xM NAV. That's such a good deal. Take it.
Dude, how old is LB now? How old is she? She's probably 14 now, 13. How old is she now?
She's 15.
15. Wow. Dude, when we met, my kids were 2. One of them wasn't born. One of them was just born. One of them was 2. Now they're like grown, like, little humans. And LB's like a teenager. Like, does she have a boyfriend? You know what boyfriend
She
stuff?
does, yes.
Oh, what's that like?
Well, very innocent. So.
No, but is this no stressful for you?
Not really, because the kid's really nice, like Philippine, hardworking teenager. They were both like co-valedictorians last year in their class.
So she's got the super kid at least, yeah. Deadbeat. That's good.
Yeah, so she's making good choices.
That's awesome, man. That's so funny. That's so funny.
But it is odd.
Yeah, I know that. Like, I'm already starting to see. Like, I'm having moments with my daughter that are like scary for me, and like she's like a girl's. I know she's listening to this right now too, so I have to be semi-cautious, but she's a girl's girl, man, and like she'll be in the mirror, like she's like her father. She'll stare in the mirror for like way too long, and she'll just be posing and changing outfits and like doing photo shoots, and I like turn around for 30 minutes and then I come back in a room and she's got makeup on and it's way too coordinated already, and I'm like, oh my god. I'm like, she's gonna smile. I'm like, whatever's left of my hair is going too gray. And then like, but on the other hand, she's also like stupendously precocious. I was telling, I don't know if I sent this to you, or if I posted this on, I think I posted this on Instagram, you might have saw it, but so just like, she'll save her money. She's like so good about saving her money, she doesn't spend. And then she asks me, like, we go through this thing and I've taught her over and over and over. Okay, you have 3 options. With money, you can spend it, and she always cuts me off. She goes, yeah, I know, we can spend it, we can save it or invest it. She goes, but Dad, can I get half this money and put it in Landon's investment account? I'm just like, Jesus Christ, you communist. Why are you so nice? No one does that. And so I posted a statement because I want them to like see this video when they're fighting in 5 years or 10 years about something silly, and use it as like a reminder, to douse the flames. And it's just like, she literally like will show me these like signs where I'm just like I'm not worried about her at all. And shows like she's like super prudent. She goes, okay, well, Landy, these are going to go in our investment accounts. And then Daddy can show us our balances. Daddy, what's our balance? How many thousands do we have? And I'm like, man, kid, like, I don't know what to do with you. But dude, it's so funny because like, there are these moments that'll scare the brains out of you. And then there are these moments where you're like, you're annoyed, but you're also certain that that's why they're going to be all right. And she just is like negotiating with me, and she knows exactly which triggers to push, and she knows exactly like how to like get me to say yes. Like she knows how to play the game, and I'm so annoyed, but I'm like, damn, she's gonna be just fine. Like that's the part where I'm reassured by.
How are they doing with their investments? Do they look at them when they go down, or do they only like sort of?
It's funny. She actually complains about back pain. Actually, when the price goes down, it's crazy, dude. And I was just like, dude, we gotta center this. You know what's funny is, I don't know if they would know. You know what I mean? Like,
you got me there, man. I was like, they split that conflict. Oh, that's so funny. That's so fun.
So I was talking to them. I mentioned this the other day, actually, because I was like, I knew the price was going to pop this week. I never made price predictions, right? Like, I never, oh my god, we're going to be 130,000 and hold your badge and multiple plus the RSTI, my favorite rapper. It's like, dude, I never like that. I swear I never do those. But I can always feel when something's about to move. I don't make these bets. I never go and like lever up or anything like that. I've never made a move on it yet. But like, I knew this. Like, guys, they're gonna be at like 115, 120 this week. It's just like, it's so in my bones. And pretty much it's probably like middle of the last, actually 2 bear markets ago, so like 2018 bear market, like I pretty much could always wake up and sort of know if we were up or down. I don't know how. My brain just knew it, my body just knew it. So I remember when you first kind of was telling me, like, my back hurts, like whenever I had back pains, I wasn't on Twitter. I didn't like participate in your guys' autistic debauchery back then. I mean, I would sort of use like the framework burner, and like I would like check on Bitcoin stuff, but like I wasn't like immersed. But I remember like when I first heard about you talking about your back pain indicator, I was like, dude, me too. It's not back pain, it's like this frizz in my body, and I just know. And it's still that way. Like, I remember feeling this way at 21. A bunch of people, you guys were all thinking we're going to 100K by winter. I like that Joe and Hoddle, Shapiro with whatever he had back then, and a bunch of others. Like, I was like, dude, this is the top. We're not going to 100K. This just feels like the top. And I never know how I know, but I do know. And like this also felt like it this week. It felt like it, when we were at, probably like pre-ETF levels. I just always can tell when we're about to shift. I'm just too much of a little fill in the blank to actually like go place a big leverage bet on it.
Well, that's what I'm doing with these treasury companies. Like I
guess in that way I have to. I mean, I've put a lot of money in. I mean, I made this sort of public, but I'm going to increase my position, and I've already have in MetaPlanet, and I'm going to take a substantial position, at least for my portfolio, in MetaPlanet. And I'm going to be doing that over the next 2 to 3 months. There are very few things that I hold, like, 7-figure positions in, and MetaPlanet's going to be one of the things that I do. I remember Dylan being in here, early in the last bull run, when we all met pretty much on here, and he would just DM me stuff all the time. I remember he'd be DMing me about the contango on GBTC back then when like we had like 30-40% GBTC premium, and like I'm just so bullish on that kid. I remember when I was on Ben's podcast, BTC Sessions podcast, and it was the Why Are We So, I don't know if he's still doing that one or if he's changed it, but the title used to be Why Are We So Bullish? Is it still the same title? And I remember telling him, like, dude, honestly, I'm so bullish because, like, dude, there's like a whole new gen of Bitcoiners that are literally going to run the ecosystem in like 2, 3, 4 years. And like, and that, back then, this is before Clemente was like Bitcoining, but I remember mentioning Clemente and Dylan in particular, and being like, these guys are going to absolutely crush. And dude, Dylan is an absolute savage, man. He's like a scary human, man. Like, he's ironically, his room was next to mine a couple years ago in Miami. And I don't know what hot chick he pulled that night, but I high-fived him on the hallway on the way home. Like, nice job, buddy. But dude, he's just, I mean, one, I do think they have a GBTC head start and basically moat and tax, arbitrage sort of GBTC advantage. What they're doing right now, but that won't last forever. There'll be other things that come online, and there'll be other ways to get it. But I'm so confident in Dylan. I'm going to significantly. I'm going to take a large position relative to my portfolio for MetaPlanet. And there's very few things that I own like that. There's Bitcoin, there's MSTR, and there's now MetaPlanet. Everything else, I mean, I still own Amazon and Apple from like back in the day that I just held for years. But there's almost nothing that I want to hold individually. Otherwise, like I just sold the index. MetaPlanet, because of Dylan, is massive. Like I'm so bullish on it. I'm almost as bullish on MetaPlanet as I am like Bitcoin and whole. Let's get some alpha.
Sounds like you got your leverage play on them.
I mean, I own a lot of shit. Apparently, I'm a degen when it's Bitcoin. I love to degen on Bitcoin, apparently. And I didn't have to do these weird wallets with ordinals. And pretend that ordinal number 6,466,912 is going to be valuable, just like we thought. Listen, I do think, right? I do think these things have to become real companies, or they're not sustainable. I don't think I got a bunch of hog pea Adam X thing that I'm pretty sure you've been involved with, right? But I'm looking at this CEO and I'm like, okay, do I think that he's going to lead a deca-billion-dollar market cap company? Probably not. But I also think that these things are going to be, there's a gold rush, and he's probably going to do well, and it's probably going to pump as soon as the friction of having to buy this thing, over the phone is gone, right? But I think many of these things are going to have to become real companies. They're going to have to be settler. They're going to have to be profitable. They're going to have to be substantiatable. I don't think you're just going to be able to exist as a levered Bitcoin entity without.
Yeah, but how long though? It's not going to be.
Yeah, I don't know. That question's uncertain to me. I also think that question could be nullified if, for instance, you're right. If, you're right about the Sailor cycle sort of thesis, and that we never sort of ever come down in any, material way, 20%. Because, you're probably seeing it already, man. Some of the terms I'm hearing on the convertible debt that's being issued is borderline suicide. And then, I was talking to
the guys at Next. The Sailor cycle theory doesn't say that we're not going to come down 20%. It says that we're going to have bear markets. It's just going to be in line with the S&P and other big assets.
Yeah. No, we won't have the 80% pullbacks. I think that's
20% or something like that in the last big bear pullback. But Bitcoin could go 25% down and still be in the Sailor cycle.
Yeah, I hear you, but even in that circumstance, if Sailor's right about there being 700 LDPs this time next March, April, whatever, then 25% pullback will absolutely cripple a number of things.
Well, I even ran the math on the Sailor cycle, and at 50% drawdown, we're still in the Sailor cycle. We could still be in the Sailor cycle at a 50% drawdown.
Yeah, but I don't know that precludes people. That's independent of the type of structure, debt, and whatever entry points are for particular companies, right? If you enter, you get into some really onerous convertible debt agreement to raise money because you have to, because how else are you differentiating? And even David said this the other day on the space. So by the way, I don't think the space goes away. I'm just saying there's going to be significant winners and there's going to be significant losers, and I think everyone thinks that you could just spin this thing up, throw some money at a ticker, and it's 2016 or whatever, and every shitcoin's pumping 1,000% every month, right? That's not what's happening here. If you go look at the tickers over a month candle, the only thing that's really up right now in the last month, from what I can see, is Semler and I think AST maybe. Even AST I think is down over the month. It really just pumped in Jeff's news the other day. But the short of it is, at some point you got to substantiate these things. At some point you got to be able to have real companies. And I think what David was saying even the other day is, the fundraising is becoming more difficult unless you have a differentiatable narrative. You can't just go have a shell, say you're doing a Bitcoin entity, and money pours in. There's plenty of that. There's plenty of options for that. There's plenty of competition for that capital. And so I think there's 4 ways to kind of attack it, right? We talked about tax arbitrage, GBT arbitrage, real good strong operating companies that are really levered more on Bitcoin, and/or you have a really, really strong management team that just go out and raise a ton of money, and there's just not a lot of people that can do that. There's not 700 companies that can do that. So I do think that even if you're in that Sailor cycle, Brad, if you have 25% pullbacks and you can't go raise any more money, your stock's going to dump. And Michael Saylor and David Bailey and Vivek and any of these strong fundraisers, probably Pomp and Jason, perhaps even Semler, right? Some of these top giants that probably have $50-100 million or $50 to $100 billion market cap collectively in the next year, 2 or 3. they go out and they swallow those companies, for dimes on the dollar, and they wind up increasing their Bitcoin stacks, or those other companies sell their Bitcoin stacks, liquidate, run for the exits. Yeah. By the way, if you think it's 25%, I tend to agree with you. Like, I don't think we're going to see 50% pullbacks. No, but I'm saying
in the worst case, we'll see 50%, and everything will still be fine.
So when we modeled out the framework model, we modeled out an 80% pullback.
That's the way to do it. You should be assuming an 80%.
Yeah, so we modeled, and we don't we think that captures 99% of probability sets, right? But I don't actually think. I think what's more likely is, and I don't think these can even be that sustained, because money printer, right? The reality is politically there's not will to have a 30% pullback in the S&P 500, right, for 5 years. Politically that doesn't happen. And so we are so addicted to money printer, right? This is party agnostic, man. I'm not even saying we, Republican or we Democrat. I'm just saying we as humans, we as America, we hit the money printer. And that, basically, Bitcoin gets to ride along that barnacle. It has a barnacle on that. So it's just to me, even if you get a 30% pullback, I don't think it's sustained for 5 years. It's at worst, maybe you get a year before you hear money printer and stimulus and all the things that basically turn the markets.
Can you guys hear me? I don't know if my connection sucks.
No, we can't.
Did you guys see that? Did you see that tweet yesterday, the day before, from this guy Dan Emmon, I think his name is, where he sold all his Bitcoin to give his daughter open heart surgery?
No.
He sold 300 Bitcoin.
Wait.
This
300 Bitcoin. What?
Yeah, it was
heart surgery she
10
had
years ago or something.
Oh, okay, never mind. Sorry,
It was 10 years ago. Yeah, so he was an early Bitcoiner, and then he sold all of his Bitcoin because his daughter needed open heart surgery, and then he just never got back in because he was price recency bias and then all that stuff.
So is he raising money, or people giving him money or something, or is it an empathy push? Brad coming out for you guys?
Just to see if we can get him a little stack back, just so they can have some.
Maybe it's late, I don't know. Can you guys hear Brad?
No, he's cutting out all the time.
Yeah.
Is this any better?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot. I was on my Bhutan VPN. Forgot to turn that off. Just trying to get my Bhutan UBI. But didn't work.
Is Brad saying is a fundraiser for this guy or what?
Yeah, I think we're gonna start one. Will Pangman knows him because I wasn't sure if it was a legit story, but Will said it is. So I think we're gonna try to get a little fundraiser going for him. It was a touching story, and anybody with kids should appreciate the choice he made.
You could start a fundraiser for me. My mom lost all her money taking care of my dad and getting him a heart transplant too. So.
No way, British Hodl. I don't help British people.
I'm not British. What are you talking about?
Yeah, this is British Hodl doing a fake American accent. You can't fool me.
Okay, Brad. Or should I say, Brad?
You do sound like British Hodl. Does anyone else feel the same way, or is it just me?
No, come on. British Hodl sound. Deep voice because he smokes a lot of cigarettes, has the long drawn foreign accents.
know, when you were forcing it, it didn't sound like him, but when you weren't, it'd be a dead ringer.
I'm surprised no one else up here has anything to say. The whole fucking stage is asleep, apparently.
Do a British accent.
Do a British accent? I don't really have a British accent.
Tell me how bullish on MicroStrategy you are.
I'm so bullish on MicroStrategy, MSTY.
Oh, it's perfect. How much yield can I get?
You don't have the depth of his voice. Practice more. You need to smoke cigars.
You have to smoke more cigars for that, yeah.
He's pretty close, so...
I don't know. I'm not convinced.
I'm not either.
You just need to get the accent down.
No, I don't
Dude, it's
so.
there. It's like, you're like 90% there.
Is it because I'm laying down on a couch right now talking to you?
Maybe your Adam's apple's compressed and you're getting the perfect tone.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is then. I don't know.
Wait, stand up and talk.
Brad, can you hear me now?
It's that. It's the... you don't sound like him anymore. You gotta go lay back down.
Alright, I'll lay back down.
Yeah, that's what it is. When your Adam's apple's a little compressed, you just got the perfect British Huddle voice.
Okay, Brad, I'll let you think that all you want then.
Alright. You gotta come back with like a good British accent though. Talk about watches and things like that.
Yeah, if you don't have a good watch, then you're fucking poor.
Yo, did you guys see that tweet? It's like, who'd you want to sit next to on a plane?
Yes, from Finn.
Was it? Oh, man. Of course.
I saw that too.
I think it started with someone else, and then Finn remade it and put Dennis Porter on there. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah. I think it was 5 and 9. That is British Huddle and David Bailey.
Yeah, I told Finn he almost got it perfect.
I would buy 2 seats. Yeah, people are answering 1, but what I answered was I would buy 2 seats, and then I would rearrange it and put David Bailey with British together, and let him get after the whole world. Figure it out.
I'm going to sit on the other side of Dave Rooster so I have fish in front of me so when he's falling asleep on the plane, I can whack him so he doesn't go into the diabetes coma.
You guys are wrong. I'm sitting beside John just to make sure he's not wearing a vest or something.
We can put John in the same row with us, Dave. Then we can do a good time.
I am also not sitting beside you, Robert.
Oh, come on. It'll be fine, Dave. We can play some cards or something back there.
Oh, my God. Why? This was so good until that. Hey, British. He's not even here.
I
told you. Even John thought I was British.
Everybody thought I was British.
I swear to God. I see. I'm a talent scout.
Oh my God, Brad! I got picked up by a stewardess the other day on my flight back.
I thought you said you were 175 pounds. How was she?
She was Japanese. She must have weighed 105 or something.
Dude, a sumo wrestler.
Yeah, touche. She's from Mississauga. She's Canadian from Mississauga. Okay, and she wrote me a note, Brad. She wrote me a handwritten note and then gave me her WhatsApp number. I was like, "You're from Mississauga?" I was like, "Do you know my friend's date?" No, I didn't say that, but in the back of my head, I was like, "I'm gonna be there next week, hanging out with my buddies, Dave and Christian, and Dan." Which, by the way, I feel like we should invite Brad. Dave, why don't we invite Brad?
Yeah,
Are these too rich for us? No,
Mississauga. Oh man, that's too much of a drive.
No, I'm not going to Mississauga. I'm going to be in Toronto.
Hey, how long is the flight between Montreal and Toronto, and how often? Is it
2 hours?
Quite often. It's like an hour, and it's quite often.
Really? Just an hour?
Yeah. I think Porter will do that, Andrew.
A what?
Porter Airlines. I think they have quite a few.
back and Porter's like the Southwest Airlines.
Is it like a normal airplane or is it like a?
No, it's a prop. It's a two prop.
No, they're the Porter. The ones that go between Canada with Porter.
Are they full size 747 or 737?
No, they're just like they're not propeller planes. They used to be.
Well, the one I take from Chicago to Toronto, the one I'll be taking Tuesday, the ones that land in Billy Bishop have to be.
Yeah, these ones don't. The ones that go between Canadian cities.
Oh, so they go to the Pearson Airport then, probably? Airports? Okay.
At least you should check because maybe...
Well, I like flying into Billy Bishop. It's so convenient going right into downtown, and, I just stay downtown.
I've never done it before. Do you have to take like a boat or something?
No, this is why I don't know. There is a ferry, and I don't know if this tunnel is newer or like within the last decade. But you just walk through. You just walk underneath. Like they have an underground tunnel. You go down this really deep elevator. Yeah, you walk out. It's like, dude, it's like the most convenient airport that I've ever been in because it's
that's crazy. I didn't know that. I thought you had to take a boat to get to the...
Well, Christian was telling me this thing. He sent me the ferry schedule. I was like, dude, I don't want a schedule. I just want to walk down the elevator, walk 5 minutes across the tunnel, and then I'm done. And then you walk up there, and the Ubers are waiting for you. It's perfect. Yeah, it's great. And you come out, and you're downtown already. Like, you don't have to take the 30 minutes in the traffic back and forth to Pearson.
Well, I'm going to get after it, guys.
Hey, but Brad, before you go, if you're around next Wednesday night, Christian and Dan and Dave and I are going to grab dinner somewhere downtown Toronto. Of course, you're welcome to join.
I appreciate the offer. Actually, next week I'm going to be my crazy jacked fitness coach guy.
Crazy jacked Arab friend is coming into Toronto. That's my point. No, just kidding. He's always welcome. Never obligated. Always welcome. But yeah, man.
You guys should come down
Tuesday, Wednesday.
You should come down Tuesday. Come down to where I am. Get a workout in with me.
I'm filming a bunch of stuff with Christian on Tuesday, but maybe Wednesday. If you guys are working out Wednesday, I would be down to come. Wednesday morning, afternoon, or something like that before dinner.
Okay.
Yep. But anyway, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Andrew, I'm going to talk to these guys in a few minutes, actually, just to get a first sort of pass on it. And then if I'm not actually talking to the team, I'm talking to one of the guys, one of the Bitcoin guys they're bringing on, just to get his take on it. And then if we set up another call, I'll let you know when we can do a call with them.
I want in. BB Sailor's got some monies.
Basically, it's up to Andrew. We're going to let Andrew decide if it's a good deal or not.
Well, hey, Andrew, if you think it's a good deal, I will blindly give you money. We're getting cash into the boat next week.
Hey, John, my girlfriend wants some money too. You can give her
She
some money.
did not go on the boat with us. We want the boat to stay afloat.
You're trying to say she's fat now? Oh,
Robert, you told me yesterday when I asked you if she was fat, you said she's under 200 pounds.
Yeah,
that's what you replied. That was her. Hey, Patrick. Patrick, come off mute.
200.
She weighs 30 more pounds than me.
Are you kidding? You're right here. Talk to him.
No. I'm out.
He can hear you right now.
I'm out.
He can hear you.
I was talking about his ex-girlfriend, not you. The last one. He's upgraded. Oh, shit. Thank God Zach is here.
Don't worry, I'm willing. I'm still alive.
Just talk to my attorney. Leave me up.
Talk to my attorney. Let's go. Say hi to him.
No. I'm scared now.
Robert, that's so rude, man. Don't be having people in the background listen to our private conversations here. It's private.
Hey, man, I'm just glad Robert's got a girlfriend there. Forget all that shit. Good for him. You're going to tell me if Robert actually had a girlfriend or not? I'd be like, probably not.
I mean, it just shows everybody can find love, man.
I honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I hope that listen. But when the bigger people find each other and they're happy, I get a big smile on my face. I get so happy.
John, she's not big and I'm not big either. You guys, I don't.
All right, let's be honest. All right, since we're here, we're having the conversation. Let's hear how tall she is and how much she weighs.
How tall are you? She's like, I'm like 6 feet, so she's like maybe like 5'9", 5'10".
Oh, she's tall.
Oh yeah.
She's taller than him.
I'm 6 feet, and she like comes up to my eyes won't.
All right, and as a 5'9", 5'10" woman, who I'm sure is voluptuous and beautiful, how much does she weigh?
I told you yesterday. It's fine.
You said below 200, but that's not
175. Okay, how's that?
No, that's okay. That's acceptable at 5'10", I think.
I was gonna say I think 170.
Honestly, hey, I stand corrected. She's taller than me and weighs as much as me. I'm good with that.
She's shaking her head at me like, why are you dragging me into this?
We'll see. Can we end this whole experiment on Clubhouse, as a matter of fact? I think this is probably a sign. The whole thing, it should just end.
What should end? It's a top signal? No, I don't think it's a top signal.
Robert, I don't really know about top signals. I'm only really a bottom signal kind of a guy.
I'm telling you, man, you get up here on the top sometimes too. I mean, they really like when you're on top.
Jesus Christ.
I can use those Jewish friends. I need you to know that I wasn't planning on a 3-day fast, John Knight, but I think it's coming. I think we're gonna have a 3-day fast. Hey, by the way, for those of you who always, when I do my 3-day fasts, like a dozen of you always, oh yeah, you should tell me not to do. Landon, this side, buddy. This side, this way. I was like, yeah, I'd join you. I wish you would have told me. Of course, ain't nobody gonna do it with me. I know. Maybe like Andrew would do it, probably. But he's probably already done his, you know.
John, like, I don't know how you fast and work out, bro.
Wait, which fast?
I chew a day. I chew a day while I'm fasting.
I fast until like 2 o'clock, and then I have to eat or I'm a stab.
So,
John, which fast are you talking about?
I'm gonna do I do a 72-hour one every quarter, and I'm due for one right now.
Oh, those are perfect, yeah.
So I'm just saying, people always tell me when I do it and I talk about it here, people always like, it's so bad not to do it. So anyway, I'm preparing to do one. It's probably gonna be in the next week or two. I gotta like look at my schedule, make sure that I can CEO and do my work stuff. Hold on, all right, oops, come on, son.
Hey, tell me when you figure out the dates. I'll see how it lines up with me. Maybe
I'm gonna do it. Well, I'm probably not gonna do it next week when you guys are here. I'm thinking I'm gonna do it like when the kids, like basically I'll do it when I get the kids back the following week. Hey, Landon, gentlemen, please hold the door.
Yeah, when you figure it out.
Thank you, gentlemen. Anyway, so yeah, I'm probably like the third or fourth week, the third or last week of July. It's probably when I'll do it, and I'm probably gonna do like 72 to like 80 hours, something like not like 4 days. I'm sorry, I'll be the gentleman today, okay? You can be the lady. I'll hold the doors, okay? Cool. All right. Dude, my son has been like on this mix where he'll do this stuff, but then he'll complain about it. Like I had this video, I gotta send it to you, Andrew, where like he pushes his sister's chair in. And I'm like really proud, so I go to record it because I want him to like, see it later. But then he turns on me and he goes, "You gentlemen, anymore, it's too much work. I learn how to be." It's like, this ain't over. Hold on a second. All right, I just gotta get this off my chest. When I watch a man like do things unathletically, it's very difficult for me to see them the same way ever again. So this guy working with the boxing coach, and I can just see that this guy has never hit anybody in his life. He's never gotten any scrap or anything. Like this is. And long story short, I will never be able to look at this man the same ever again. Never again. Just it's over. Yeah, I've seen that before. Women can do the same thing. Well, for me, it's when I see a woman who can't dance. And that might be why I don't date white chicks. Like, if I find that you can't dance, it just kind of ruins it. You know what they say about girls that can't dance, right, John? Yeah, they suck great. They can't fuck. They can't fuck. Well, I know, but the thing is, I'm really good with my hips, so I got it under control. And I can carry the weight. The issue is, the real issue is, when they can't dance, it's like, man, dude, I don't know what it is. That's why I think that might be why I prefer Latin women to women. Not the guy that's it. You know? It's like they can speak to you differently. All right, now I'm going to be trained to at the gym, so I have to shut the second. Yeah, I'm at the gym now. It's Batty Saturday, that's for sure. It's active. I feel like that's what they say when I walk in. Hey, now. So far, it's take over these. Many of her Jewish friends come in at all. Are you kidding me? Dude, the combined testosterone with like all of her friends is like 600. But yeah, forget this place. Let's go back to our home. Yeah, I'm down with that. You want to open a room? Yeah. Right there, corners. Get ready to move.
What are you in for? What's going on?
John's opening a new room.
Bitcoiners assemble.
Okay. I'm gonna choose this one.
Yay. Yay. Panda, I did not know you were up.
I made it in and out.
Gary got lost. Did you shut down that other room? I'm sure I did. Yeah, I did. What is the title? Let me see. Black men can't take criticism. Sheesh. Sure can. They showed that in the last damn one. Huh? They showed that in the last one. Oh, hello, Doc. What's up, Doc?
Yeah, hey, yeah. Listen, I look at this topic and I saw it earlier on Clubhouse. Black men can't take criticism.
No, that was black women can't take criticism.
Okay, well, yeah, I saw that room and I got on stage and I interjected that black women can take criticism, just like black men can take criticism.
Don't take too much, Doc. Because Tia get pissed off when she try to keep you up. We love Tia.
Well, with the amount of black women being educated.
I don't get pissed off. I just think you're a dumb bitch. And
I just think you're a dictator. With that picture,
Let me land, please. Let me land, please. But with the amount of black women being educated to hold a college degree in America, affirmative credit to university, you have to be able to take criticism.
Oh, really?
You have to be
So you're saying some women got...
Wow, see how you can't finish, Doc? Isn't that crazy?
Doc,
yeah, I mean,
Doc, so you're saying some women can't take criticism because they're dictators?
No, I didn't say that. Please let me finish. What I'm saying is to hold a degree, which a lot of black women do hold, you have to be able to take criticism. To keep a job normally with the pension and benefits, you have to be able to take criticism. To become an athlete on a professional level, you have to be able to take critique. So black men and black women are able to take criticism. The issue is, it's a criticism coming from a place that's going to be helpful, or just it's a criticism coming from a place that's trying to be totally destructive. And so a person has to use discernment on where the criticism, what place in the person the criticism is coming from.
That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense, Doc. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah. Well, we take criticism all the time, and criticism can make you better. Iron sharpens iron.
Right. Right. What do you think about like people that actually can't take criticism? What do you think is going on there?
Well, you have.
Aside from like it coming from maybe somebody who doesn't have your best interests in mind, say this scenario somebody actually does, yet there's still resistance in taking criticism.
Well, then you have to use discernment because some people don't have your best interests at heart. Some people don't, some people do, and so you have to make that discernment as an adult, and hopefully you can even make it as a child. Because some criticism people make of you can really help you, and then some is meant to tear you down. It's meant to be destructive. It's meant to be harmful. It's meant to tear down your ego. And so you have to use discernment. Where is that criticism coming from in this person? One key is if they make it in a bunch of a lot of people and not make it to the side, not criticize you, take it to the side and say, hey, this is what, try to approach it this way or that way. If they're making the criticism just to embarrass you, then that's not coming from a good place.
Right.
It's not. So the person should be able to take you aside and then make criticisms and not laugh at you. If they're making criticism just laughing at you, then that's not coming from a good place either.
That makes sense. That makes sense. You ever taken like say a woman to the side and offered her some critiques and if she was resistant?
The scripture, that's what Jesus said you're supposed to do. You're supposed to take a person. Jesus said this in the book of Matthew, I think it is, Matthew chapter 18, about verse number 16. I study this stuff. I'm a New Testament person. I can't help it. I'm closing out a PhD in New Testament. I can't help it. But, there Jesus was saying, if you have an ought against a person, you take them to the side, you go to them one-on-one, and then you try to resolve it that way. If you can't resolve it that way, you take another person with you. And if you can't resolve it, you have to take one more person with you, then you treat them as an outcast. Okay? And so there's a way to resolve conflict. And so, they say all types of stuff on this app. Unfortunately, a lot of it's just stupid. And we can't afford to, our people right now, we need good advice. We need to be saying things that are correct on this app than things that are work in real life.
Right.
I have a quick opinion. Hi guys, my name's Fred.
Hello.
I know it's awkward me taking a stance on this because, white. But, from what I've been in fiction too, black men have to take criticism. Like, it's always got to be a roasting sesh. Like, who can outdo the other one and everything, and they're your best friends by the end of it. Like, and I appreciate the hell out of that. But yeah, absolutely have to take criticism. Everyone has to take criticism. But I think especially with the black community, from what I paid attention to, I think it's a foundational element in the culture. Like, we're new, shit, I'm going to roast your ass. And see what you got to come back with. And I love that. Because white people, we don't do that.
So would you consider that like taking criticism or just like joking or both? Or?
Well, yeah, joking, but there is some truth behind some joking. You know what I mean? Like, you kind of have to do that. I do that with all my friends. I feel like I can do that more freely with my black friends, I'll make jokes and, have some trigger kind of references and everything. It's like that, like, oh, that's why you sound like your dad left, or some stupid shit like that. They get hyped up, but then they do, if we're friends, they do, a little self-reflective thing. We're like, oh, shit, that's criticism. Like, I am still fucking up. I'm still on some hood rat shit. I gotta get my shit together. So, like, you have to implement criticism within the jokes. So, black men, I feel like they can take criticism. I feel like they could do a lot better in applying the criticism that they're giving.
Okay.
Or that they're given.
Doc, what do you think about that?
Black men have had to take criticism in order to survive in the United States of America. We would not be here if we could not take criticism. Our experiences were harsh, slavery, chattel slavery, Jim Crow. And so we've had to take criticism. Black men, not only black men, black women also. And that criticism is better, even from a destructive point of view, when it was not coming from a good place. We took it and we made ourselves better. We have just thought outside the box. America would not be, the United States of America, a global power with this dominance if it were not for the Black America.
Absolutely. But then I'd have to ask, too, are we talking about, when you say criticism, is it constructive criticism, or is it just, I don't think a black man can or should take, derogatory criticism. I feel like it's definitely necessary to a degree, because it might light that fire under their ass that has never been lit before. But I don't believe in verbal abuse like that. But constructive criticism, absolutely.
What do you think, Harry?
People in general don't really know how to take criticism. I mean, at least in my world, people don't really take criticism. But the ones that do take criticism, that I see take criticism, they usually do better at whatever it is they're trying to do. Especially when, I'm talking about mainly like the entertainment business. People don't, especially nowadays, people don't really like taking criticism at all. But when they do, though, the few that do, those are the easier people to, easier ones. I actually had
But I was wondering how licensing and the requirements between the countries. And so that's more what the problem is, and I don't think a lot of people know that. I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. Norm, if you want a fresh 5, it would be better to do it in the hour number 3, or did you want something quick? I want to try and get Alan in before the end of hour number 2.
I just need a fresh 2 or so.
Or so would it be okay to take it at the start of hour 3? Would that be okay?
Let me just take a 1 then.
Go ahead, take a 1. Take a 1, then I want to go to Alan.
A number. So this is all I wanted to say. Cuba is an enemy of the United States. Cuba has a different medical system than the United States. Cuba tells you that they cure cancer. Cuba actively engages in hostile acts against the United States. We have an embargo against them. They're a failed state, a communist state. Now we go visit, I have recently. There are reasons why we don't have reciprocity with certain nations. They're good reasons. The immigration system is complicated, but that doesn't mean that the enemies of the United States should be coming over here with full reciprocity until we have the proper treaties in place.
Thank you. And also, if you want more information on why we don't have reciprocity with Cuba, Google up the Bay of Pigs, which is when the President Kennedy had a failed attempt to take over Cuba, and then look at the next year, the Cuban Missile Crisis. Let's go to Alan. Alan, you'll be our last speaker before the top of the hour. Good morning, Alan.
Good morning, Steve. Hope things are well. And I would just, using Dr. Francine as a jump-off point, yes, I think we're all remembering that the immigrants, both legal and illegal, are humans. And I would like, and lots of people have, when they come to this country, have good reasons why they're coming. It may be for economic reasons. It may be for political reasons. They're being persecuted. I think the discussion that gets lost is there are also lots of other people who we need to remember who are human, who have good reasons to come to this country, who nonetheless, no matter how desperate their situations are, wait their turn in order to come here, because they know that whatever reason why they come to this country, if they don't come legally, then they're a criminal and they are breaking the law, and it jeopardizes their future chances and impedes their ability to do whatever it is they want to do when they come here. Whether or not it's being an entrepreneur, as you said, Dr. Francine, whether or not it's because they are seeking asylum, all of those reasons, as good as they may be, come under jeopardy because they don't go through the process that all those other people who are also human and have feelings and have unique situations are waiting their turn. And that's the point. And we are now at a point where we had our previous president set up a system where those waiting their turn were put at the back of the line in favor of those who came here illegally. He basically said, come. If you want to abuse the system, come here now. To the point of, I keep hearing different figures, either 11 million or 20 million. And that's the situation we're in now. And as your room titles, or the link you put at the top shows, not the room title, the link we have, the Democrats are doing everything in their power to stop the current administration from upholding the law. They broke the law in the last 4 years under Biden, and now they want to stop Trump. And I follow these cases. The Supreme Court has ruled time and time again that it is illegal for these lower court judges to do what they're doing.
Actually, that just started happening this year. That's never happened before.
Which part of it?
These lower court federal district judges stop them from doing what they're doing. I don't recall that ever happening before this year.
No, okay, maybe I
misunderstood what you said.
I misunderstood. Who was the they in the last state?
Well, you've got another minute, then we got to take.
Okay, it's the Supreme Court that these judges signed a TRO saying Trump's administration can't do what they're doing.
And then the United States Supreme Court came out this year and said that the district federal judge can do that, but it only applies to the litigants in that case. It does not apply nationwide. It's the first time we've ever had that.
Yeah, that's only against 250 years.
Exactly, correct. Go ahead, Alan. 30 seconds. Well, you can have another fresh 5 in the last hour.
Okay. Well, your interpretation of it is that aside. The point is in the ultimate irony now, the mayor of Los Angeles has signed an executive order saying that ICE can't operate in Los Angeles. So it's really right what they're doing, and ultimately they are just spoiled little brats who did not get their way, and this is typical of the way the left operates.
Is he talking about Elon, or is he
talking about? We're talking about the Democrats, and if you like the historical reference, go back and read The Idiot by Dostoevsky. He talks about liberals, and it's actually, the quote is in my profile. You can read it there. This is standard operating.
Thank you. No. Everybody, take notes, scratch a piece of paper, post it. We are way OT, that's overtime, for the break. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to another edition, a spirited edition, and I had a feeling it would be when I picked the topic. But again, y'all can talk about anything you want, because that's the way the show works. I don't decide what you guys talk about. The nieces and nephews come on stage and decide if they want to talk about politics, current events, immigrants, God, relationships, religion, the Mod Squad, you, me. Everything is on the table, and nothing is off limits. I have assembled the best Mod Squad in the history of Clubhouse, and you too can come up and get your fresh five. You can either engage with me or my Mod Squad